a little ghetto, but whatever.
Okay, got video link open, chat open. Tablet plugged in.
Cool. And my phone's charging, so it won't die.
It's not. It says it's still waiting on you.
Oh, yeah. I think it takes a couple minutes to buffer. Once you see it on there, it's working now. Okay.
We are now live, my friend.
Woohoo.
I should grab my headphones and pair them to the tablet so I can hear.
What do you need to hear? There's nobody talking. It's just us. You don't need the earphones at all. If we were live streaming and chatting with somebody else, then you might want to. But... Alright, cool. Well, it looks like it's set up and working.
Yep.
I'll change to this camera. There we go. Okay. Hello, everyone.
What's up?
It's been a long time since we've done a live stream or any kind of video. And we've been getting quite a few questions, like I said, posted in the comment, that a lot of people have been asking us questions about our inventory, our sorting, the store itself, how we pick parts with our strange system. So we figured it was probably time to sit down and do a really detailed overview on everything we've done since the very beginning of when we started. And we started back in, was it August?
August 2018, and then
No, 2019. August 2019 is when we started. Yeah, that's when we had the thought of like, hey, maybe we should try doing a whole Bricklink store. And almost 5 years later, almost exactly 5 years later,
yeah,
we got pretty far. We did
got a lot further than we thought we would.
Yeah, this became a lot bigger of a project than we ever anticipated. So I guess we'll start talking about different aspects of starting a store. One of the big questions I've seen popping up on a lot of the different groups and forums and stuff like that is, can you make a living at this? Can you is it feasible to do full time? And how many parts do you have to be full time? There's a lot of technical questions, and we're just going to go over our experience. It may differ from others. I'm sure a lot of what we do is very different from most others. I don't think I've ever seen anybody on YouTube or in any of the groups or chats or Discord or anything that has a Bricklink store or inventory system laid out like ours. It's going to be really different. We don't use the
numerical remarks.
We don't use remarks. We don't use stack-ons. We don't use drawers. Everything you see around you, our store is laid out like a Dewey Decimal library system, but based on Bricklink's category system, exactly the way they have it built on their website. If you go up to the very top and click parts, that category system that you see in the main screen is exactly how we built our store, to follow their system. And yeah, I can see that. You can see we've got, this room is not
small.
Yeah, it's not small. However, it's possible to have a very dense collection of parts in a relatively small space. I have seen people that have Bricklink stores that have fewer parts than we do in inventory, but they're taking up 2 or 3 times the amount of space that we're taking up. So in the very beginning when we started this, the whole Bricklink projects, the Bricklink store came about kind of, I don't want to say by accident, but it wasn't something that we did purposefully in the very beginning. My wife, back in 2019, had gotten pretty sick. She got diagnosed with lupus, and she wasn't able to work. She couldn't hold down a job. There was days she couldn't even get out of bed. So after she got diagnosed and she was on some medications and she started feeling better, she still didn't feel up to having a full-time or part-time job. She just didn't. She knew that there were days she would not be able to go to work. And that's very common with people that have lupus. It's an up or down constant swing of physical problems, feeling sick, being sick. Just sometimes you got good days, sometimes you got bad days, and it was just something that was so random that trying to hold down a job with any company would be impossible. So she had actually mentioned, like, hey, maybe we could think about some kind of small home business, something I could do part-time when I feel good. And
you and I were getting back into Legos around the same time, too.
Yeah, we were actually starting a couple little personal projects. I've had Legos since I was 6 years old. And he had them since the day he was born, because I still had mine and he inherited mine. He's 31 and I'm 50. So we've had Legos for a very, very long time. And I will say Legos, and you will have to deal with it, because as a kid, they were Legos. And at 50 years old, they're still Legos. I don't care about the politics of it. I really couldn't care less. I know that it's for trademark purposes only, that they don't want them to be called Legos. And I don't care. So, when we started getting back into actually having personal hobby of getting back into playing with Legos and building stuff. Let me put this thing on mute. I didn't think about that. This thing's going to keep chiming and making stupid noises.
Always forget to do something.
Yeah, you always forget something. Whatever. Just turn the notifications down, so I don't want you to really have to, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. But yeah, when the whole thing about starting a new business came about, we were starting to get back into the hobby of Legos. And I personally hadn't touched them in 30 years.
Probably.
25, 30 years. But I still had, a 15, 20 gallon tote full of parts from when I was a kid, and he inherited them, and he'd been playing with them since he was a little kid.
I've always had about 100 pounds laying around.
Yeah. So, it wound up being just a chance coincidence that while we were getting back into building and designing stuff with Legos, my wife decided she was to the point where she thought it might be a good idea to try to do something from home. And I honestly don't remember why I came across it, but I'm almost positive that the whole concept of a Bricklink store came about from Brixar. I ran across one of his videos, and I remember him saying something about Bricklink. And I was like, Bricklink, never heard of that. I'll have to look into it. And within a couple of days or a week, I'd gotten on the website, and I was like, oh, okay, this is kind of cool. You can pretty much get any part you want here. And that was my introduction to Bricklink itself. So I do have to send out a thank you to Brixar. This wouldn't have happened if I didn't run across his video, probably. So it kind of started there. Once I had seen his video and he mentioned it being a legitimate business of buying and selling Legos, it kind of piqued my interest, having had them for 25, 30 years, 40 years. I knew a little bit about them. I figured this can't be too bad.
Yeah. How little you actually knew.
Yeah, how much I didn't know. So yeah, I started doing research, and I went through YouTube and specifically started looking for videos on Bricklink and people talking about it. Ran across lots and lots of videos. It was Brickzar, Pops. What was the other guy? Clutch.
Yep, Clutch. Jang Bricks.
Yeah, there was a lot of people out there that had already been doing videos for years. And, you know, keep in mind, when I found Bricklink, they'd already been around for 20 years, and I'd never heard of them, not once, from anyone. So, you know, the more I dug, it was like a rabbit hole. You know, you got into it, it was like, oh man, you can do this. Oh, this is cool, you can get this. So, I tend to fall into rabbit holes when I find one. So, this was no exception. Started doing research, and then it became like an obsessive compulsive. Okay, I'm going to learn all of it. You know, we're going to do this. We're going to do it right. And
because Evelyn was talking about that she would be interested in doing it at the same time.
Yeah, we did bring it. You know, once I saw the whole Bricklink concept, you know, business idea concept, talked to her about it, and I said, "Hey, what do you think about this?" She goes, "Well, yeah, you know enough about it that you can teach me everything I don't know already, and we can learn the rest of it together." Okay, cool. So she liked the idea, and she played around with some of the parts and pieces, and she's like, "Oh, okay, this is kind of cool. It's fun." You know, I guess she'd never played with Legos as a kid, but
she enjoyed building stuff too, which was awesome.
Yeah, today she still does. You know, she loves the flower kids, and she did the big minions and stuff like that. You know, she likes
cute things,
cute stuff. Yeah. the little seals and the elephants. She likes the cute stuff. So we kind of started there. I started looking into more and more information about Bricklink stores and how to organize it and how most people were running it. And I saw, you know, specifically, I know Brickzar, Clutch. Those are probably the two big ones that I remember seeing in the beginning. And I think at the time when I started doing a little research, Clutch was moving his store. Wasn't he the one that was building the 2x4 walls and repositioning his entire store?
I believe so.
I think it was him. And it was just...
Or was that Brick Vibe? Not Brick Vibe.
No.
What's the one that sold his store?
Oh, I don't know. There's been a few of them.
Jason was his name.
No. Oh, no, that wasn't it.
Okay.
That came later. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Clutch was in the process of moving and expanding his store. And I saw just a warehouse full of
shoe boxes.
Well,
shelves.
Yeah, totes full of the what do you call them?
Acromills.
The Acromills drawers. He had just hundreds of them laid out because they were going from one location to another, and then he was rearranging them in the store he was currently putting together. So it was like blank 2x4 walls that were getting all these things put back on in order. I think that was the first time I saw, like, besides Brickzar, like a really big inventory. I'm like, whoa, you're talking warehouse. This could be crazy big. And at the time, I mean, he was a good size store, but obviously there's massive stores out there. You got Brick Vibe. I think they're one of the biggest ones, at least in the U.S.
I'd love to see their system.
Oh, I want to see video of their place. Yeah, that's crazy, probably. I think they're up to 10, 20 million, something crazy in parts. Anyway, so I started doing a lot of research, and I'm a very analytical person, very... what would you call me when it comes to, like, trying to figure stuff out? Like, I really...
You're an overthinker. You try to find every positive and every pitfall in every decision.
Yeah, like doing a business, it's something like, okay, what's the worst case? What are the worst 5 case scenarios I can come up with? Okay,
how do we fix those first?
Yeah, if those come up, how do we work through that to make sure that no matter what else happens, it doesn't matter. We're okay. If we can solve these problems before they happen, or at least have solutions for when they happen, if they happen, then we know that we can't fail, because that's the worst thing we could possibly think of. And I kind of took that mentality when we started trying to figure out how to organize our store. And I had seen numerous people. There was a set of I forgot their name. It's been years since I've seen any other videos, but there were two women, I think in the UK, that were starting or they already had a store, but it was still small and they were still trying to grow it. So I saw how they were doing things from the very beginning. I had seen a couple other videos of other.
Wasn't it Chicks with Bricks?
Might have been. It sounds right. It could be.
I think it was Chicks with Bricks.
Yeah. And, they had a couple good videos, and they were explaining how they were trying to expand and grow. And I saw, how they were doing things from the very start. There's a couple other people on there. For some reason, I've noticed in the last couple of years, there's a lot of women that are starting their own Bricklink stores, and they're starting small. And they're, that's a great way to do it, obviously. But, I mean, if you've got a ton of money and you just buy a whole bunch of stuff and have a big store to start, that's a lot better. But it's not practical for the majority, I would think. But yeah, seeing a lot of these stores growing or starting from the ground up helped in trying to see where we could start and have an idea of where we wanted to be at the end. Like, say, right now we're 5 years in. We didn't have a 5-year plan so much. We just had goals that we wanted to meet on inventory quantities, and that was kind of the short long-term plan, was just okay, let's set these goals. When we get to a goal that we know we're doing good, or we're doing good well enough that okay, we'll set another goal. And in trying to figure out how to organize our store, like I said, I'm really analytical about stuff. I love spreadsheets. I love working on the computer, doing mechanical design, engineering. Like I like solving problems, especially mechanical problems. And this was a logistical problem, because as I got into it and learned more and more about Bricklink, I realized, oh damn, there's 84,000 parts, different parts. Where the hell is anybody going to put 80,000 parts? That's impossible, unless you're just massive. And seeing that as like the biggest problem is the logistics. I just tried starting. We had numerous discussions trying to work the problem backwards. It's like, okay, if we've got to come up with 10, 20, 30,000 places to put parts, how are we going to do it? How are we going to do it affordably and efficiently? How can we possibly afford to do it?
And I can tell you right up front, Acro Mills, as nice as they are neither. They're not affordable and they're not efficient.
No, they're not. We actually, to be honest, we bought 20, 30 Acro Mills style containers. They were off brands, but same thing. And we decided to fill them with some of the parts that we had.
We pieced out the Coliseum to see if it would work.
The Coliseum?
I had pieced out the Coliseum to build it, and as we were filling it, we realized how impractical they were.
Yep.
Just with one kit.
Yeah, he had one Lego kit, and we realized quickly, it's like, man, this is not good, because you can't expand, you can't contract. If you try to expand, there's more crap in the way next to it. It just didn't make logistical sense to me to have something that was so fixed, because this is a
ever-changing beast.
Yes, this is an ever-changing. It will never stop changing. There will always be a new part. There will always be a new color. There will always be discontinued parts.
And the quantities will never, ever be consistent.
Yeah, the quantities. That's the other big problem. Is not only do you have 84,355, whatever number that's up to today, I don't know, it's probably 84 something, 84,000 parts, but then you've got to figure, okay, I've only got one of this part, or I've got 1,000 of this part. So how do you put one part next to 1,000 parts? You just can't. It's not practical, because you're not going to have a giant. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have seen a few Bricklink stores in videos where they have an entire warehouse full of shoe boxes and big totes, and they are just dealing in mass bulk. That's awesome. I give them a lot of credit. That's a hell of a setup. However, that's not practical for us because we had a workshop when we started this. We actually had our own fabrication business that shut down about 3 or 4 months ago. We finally closed it after about 25 years of being in business. And it's due to a few reasons. The economy, I don't trust it at the moment, so I didn't want to be locked into a $50,000 a year lease that was doubling from the previous year's lease. We had new property manager, new owners for the property, and they were going to literally double the lease that we had been paying for years and years and years. And we were going to go from paying about $2,500 a month to almost $5,000 a month to keep the place. And I did not want to commit to that kind of overhead for a minimum of 2 years with the economy being as unstable and inflationary as it is at the moment. So we opted to close the business just out of what I saw as I just didn't want to be locked into it. I didn't see any reason. I didn't need to be locked into it. We had this to fall back on already. So,
not to mention all the side work that you do.
Yeah, I do side stuff for friends and stuff like that, CAD work. Yeah, so looking into this, we realized it was going to be a big logistical headache. And having some Acromills type drawers and starting it there, so figuring, hey, we'll just do what everybody else does at first. That's where we realized real quickly, it's like, this is not a good system. And we decided to come up with our own. We said, okay, if we were Lego with bottomless pockets and we needed to do a small store, how would we do it?
And of course, they have storage bins and a robotic rack system
worth billions
of dollars, which is a much larger scale version of exactly what we built.
Yep, we wound up taking their
mentality, their whole system.
Yeah, their system, and unautomating it. Basically, obviously, we are the labor instead of having the $1 million robots that run around and do the work for them. However, the way they have their warehouse is there is a spot for every part. That spot never changes. I mean, they could move that tote around somewhere, but there's one part in one tote in one location, and it's always there.
And it doesn't matter if there's one part or 1,000 parts in the bin.
Yep.
It's always there.
Yep. You always know exactly where it is. And more than likely, I mean, Lego may shift things around in the building, but it moves from one place to another and it stays there until it's moved again, and then it stays there. So they always know where their parts are. And I kind of liked that idea. Unfortunately, we realized right away that it was going to be very hard to do that because we don't have, the funds to...
A 10 football field
yeah,
building.
Exactly. A 10 football field worth of space to put everything.
Not yet.
And so, we just decided that we're going to try to figure something out similar, but stay within our means and our footprint. That's the other issue we have, is we've got, a decent sized room. This room is, I think, 13 by 30 feet, plus that wall is another 10.
8 or 10.
Yeah, that's probably another 10-foot wall that we can put stuff on. So we have a decent amount of space, but one of the problems that I saw with the Acromills storage containers is as you use them, you run out of cubic volume extremely quickly when it comes to using them, because they're only 4 inches deep, give or take, and they go on the wall. So when you've got a whole wall full of them, you have just killed all of the space in front of them, because you're not able to you can't stack them in front of each other. And that was one of the ideas that we had in the very beginning, was like, if you go to an old school hardware store, mom and pop shop, a lot of times they would have the little cubbies with stuff in it, and they had them on big walls, like a sliding glass door, and they were 3 deep. So you could move one door over, and there's another door. You can move another door over, and there's another door. And each one of those would basically be multi-layered stacks of your drawers. And we thought about doing something like that, but didn't really like the idea very much. It seemed clumsy still, because there's always something in your way. If you've got to get to anything that's not on the front wall, you got to move other stuff out of the way to get to the back 2 or 3 layers. And it just didn't. It could have worked, and it probably would have worked. However, it didn't seem like, okay, that's a good idea. It's like, okay, that could be plan B or C if we had to. And we came up with a lot of other stupid ideas. What other dumb ideas?
Turnstile cups.
Yep, the spindle type things. We saw the Acromills caddies. If you go to a commercial version of those, you can buy probably like 20 by 20 square column on a pedestal that rotates. So you can have 4 sides. So that increases your part cubic space that you can fill. However, it leaves a big dead space in the middle, and you've got these giant turnstile, revolving.
Stick out in the room.
Yeah, they stick out. And because they're square and they have to clear each other so the corners don't bang into each other when you rotate them, now you got to spread them apart and you got to pull them away from the wall. So now you're killing more space by using these and spreading them out so that they clear. So it was an idea, but we realized quickly that, okay, that's not very efficient either. Even though you think you're getting more space, you're losing more than you're gaining by spreading everything out every time. So again, it was just not a...
And then we tried the turnstile cup system. We made the custom stands at the shop where we used the cork cups to store parts. Remember that one?
No.
I know. It was PVC pipe bolted to the wall. Had PVC sheets where the cups sat down in them. It worked. It worked a lot better than the square footprint was smaller than the Acromills because they were all circles. But we didn't like the fact that we had to lift the cups up out of the slots every time.
Right. Yeah, that was a pain because every time you had to lift a cup, you had to make sure you had enough room above it. And if you're going to try to lift a 32-ounce cup, a quart cup, now you got to have a quart worth of space, so you're losing space again. And it really comes down to not so much how much wall space do you have, but how much cubic volume do you have, because the Acromills drawers are great for little tiny stuff. I think if you're gonna use the Acromills for your personal hobby, and you're gonna build just an inventory of personal parts that you can go grab all the time,
or if you want to keep all of your minifigure utensils all in one place, that'd be a great system for those.
Right. But when you're talking a store, like our goal right now is 1.5 million parts. That's what our goal is. And right now we're currently at a little over 800,000. So we're getting there. We put in about 35,000 in the last couple of months, or 350,000 in the last couple of months. And we're hoping by the end of the year we can at least get to 1 million.
I think it's doable because I think right now we're sitting at 860.
No, I thought it was 830 something.
No, our last upload pushed us further.
Oh, cool.
I can check. I got a computer in front of me.
Plus we got about 50 pounds of bricks to put in.
Yeah.
So anyway, it came down to like really trying to think this out. We probably spent a month
at least before we even thought about buying something.
Yeah, we probably spent. We did buy the little generic Acromills first. That was our first purchase when it came to storage. And like you said, once he started taking the Coliseum and putting it in drawers, we realized this isn't going to work. This is way too small time. And we took all those back. Actually, returned them all. But that's the point that we really realized that we had to spend a lot of time trying to figure this out before we started. And the caddies that we're using right now, they come from Walmart. They started out at $5 a piece. Now they're about $7 a piece because of this last few years of inflation that's going on. But if you do the math on either the cubic volume of parts or each compartment of parts versus Acromills or whatever generic brand you can get your hands on for 20, 30, 40 bucks, whatever they are. The price per drawer, as anybody using Acromills would say, is a fraction of what they cost versus these.
Yeah, I can buy 4 of our containers for every 1 Acromills. And the 4 containers that we use has more storage slots than 1 Acromill in the end.
So, definitely. These are easily 2 to 1. If we took 4 of these and completely filled them with parts, and you took 1 Acromills thing and completely filled it full of parts, we would have easily 2 times the volume of parts at 1/2 the price.
Well, I'm talking about just the storage slots. The Acromills are 6.
You're talking about number of cubbies? I'm talking about volume, but both.
Yeah,
both would double.
Acromills have 60 cubbies, and 4 of these have 17 times 4.
A lot.
A lot. It's like 70 or something, and it's 4 of these are the same price as 1 of those.
Right. So we started looking into these, and we realized that these were not the most efficient thing on the planet. After doing all the research and math and calculations and garbage that we went through, the smartest, most best possible thing you could come up with is going to be 18 or 20 inch deep drafting drawers with hundreds of little plastic cups that you can physically pull out and put back in. That we looked into this. It was very, very expensive. It was going to be thousands of dollars per cabinet, and then it was going to cost hundreds of dollars per drawer to fill them with the little multiple size plastic inserts that you can buy for these things. And we considered it.
We really did. We almost bought one.
Yep. But the fact that we did the math on what it was going to take to fill this room 6 feet tall with those drawers, it was going to be like I think it was $75,000 or something crazy. And
I think it was 30 grand just in the drawers.
Yeah, I think it was 40 grand in drawers, then another 10, 20, 30 grand in little plastic cups to fill this room the way we figured we were going to need to.
And then the biggest pitfall in that system, if a new part comes out, you have to shift your entire room 1 cup.
Yeah, that becomes a problem that will never end, and we realized that was the biggest, not only do you have the inventory problem, the volume problem, the logistics, the number of parts, but no matter what you do, it will be ever changing until the day Lego goes out of business, which is probably never going to happen. There is no way those guys are going to stop producing new parts, new colors.
Yeah, they're doing what, 150 new parts every month or something? It's ridiculous.
It's more than that. If we've been watching, what is it?
Elementary.
Yeah, the Parts Elementary group and page, and
I mean, they added over 1,000 new SKUs just in the Avatar line alone. It was ridiculous.
Once they have the colors and prints, I mean, it's just endless. And anybody that has a Bricklink store knows this already. I mean, you guys, I'm sure you're dealing with it yourselves. But we tried to come up with a solution of, okay, how can we keep our store so that no matter what happens, it's easy to add and subtract and shift everything all the time. And these caddies came down to not the perfect solution, don't get me wrong. I'm not swearing by everybody on Bricklink needs to wipe out their inventory and start over. However, for our purposes, our room, the space that we do not really want to grow out of, we want to keep it this size, keep it profitable, keep the store on a nice constant level. We figured that we can put about 1.5 million parts in this little, 13 by 30 room with these caddies and not have any real logistical volume problems. And we're more than halfway to our goal, our long-term goal. We have multiple goals, like we said before. We've passed 3 or 4 of them already, but our next one's 1 million. Then we're gonna have 1.25 million and 1.5 million. Once we get to 1.5 million, the plan is to keep the store fluctuating between 1.25 million and 1.5 million, and just keep it that size. I don't want to outgrow that, really, because then we would have to outgrow the room. And if we outgrow the room, you're talking overhead. You're talking spending money on unnecessary overhead. And we don't want to do that. There's no reason to. You can make a healthy living in a large garage space if you do it correctly.
Ours just happens to be very air conditioned.
Yes, we have a nice air conditioned. Yeah, the house had an addition put on it prior to moving in, and this is the back of the house living room addition. So we've converted this extra kind of small living room into our inventory room, and it works out great. I mean, the only thing that we did wrong in this room, and we could still fix it, but it's going to be a headache, and we really just don't feel like dealing with it, is if for any reason anyone ever decides to do something similar to what we've done, either find or modify your racks to 18 inches deep before you start. Because right now, the caddies are 17.5 inches deep. The racks come standard throughout the planet 24 inches deep. So behind every one of these caddies is a dead space. But the only thing that's really affecting is how much we can move our chairs back sitting at this desk. We can still get through, we can still do it, we can maintain everything with no problem, but we did waste how much? A foot. 17 and 24 is 7, so a little over, say 12, 14 inches of space from wall to wall. So we could have another 6 inches behind each one of us right now. But to do that, we would have to take every caddy off, every rack apart, grind them, cut them, have them re-welded, retouch up the paint, and then reassemble everything and put thousands of caddies back in. We just decided it's not worth the headache. But that's the one mistake we made, was not specifically finding 18-inch deep steel racks. And actually, that's not true. We could find them. I did find them. Problem is, they're a specialty item. 24 inches being the global standard. You can buy 18-inch deep racks. However, they are 2 to 3 times the price for a smaller rack.
A pair of uprights cost the same amount as an entire new rack system.
Yep, just not. It makes 0 sense. Again, it's not cost effective. So we said, what the hell? We'll go with the 24s and just work with that. And if we decide to cut them down someday, we can gain that extra 12 inches. But
the only benefit of gaining that extra 12 inches is because we at one point considered adding racks across the top of the desks.
We still might do that.
We still might. If 1.5 isn't enough to keep you happy.
If it doesn't fit either.
Yeah.
If we run out of room in this room, the plan B is to build 2 8-foot wide racks that will span each one of these desks that you're looking at. These are giant 3-foot by 8-foot double insulated sliding glass doors. One of the companies where our business dealt with sliding glass doors, and these are defective. They fog up in the summer, so they have to replace them, and they throw these away. So we were taking them because they were giving them away. So we have a 16-foot, basically one-piece desk here. We have another 16-foot desk up front that we do all of our sorting. And this is basically, this desk is completely empty because this desk is specifically for our hobby stuff. When we want to build stuff, this is where we're going to do it. That over there is basically all of our packing. We have a super precision scale down there at the end for scaling parts. But that's the bubble wrap. All the bubblers are
order
underneath.
fulfillment.
Yeah, it's packing and shipping is over there on that 8-foot desk. But if we run out of space, the plan is to build. I'm going to do something custom too, because we want it 36 inches wide, so we can put 2 caddies back to back on one rack, spanning 16 feet, plus probably removing all the Sterilite drawers at the end, and then possibly having 3 8-foot racks that we could fill. But that's years down the road if we ever need to. Right now we don't, so we don't care. But yeah,
I don't think you'll be happy at 1.5. I think you want to go bigger.
Think so?
Yeah, I think you will. I mean, the more we put in, the more we make. That's
true.
Just how Bricklink works. The more lots, the more parts you put in, the more money you make.
Yeah, the more you have, the more you sell. It's true. So yeah, we opted to go this route. It was the most efficient, most densely volumetrically packed system we could come up with that was cost effective, 100% flexible. If we need to move parts, we can move them. If we need to add an extra caddy because we want more room, we can just add an extra caddy and move everything over a little bit. Alex has laid out this entire room so that there are gaps every so often of blank space. That's just to allow for the expansion, because every time we do a bulk upload or we're sorting a bulk color, there's usually parts we didn't have in inventory from the last cycle or new parts that came out, and that's going to happen forever. Yep. You need some place to put them, and we decided that this Dewey Decimal alphabetical Bricklink category system was the smart way to go.
One of the biggest drawbacks that we had come up with, and this goes back to he's got to solve every problem before it comes up. If worst case scenario, somebody loses their store somehow, and they're
say Bricklink crashes,
or
heaven forbid,
or just like last year where they got hacked and had to reset their system back 2 weeks.
Bricklink shuts down for a week, which I don't ever want to see that happen again. That was terrible for everybody. But if Bricklink disappears for a week, what happens to your inventory? You're like, oh shit, I don't know where anything is. Because it's all based on your remarks and the drawers you stuck the parts in. And, it's
built into their library system.
Yes, built into their library system. Now, any good Bricklink store, anybody that has run into major problems in the past, probably knows that they need to download their store inventory every once in a while. We're in the process of having a custom app built, and it's like 99.3% done, or like another week or 2, and this thing should be mint and ready to upload. Or build an Android app for specifically doing
massive bulk
inventory uploading. Yeah, it's not designed to compete with Brickstore. It's not designed to compete with Bricklink's inventory system. This was something that I specifically wanted things done a very, very specific way. And Brickstore is awesome.
I love Brickstore.
Oh, I use it all the time. Even though we're building our own app, we use Brickstore.
Our lists go through Brickstore before they go into inventory.
I really, there are things about Brickstore that are perfect. There are things in Brickstore that I don't quite like, and I think there's a lot of things in Brickstore for a lot of people that are overkill. The guy who's doing the software development on that program, I mean, I know it's changed hands. If I'm not mistaken, it's back in the hands of the person who originally started it right now. I don't know that for sure, but I think that's how it's going. However, Brickstore is freaking awesome. Anybody that's not using it, go use it. It's free. It's amazing. The guy works off of donations only, and if you don't donate, you should, because the software is worth it.
Not a paid promotion, by the
No,
way.
not a paid promotion. However, I have no problem promoting things that we use that work well. Same with Brick Freedom. We used Bricklink in the very beginning because I don't think Brick Freedom existed when we started.
And that was so buggy.
Oh,
that ruined our inventory twice.
Yeah, Bricklink was... Well, Bricklink had gone through some type of transition where I think the person who was developing it passed away. And then it was kind of like up in the air for a while. And then it wasn't working right. And then some of the other... Yeah, I think it's more back in the like an open source thing. And I think people are working on it. That's fine. You know, that's cool. We used it for probably at least a year or two in the beginning.
Probably 2.
Once we opened our Brick Owl store, we started using Bricklink, and it worked. It didn't work flawlessly, but it was working. And I think at the time that was one of the few options you had. I don't think there was much else.
Yeah, there was no cross. There was only like 2 things that went cross-platform between Bricklink and Brick Owl.
Yeah.
And it worked the best out of the 2.
Yeah, it did. And then Steven from Brick Freedom came along and started developing that. And
we use that religiously.
Yes, the 1% or whatever he charges, I have no problem giving that to him to keep my inventory synced between platforms. I don't have to think about it. I don't have to do anything. I just pay the bill once a month, and I'm happy. It works. It just
and
works.
We use it daily.
Well, yeah.
I use it daily.
He uses it for pulling his parts. I don't use it for anything other than once in a while looking up our sales or, you know, something like that. I just use it for the reports more than anything, but he uses it religiously for pulling his parts. But yeah, back to what was the other software?
Brickstore.
Brickstore, yes. Brickstore's great.
And our app. That's what we were talking
about. Yeah, our app and Brickstore. So anyway, yeah, the app we're putting together is not designed to compete with anyone. I just wanted something that was idiot proof. I want to be able to hand a phone to somebody and say, here, do this, just follow the steps, and you shouldn't make any mistakes. And I know Brickstore can do everything, and it does most of it extremely well. I give him a lot of credit. He's busted his ass on that program and still is working on it all the time. However, I think for a employee, say if we bring in an employee that is going to do any type of inventory work, Brickstore itself is a very complex program for a newbie to come in and work with. You need somebody that's knowledgeable to work Brickstore to its potential. Yeah. Right. You know, I'm not trying to criticize Brickstore at all. It's amazing. Yeah. It's the best thing out there. I wouldn't change anything. But that is for a Brickstore owner to operate.
Yes.
Someone who owns a Bricklink store that knows Bricklink and knows inventory and knows logistics. That program is perfect for that person. However, you got a 17-year-old kid comes in part-time working on helping you with your store, Brickstore is going to be way over their head and
very overkill for what steps you would give them.
Right. You wouldn't trust someone at that level to even touch your Brickstore files. You just wouldn't. The app that I'm working on is to hand off to that person that doesn't know a lot, that can help you, but can't screw anything up at the same time. So, that'll be released in the next couple of weeks probably. I think on Monday I gotta sit down with Joseph and we're gonna finalize the last couple of little bugs in it. So anyway, back to the software and inventory. The caddies themselves.
I'll grab a category.
Yeah, let's show everybody.
I'll grab plates.
Well,
they're right here.
Before you do that, maybe grab the camera and just give like a brief overview of a shelf. Now again, you need to realize that our store was designed specifically to find every part that's possibly in our store and be able to shrink, scale, transition our store at any point in time. I'll get closer. Yeah,
well, I was going to do. Yeah, I just can't see the.
Here, take the phone too.
Well, show it to me.
Okay. The caddies themselves are our entire store starts in color alphabetical order. Yep. Your first color is black, and you've got blue, and it goes on to bright light green, or bright green, bright orange. As you work your way through the store, the entire store is alphabetical by color. After color, you can see that each caddy, zoom in on just that one first row right there. Yeah, that's good right there. Hold it right there so they can see the first dozen. You can see that you start with aircraft, animal 1, animal 2, antennas, arch. Again, it is laid out exactly the same as Bricklink's category system. So you go color, category. We have subcategories that we kind of call them that are, kind of made up stuff. But then,
or we'll combine similar things like airplane parts.
Go back just a hair.
Where are we going?
Go back to the bricks. You've got bricks 1 by 1 to 1 by 4 in caddy 1. In brick caddy 1, it's 1 by 1s to 1 by 4s. The next caddy 1 by 6s to 16s. The caddy after that 1 by weird bricks, because stuff that just doesn't fall into one of those two categories you put in there. Then you go on to your 2 by bricks. So like I said, we did make up some of these subcategories, but it is still the same format as Bricklink's inventory system. That's good. Okay, so that's how the whole store is laid out. By color, by category, by subcategory, by individual part. Grab grab the 2 brick.
I was going to get them in a color you can see.
Oh, yeah, because black's really hard. Grab something bright.
Yep, blue.
No, get even brighter than that. Go down to like light blue gray. Really easy to see, or something. Bright light orange. Something stupid.
All the smaller colors aren't broken down that same way.
Yeah. So like I said, Alex, go get some light blue bricks. We don't have to look anything up. We know where light blue is. We know where bricks are. And then if I say, hey, I need a 1 by 2 by 2 light blue brick, he can tell exactly what caddy to grab it from. Yeah, you can read that. That's good.
You see the bottoms?
No, tilt the camera down just a little bit for him so that you can see the bottom of it a little. One more. Good. Okay. Okay, so these right here are going to be light blue bricks. It's all of them. Everything.
When you open one.
Yep, every brick you read in an order, if it says light blue, you know it's in one of those 5 caddies, and you knew exactly in the room where it was. You have to tilt it up a little. There you go. Yeah, you can see that pretty well. So inside the caddy, every part has its own spot, and this spot never changes. It could grow or shrink or shift in this caddy,
but it'll always be in this caddy.
Right. If for some reason, say 3 new bricks come out and they don't fit in here, what do you do in a stack-on situation? You find another drawer somewhere else in the room and go put them over there. He'll just grab an empty caddy and put it right next to it and say, okay, here's caddy number 6 for bricks. Let me tilt the camera back up.
Good?
Yeah, it's cockeyed.
Which way?
Tilt it towards you. Good enough. Okay. So, and here's a perfect situation. I have no idea down there where anything is because I don't do the order picking very often. But wait till it shows.
Tell me what you want and I'll find it.
Bring me. Well, what's a stupid part? Let's come up with something really dumb.
Make it hard.
Get me a dark blue gray minifigure gun. There. Now he's going to say, well, which one do you want?
Yep. Which one do you want?
Yep. See, we knew exactly where all that part is because they're all categorized exactly like Bricklink's system. So we decided, you know, for multiple reasons, obviously the space, the money that it costs to buy all the parts, the volume of room we have to work in, the expansion and contraction and shifting of the store as new parts are produced, other parts are discontinued, that this made the most amount of sense for us. And, you know, the fact that we're not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that we can cram 1.5 million parts in this store without changing anything right now is awesome. Because that's a healthy sized Bricklink store for any, you know, DIY home 3-person project. You know, Alex lives with us, so it's my wife, myself, and him. It's just the 3 of us doing this, and we've managed in 5 years. We're now up to 850-ish thousand parts.
We had a couple of sales bring us down. We're back to 833.
Oh no, 833. I thought we were like 835. I didn't think it was quite that high, but you know, somewhere in there. I knew it was 830s. But, and we know we can get to 1 million parts by the end of the year. And I think the space we have, without doing any new modifications or adding anything other than putting in more caddies here and there where we need them, I don't think we'll have much of a problem getting up to 1.5 million parts. Now, one of the big things that a lot of people is like, oh, you've got all these caddies and you've got all these parts in there. What happens if you run out of a part? So what? It's just an empty space till we get it back.
Just like an Acro Mills drawer.
Yeah. You know, if you guys were to take your Acro Mills drawers and designate them to the parts that are in them now and say, you know what, I'm never going to put another part in that drawer. It'll just stay empty till I get that part again. That's what we're doing without having the drawers themselves. You know, each part has its own designated space in the room. It doesn't change. It's always there. We always know where to go get it. The other thing that we've got questions on is like, well, what do you do when you've got too many of a part? Well, that's an easy solution. Each rack, keep in mind, each rack is 4 shelves tall. You can see the shelves in the picture.
Well, I click the other camera.
Right. Each shelf is each rack is 4 shelves tall, roughly 7 feet wide, and we can put about 30 to 33 of our caddies per shelf all the way around the room. So each rack holds roughly 120 of our caddies, is the rough numbers we're going with. The first rack is all black. And then the second rack starts blue. But halfway through the second shelf, the color changes. So you've got blue for the first 6 caddies, and then it goes over to bright green, bright light blue, bright light orange, bright light orange, 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 orange. Then it goes down to bright pink. Then it goes to brown. So as you go through the shelves, the colors will change. It's not like one rack is one color, except for black, because it's the first one, and we've just basically said, okay, we're just going to designate this rack
and
to black.
That many parts.
Right, and yeah, there's a lot of black parts, obviously.
We're going to do overflow.
Yeah, I'll change it back to the other one so you can see it. Grab one of the drawers from under there, or one of the totes.
This particular one is just blue bricks.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where all of our overflow lives.
Yep. So we've got too many parts that fit into one of the little spots inside the caddy. You know, if you've got bulk parts, then we just take all of what we call just overflow, and it goes into a Ziploc bag into one of these totes. And those totes go all the way around the entire room, and the parts in those totes are the parts the same color as in the rack above it, for the most part. Once in a while, we've got to shift stuff around for the overflow because we get a lot of one thing and not enough of another. But in general, this whole rack has all the black overflow under it. And then this rack over here is going to have all the blue, bright green, bright pink, dark azure, dark blue gray starts there. And that just works its way around the room. So that's how we deal with very large quantities of parts. These little totes I bought from Walmart I don't remember what they cost, but I want to say they were like $6 a piece, $5, $6 a piece, something like that. And I bought like 30 or 50 of them or something because we knew we were going to use them everywhere and we could use them for other stuff as well.
So and they were the perfect size to go under the steel racks.
Yep. Yeah, this side there's a bigger gap because unfortunately over the last 5 years, going to Home Depot only, these racks have changed 3 or 4 times. They buy them from different manufacturers or suppliers in China, and even though they look the same and they're all rated the same and the boxes look the same, when you open it up, the parts are different and they do not fit or match. So that was another mistake that we made, thinking that, hey, down the road all this stuff will be the same, we can just buy more.
This whole room is matched except for the one in the end.
Yeah, I know.
I have changed all of them so that they match.
Right. We have other racks throughout the house. We have some in the garage. We have some in the front. We've put them in different places for other things. And as we've bought more racks, we've started realizing that, oh man, these shelves won't match up with those shelves, or something of that nature. And he had to go through and actually disassemble the room a couple of times to get the racks that we had from our business or our workshop when we closed it down. We brought those home because they did match the other ones. So we replaced all the racks in this room with the identical rack so that all of our shelves could be consistent. All of our spacing was consistent. Everything was the same.
Except one of our large limitations is Evelyn. She's only 5'6" on a good day, and she has a hard time reaching the 4th shelf as it is.
Yeah, and part of the lupus is joints and ligaments, and her trying to get up here and reach the top shelves gets painful quickly for her. So we try not to be too tall on everything. Otherwise, him and I, we're both over 6 foot tall. We could reach the ceiling and we wouldn't care. It wouldn't matter to us. But she's limited to how high she can really reach all day long if she's back here picking parts. So the top shelf around the room right now does not have the caddies except for this over here, which is some of our personal collection. You can't see that?
I changed the view.
Oh, okay. I'll change it back. Now you can see up here on the top right, there are caddies up on that very upper shelf, and that's just some of our personal stuff. So
that's all of our minifigure stuff we haven't gotten to yet.
Yeah, that's minifigures. That's another problem. But yeah, these are the reasons we did what we did and how we deal with it. And when it comes to picking parts, it's
so simple.
It's simple for him. He does most of the part picking when it comes to picking the orders. I don't personally like picking parts. I like sorting. I like organizing. I like software. I like programs. I like dealing with the invoices.
And I like labor.
Yeah, he likes doing, I don't know, for whatever reason.
I like working. I like working with my hands.
I don't like working. I'm tired of working. Been doing it too long.
But one of the big things that I didn't like when it came to picking parts and fulfilling orders in the beginning was when we 50,000 parts, everything was in drawers and bags. All this shelving stuff was
it did come about
second
later.
Or third generation organization for us.
Yeah, we did start out with some Sterilite drawers and bags.
Which we still have.
Yeah.
So what you can't see behind the camera is our new inventory.
Yeah, our storage.
Which is still in drawers.
Yeah. Those are all new parts. The rest of the store with all the caddies is all used parts. We didn't mention that, but the majority of our store is used parts. We decided to focus on used rather than new for a couple of reasons. I met a few people in the beginning that were also Bricklink store owners. Nathan from Brick Slingers, he and I had met online, and David, he also has a Bricklink store. I don't remember the name of his off the top of my head. Quite a few people. We kind of became a little network group of Bricklink store owners, similar to the Buy and Sell Bricklink group page on Facebook. But this was 4 years ago, and it was all YouTube based. We were all friends that discussed the ins and outs of our Bricklink stores, discussed all the numbers, our sales, our profits, everything. If you go on YouTube and just search Brick Slingers, there's probably 30, 40, 50 videos. Nathan was him and Jason had started it, and Jason had sold his store at some point, and then Nathan and I continued Brick Slingers for a couple of years, and then he kind of retired, and we haven't done much with Brick Slingers in a couple of years now. But while we were, it was great because there was probably 10, 15, 20 of us that were on there talking and chatting and discussing all the ins and outs of our individual stores, the pros and cons of what we were doing, and we were all helping each other, just like the buy sell group, or I'm sorry, the Bricklink buyers sellers group on Facebook is right now. Once that group started, I joined that one, and it's very similar to what we were doing, and we were doing live stream videos and talking to other store members and answering questions and stuff like that. So that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that. This is us today doing this video is like a little bit of a continuation of that, and catching people up on what our store has done over the last few years since we stopped doing the live streams. But I have no problem. I don't see other Bricklink stores as competition. I know some stores are very open to discussing the details of their stores, and then there are a few stores that I've run across that won't tell you anything. They don't want to talk to anybody else. They don't want to give away whatever secrets they have. And to be honest, the only secrets that we ever really had, and probably still to today, is just our suppliers and sources for parts. That's the only, I don't want to say secret, but that's the only information that people shy away from as far as sharing. I couldn't care less about sharing the profits or the profit margins or what it cost me to buy caddies and racks, and how many orders I got this week, how many parts I sold this month. That information is, who cares? I mean, it's
public knowledge. If you follow stores,
you really want to dig hard enough, you can find a lot of the information yourself. So, giving people advice and helping other people grow stores, I think is good for the Bricklink community itself. And that's part of the reason we're doing this video. It's not like, oh, I'm trying to show off. I'm just trying to show people something that they've probably never seen, because I'm pretty sure we have the only Bricklink store that is laid out like this. I don't think I've ever seen anybody else do it this way. And I don't know why. I think it was just everybody else was doing this and they kind of followed the same model. That makes sense. We tried that too, but we saw some potential problems that we didn't want to deal with down the road.
And we hit them very quickly too in the beginning. We started our store with about 36,000 parts. They were all new clearance kits. We went around the entire county, bought up everything we possibly could instead of going on vacation, because Evelyn was getting sick and didn't feel like traveling. So we took our vacation money and dumped it into the store. Mm-hmm. And like I said, we started with like the Coliseum. We had it in the Acro Mills. And
tell them about the whole thing between October and December. That's when we were building the store.
We started with the Acro Mills and the knockoff Acro Mills, and it like we said, just right away we saw that it wasn't going to be easy enough to work with. We really didn't want to rely on the remarks for keeping track of everything, and right away we went from drawers to racks. We initially, I think we had 30, 40 drawers, and we outgrew those within the first month. And once we started buying up used, we realized one color is going to take up an entire wall if we do it the way that everybody else was doing. Yeah. Because there was such a variety of so many parts. It was a lot to take in really quickly. And another one of the things that we do very differently than everybody else, whether they're sorting new or used, is how we sort.
Yeah, we get criticized for this every time it comes up. Everybody hates us for it. We sort by color.
We pay to have our bulk inventory sorted by color. And from there, we break it down into very generalized Bricklink categories.
Yeah.
To start with, there's 8 main categories. One of them's bricks, one of them's plates. You got tiles, Technic, slopes, minifigure, and one we call miscellaneous. I'm sure I'm forgetting a couple, especially for large colors. For large colors, we'll pull certain things out. But it's to be able to have large bulk inventory uploads quickly. Starting from color is a lot easier because you can hand somebody 100 pounds of a color and say, okay, break it down into these 8 categories.
They don't have to know anything.
Yep, they don't have to know anything at all.
Yep. The one of the things that I kind of always had a disagreement with everybody so far. I mean, Nathan and I from Brickslingers, he and I talked about this quite a few times. He has sorters, or had, I don't know if he still does, but he had sorters, and they would sort his parts by category. So they'd have bricks, plates, tiles.
But they'd be in 72 colors in every category.
But they had to know what the part was to do that, which is okay after the first week or two. You know, I'm sure most people are going to learn the primary categories pretty quickly. But after that primary category step, you need to know a lot more. And just getting somebody doing something part-time at home, we wanted to make it as easy as possible for people to be able to do it and not have to learn a lot. And starting with the color was, I'm not trying to criticize anything, but it's the dumbest down level of Lego sorting. Mm-hmm. You can sort by color, and as long as you're not colorblind, you can do it. You don't need to know anything about Legos. Just put the black ones here, put the white ones here, put the gray ones here, and just keep going. Just don't stop.
And we do color groups. Like all of the greens start together. All of the reds start together. All the pinks and purples go together.
Right.
And it's really simple work that anybody can do. We've got a neighbor with 3 young children. They beg to come over and sort because they just want to play with the Legos.
They send their kids over, and their 4-year-old daughter, I think she's 4, isn't she?
Yeah, I think she just turned 4.
She came over the other day, and she's like, I want to help. And I'm like, okay, cool. And she's like, she got up in the chair next to my wife, and she's like putting the
She was
parts.
sorting bricks.
Yep, she was sorting bricks, and she's like, okay, put the little ones here, put the little ones there. And it was so simple because it was the easiest, any little kid could do it. And
when they don't work for free, we give them candy and we give them toys. One of them loves Ninjago, so he's always getting Ninjago figures. They just enjoy coming over and playing.
Well, yeah, our house is like a toy store. I mean,
yeah.
What do you expect? But no, I mean the color. The first step of sorting is obviously picking out all the big junk in the electronics. You're going to weed through everything just to pull out the stuff that you don't.
We pull out most of our minifigure stuff.
Because we actually wash all of our parts in a commercial washing machine. We've never had any problem with the parts getting messed up. Everybody's, oh, you're going to mess up the parts. No, you don't. We've been doing it for 5 years, and our parts look great. Just look at our feedback. It's like 100%. And 90% of what we sell is used parts. So anyway, but we have to obviously weed out any big, massive parts. You pull out the boats. You pull out the
large
the
plates.
Base plates. All the big junk you pull out. All the electronics you pull out because you don't want it to get run through a washing machine. And then we hand over, our current sorter that we use is local to us, and we drop off anywhere between 800 and 1,000 pounds of mixed parts to him, and we get 25, 30 totes back, all color sorted. all the blacks in 1 or 2 totes, all the whites in 1 or 2 totes. And what we do is we take it and we have, places in that we store the bulk sorted parts, and they just sit there until we get to them. When we go right now, we're figuring it's about 6 months cycle to go through all the colors for inventory. So we figure we can rotate parts in and out of the store twice a year. It's kind of what we're working at right now.
And we do about 100 pounds of all of the large colors at a time.
Yeah, we'll take 2 totes, which is roughly 100 to 110, 20, depending on what size totes. Say roughly 120 pounds of parts at a time. And we'll spend a couple of days just sitting there and sorting down all black parts to like 10 categories. We got bricks, modified bricks, plates, modified plates, tiles, slopes, Technic, miscellaneous, which is all vehicle parts, airplane parts, anything that has to do with vehicles goes in there. You got bars and strings and all that junk goes into a miscellaneous. If it's not a brick, plate, or tile or a slope, it's kind of a miscellaneous part. So they go in there, and we can take 100 pounds of parts and break it down in 2 days?
Yeah,
give or take.
Take us 2 days to break it down into the 8 primary groups, and then we wash it all.
Yeah, once it's broken down into those groups, it's a manageable amount of parts. It's maybe like 1 or 2 Sterilite drawers of that particular what do we call them? They're
subcategories.
No, it's not a subcategory. It's a
primary.
Yeah, we've got primary and subcategories. That's it. The primary categories are just still all mixed stuff for the most part. And then once we get into, we'll take all of the bricks. Last time we had like a whole 17. Well, we did more than 100 pounds of it.
No, it's just whatever. Every color's different.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yellow had 35 pounds of just bricks.
Yeah.
But it had 5 pounds of everything else.
Yeah, that's true.
It all depends on the color.
Yeah, your part volume changes drastically based on the color itself. So sometimes we'll have a ton of bricks. Sometimes we'll have more bricks than plates. Sometimes we'll have more plates than bricks in one color. It's just whatever that 100-pound yields. We take all that and then we wash the category. And after that category dries, then we take it and then we start breaking that one. We do one category at a time. So we'll start with bricks and we'll have, say, 35 pounds of bricks. And we'll break the bricks down into categories. We've got 1 by bricks, 2 by bricks, and then anything bigger than a 2 by brick. So now you've taken 35 pounds or 40, 50 pounds of parts and you've broken it down into 15 and 15. And it becomes more manageable to handle.
And it's work anybody can do.
Yeah.
Because you're just generalizing your categories.
Yeah. And once you break down some of those categories, every step becomes easier because there's less crap to look at. You're not looking at 40 different bricks. Once you're a couple steps in, you're only looking at 8. There's 8 kinds of bricks left. It's like, well, okay, you can pick all those out in 10 minutes. So, once we've broken it down 1 or 2 levels, every step just becomes easier because you're not looking at an entire drawer of modified bricks anymore. Or modified plates. When we break down our plates, we put all the modified plates with a clip go in one spot. All the ones with a bar go in one spot. All the round modified plates go in one spot. So we'll take the modified plates, break that up into 8 categories, and then each one of those subcategories just becomes 10 times easier to work with. And flow-wise, we've gotten pretty efficient at breaking down parts. And
we can break down 100 pounds of parts in about 2 to 3 weeks, depending on which color it is, because white and black take the longest because they have the most lot counts on Bricklink. Yeah. There's just so many parts in those colors. It just takes longer.
Right.
But on average, we're probably about 2.5 weeks per large color, I would say.
So we took 2.
The 3 of us can break down an inventory 100 pounds of a color in about 2.5 weeks.
Yeah.
It used to go faster when Jessica was here, but she's no longer with us. She went to Colorado.
Yeah. So there used to be 4 of us doing this together. Now there's only 3 of us. So it does take things a little bit longer, but we're figuring it out. And the other thing that determines how much we get done is how much we actually work.
Yes.
That's always been an issue. We always have it in our head, yeah, we're going to get up and work 8, 10, 12 hours today, and we're going to get this whole color knocked out.
We never seem to hit that goal.
Nah, after lunch or dinner, it's like, let's just, maybe we don't need to get all that done today. So, that's probably one of the worst parts about working for yourself is just being able to be disciplined enough to stay on top of it. We've gotten, we're at a happy point right now. We could be doing more, but we could definitely be doing a lot less too. So we're content with the level of productivities that we have.
Yeah.
But no, there's always, you could be doing more. We could always be doing more. But you also don't want to get burned out doing it too, because that's very easy. You'd be up there. We've all done 16-hour days of sorting or inventory or putting stuff away. And after a while, your head hurts. Your brain starts to hurt because you're looking at the same thing a million times or counting the same thing 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. 800 lots later, it's like, oh my God, I don't want to do this anymore.
One of the best investments anybody can make when starting a Bricklink store, get a very good precision counting scale. It'll save so many headaches across the 800,000 parts that we have in inventory.
Yeah. I go kind of into the rabbit hole sometimes on things, and when we started looking into counting scales, because I'd seen a couple other people on YouTube talk about it, I'm like, oh, that's a smart idea, we'll get a scale, we'll be able to weigh it. In my head, thinking about databases and inventory and logistics, started getting in this thing, you know what, we're going to do it right. I'm going to have a database on the computer, we're going to have a barcode scanner that'll scan the part. We can just automatically throw the part on the scale and weigh them. We don't have to do anything. Unfortunately, in the very beginning, I did not know or realize, and this is something that some people may not know, the same part, a 1x1 brick, in 72 colors, is going to weigh 72 different weights. The color pigment in the part changes the part's weight enough that on a large volume count will throw off your count dramatically. So in the beginning I thought, oh cool, we could just have we could assemble a database of all the Lego parts and put that into a computer, have a barcode scanner hooked up to the computer so that we can, okay, I've got a sheet of 1x1 bricks, scan the 1x1 brick barcode, have the scale automatically set itself to the weight of a 1x1 brick, and not have to do any counting at all. Just go by what the scale says, because the part weight will always be right. That wasn't really practical once I realized that if you have a 1x1 brick, not only do you have to have the correct weight for that brick, you have to have the correct weight for that brick in every color. And even that is not accurate enough because there are multiple molds for every part, and every mold of every part
weighs differently.
Weighs a little bit different. So if you're counting 2,000 parts and you scan a part in red and you're weighing a part in blue, they will not be right. So that whole idea kind of went out the window, unfortunately. I was really excited about that because I know enough about databases and software and all this stuff that was going to be fun for me. It didn't work. I mean, it could, but it's not worth the level of work that would have to go into it, to be honest. The counting scales, If you've got yellow bricks, put 10 or 20 on the scale, zero it, throw your 1,000 in there, and it's really close enough. And once we realized you kind of had to fudge it a little bit because of the different weights of different parts, I just started looking into higher quality scales that would take some of that fudge factor out. And I went overboard like I usually do. We started out with the first scale I bought was on eBay. And it's an old Sataris. Sataris is the brand. The particular model, I'm not going to tell you because I want to find another one. And I'm not going to tell you which model it is. You're going to have to find your own. But Sataris makes very good quality precision laboratory counting scales. And a new one, as in any laboratory scale, are insanely expensive. However, the one I was looking at, I won for...
That was $50.
$50 on eBay. And
it cost more to ship it.
Yeah, it did. It probably cost more to ship the damn thing because they are heavy. I think they put concrete inside them to give them the mass and weight it needs to be precision. It's like, a granite block is not going to move around. A piece of tinfoil will. So that was the first.
Lucky with our first scale.
Yeah, the first scale we got was amazing. I loved it. I still use it all the time.
It's your scale up front.
Yeah, my counting scale up front in my inventory spot is that first original scale. Since then, we have bought 3 other scales, and the brand is Avery. Now, you want to talk about expensive scales. This company makes insanely expensive scales.
You're talking $4,000 or $5,000 for an entry level of their scales.
Well, no, you could get one of the newer version entry scales for $2,500. If you want the really good one that you can plug into the computer and you can run a database through the scale, that one's closer to $4,500. So
this just happened to be the ones you bought.
Yeah,
he will automate this system at some point.
I will have the little arm running through the room, just like Lego Warehouse does it at some point in time. But yeah, if you want a good scale, there's lots of good brands out there, but the Sataris and Avery are the ones that I have purchased and swear by. There's a lot of other ones out there that are kind of like, jank versions or Chinese things that are, I don't know what their quality is going to be. But you can get a lot cheaper scales for sure.
The biggest limitation of any counting scale, though, is going to be the resolution that it can weigh. And the reason we keep swearing by these 2 brands is because they go down to 0.01 grams, which is very necessary when doing small Lego pieces.
Yeah.
Lego hands, minifigure hands, minifigure accessories, round plate dots, round tile dots. They all need that hyper precision, especially across all the colors.
Yeah. So if you're right this minute, it's kind of inconvenient to go show you the scales, but we'll do some other video and actually do a little demo on the scales themselves at some point, separate from all
I'm
this.
going to be doing orders after this. I can do.
They might see you do.
Yeah, they'll probably see it.
But yeah, the scale is if you're trying to grow your store and you want to be any legit size store, you want to get up into hundreds of thousands of parts, get yourself a counting scale and get a good one. If you're going to skimp on something, don't skimp on the scale. Like I said, I spent $50 on the first one. I spent $200 on my second one. I spent $250 on the third one, and then I spent $500 on the last one I bought.
The last one's really cool, though.
The last one I bought was the top of the line Avery counting scale. That one was $5,000 new. So when I got it for $500, I didn't feel too bad about it. It is a huge amount of money to spend on a scale. Yes, I could have bought 10 other scales for $100 a piece, or 5 other scales for $100 a piece.
But it was bought specifically for doing bulk inventory uploads. It's got a much lower resolution than our super precision scales. It's only accurate to a gram. But when you're weighing 10 pounds of 2x2 bricks, you don't need to be accurate to 1/100th of a gram.
That particular one he's talking about, we got that one for $200.
Oh, you bought another one since?
That was the one that cost $500. Or no?
No, that's the one. Mine up front.
Yours up front was a 5, so we have 3.
We've got 4 scales.
Oh, we got 4 scales. Yeah, I don't even remember anymore. Anyway,
I've got 2 up front. You've
the
got
ultra,
one up front.
the ultra high end one is the one that you're using.
That thing is awesome.
That's the $5,000 one that we got for $500.
It's all full touch screen, hyper precision, and
if you want to run it through a computer with a 80,000 part database, that is the scale you have to buy to do it. The software is $2,000. The scale is $5,000. I'm not quite going to go to that level. I'm not going to bother with the database, but I could. But I'm not going to.
We bought it specifically for the precision.
Yeah, we bought it for the precision. And the other thing you have to watch out for when you're buying scale is not only the precision, but the maximum weight. You can get a hyper precision scale. Most of these are cheap. You can go on Amazon, Walmart. Doesn't matter where you go. You can buy cheap ass digital counting scales all day long for $10-20. Problem is, they max out at like 50 grams or 100 grams or 500 grams. 454 grams is a pound. So if you've got a scale that maxes out at 1 pound, and you've got a drawer full of parts that you're trying to count, your scale can't do it. You got to break it up into multiple little batches and count each little batch, and then add them all up and figure it out. It wasn't worth it. I opted to spend the one we have down here at the end that you can't really see right now.
Go get it.
No, just leave it there. Let's see it later. That's the one we paid $200 for. The other one up front that we just got, which is the same scale, lower precision, higher maximum, is also $200. We bought that one for big bulk counting, like when we're doing bricks, and we know that the scale is accurate enough for a 1x1 brick. We can dump 10,000 bricks into a tote, and the scale can handle it. This one back here would be more precision, but this one maxes out at like 3 or 4 pounds because it is higher precision. So it's a scale.
It's a sliding scale.
Yeah, it's a sliding scale that the manufacturers have to work within. If you got higher precision, your overall weight limit is lower. If you raise the precision or lower the precision, so it's a less accurate scale, then you can weigh a lot more weight on the scale. It's just a compromise that they have to make. Or you can spend idiot money and buy an ultra precision one that can do 100 pounds, and that one's going to cost you like 50 grand. It's obviously not practical. They are out there, but it's not a normal thing. You're really going to pay for something like that. So find yourself a happy medium. Start with a budget. I would say budget $200 for a good used laboratory counting scale, and don't feel bad about spending the money, because you will, the first 100 times you weigh parts, you're going to be like, I don't care what it costs.
I used the one up front last week, and we were doing, was it red bricks? It was either red bricks or yellow plates or something, but within 3 parts of using the scale, it would have paid for the scale. It's not a lot when you're talking about inputting 50,000 bricks or 50,000 plates at a time. It's pennies.
Yeah. You stop caring at a certain point, because it doesn't matter what it costs, it's worth it. Obviously, you want to get a good deal. And I'm very good at hunting down good deals. I enjoy the hunt. But yeah, definitely get yourself a good counting scale. No matter what size your store is, even if you're small, get yourself a cheap counting scale that can handle the amount of weight that you're dealing with currently. When you get to a store this size or bigger, you might have to handle more volume at one time.
I don't remember her name, but Bricks outside the box says hi.
Kim?
I'm terrible with names.
Kim?
I think so.
Kim. Hi, Kim. Haven't seen you in quite a while. Haven't spoken to you in probably a year. Hello. One of our brick slingers, brick store friends.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's about it on scales. The caddies, the scales, the racks. What other dumb things have we done or mistakes that we run into that we had to work through? Like what's something?
One of the best things we've ever done. Put a piece of candy in the orders.
Yeah. No, you had to bring that up.
Yes, I did.
Why?
Because the reason we do it is your fault.
I am on my best behavior right now. I am usually a pretty vulgar person. I'm going to go ahead and say this. We had an asshole customer. If you're watching this video, you're an asshole. If you were the one that did this, you're an asshole. This makes no sense.
Start from the beginning, though.
Okay, yeah, I will start from the very beginning, and then we will get to the assholeism at the end. All right. When we first started our Bricklink store, we actually didn't go into the very backstory of how it progressed from August to December.
We'll get there.
Okay, I will bypass that and come back to it. Right after we opened our Bricklink store, I had ordered some parts from another store for a personal project. And when I got my parts, it had 2 Starburst candies in the package. And I like Starburst.
And you were also in a very foul mood.
I was in a really bad, I can't remember why, but I was in a really bad mood, semi-depressed, just pissed off at the world that day. Got my parts, didn't care. Parts came, whatever, I don't feel like messing with that crap today, I'm not in the mood. Later on that day, I opened up the package and just dumped it on the desk, and out fell 2 Starburst candies. And I looked at it and I was like, damn, that's kind of cool. I was like, you know what? That was awfully nice. You know, I hadn't seen anybody do that before. I'd never gotten a package with parts in it with candy in it before. And I saw it and I'm like, you know what? That was really cool. I mean, somebody put at least some thought into trying to please me. And it wasn't so much that, okay, you got your parts, you should be happy. This was like above and beyond. Yeah, I got my parts. I paid for that. I expect good quality service from buying parts from somebody. I expect to get the right color, the right quantity. But the candy was not part of my order. And I did not expect it. And as stupid as it sounds, those 2 little pieces of candy changed my mood for that entire day. And I was like, damn. I don't know who this person was. I unfortunately don't remember who it was.
And we can't go back in our sales. And
I can't go back in my orders and look it up anymore. But that made a huge difference to me that day. As dumb as it is, a couple of pieces of candy from somebody I didn't know, it showed me that somebody else cared.
You can't see it, but he's crying.
I'm not. Shut up. It was cool. It was one of those things that like just kind of hit you like, damn, somebody else actually cares. And I was like, you know what? That was a damn good idea. We're going to do that. And ever since then, 5 years now, we've been putting candy in every package that goes out, and we've changed the kind of candy.
We do seasonal candies.
Yeah, we do seasonal stuff. We do, and it's kind of, it's not because we're trying to win anybody over. I've gotten.
It doesn't cost much to be nice.
Yeah.
It's a nice little.
It's a gesture.
Yeah, it's a gesture that doesn't. I mean, it costs what, 2 pennies an order, 3 pennies an order at most per piece of candy.
No, I think on average it's about 10 cents a piece of candy, depending on which one you get. They fluctuate a little bit, but with all the inflation, it's about 10 cents a piece. So okay, whatever. You send out 10 orders, you sent out $1. You're spending that much money on your stupid business cards that people throw away. I stopped making business cards. I don't care about that stuff anymore. I don't keep them. It's just clutter and litter to me at some point. I don't need 600 business cards floating around that I'm never going to look through again. I can just look at my Bricklink order if I care. I stopped making business cards. I stopped making stickers. And
Kim says she places candy in her orders now too.
Good for her. Good, Kim. I'm glad. But yeah, and to be honest, I can't remember. My memory's getting worse as I'm getting older. It's always sucked, but now it's getting worse. I think I actually emailed the seller that sent the package. I did?
You did.
Okay. And I think I let them know that I had been in a bad mood and I was depressed and I felt like shit that day. And that stupid little piece of candy changed my entire day. And the cool thing is, I think over the last 5 years now, I think I've gotten 4 or 5 similar emails from our customers saying the same thing or something similar, that not that they were in a bad mood or anything, but just this big long email saying how much they appreciated the fact that you did it. And, to anybody that watches this, start putting candy in your orders. Go spend $50, get a big ass tote of it and keep it over there in your supplies area, and every order drop one in there. Don't give them chocolate because that melts.
Hard candies or taffies work great.
Hard candies, taffies, anything like that's great. Now, on the opposite end of this, to the asshole. Again, we've been doing this for 5 years, and we do seasonal stuff. Well, last Christmas season, we bought the little red and white mints that melt in your mouth, the seasonal little minty, they're peppermint.
Yeah. We call them poofy mints.
Yeah, we call them poofy mints. And maybe the guy was just having a bad day. I don't know. We got the only neutral feedback from this customer. And the reason was, I don't like peppermint.
Order was perfect.
Yep.
No problems with the order.
Got it quickly, got it on time, got all the right parts.
Went out the same day he placed the order.
And then got a neutral feedback saying, I don't like peppermint. You, sir, are an asshole. But we'll let that go.
It's been almost a year already. Why start now?
Yeah, right. It's been a year. Still, actually, I blocked him from my store too because I don't need that kind of customer. I did actually blocked him only because I don't want him to order from me again for any reason. I don't care how much money you spend. I don't want you as a customer. So he's been blocked. Just for the asshole factor. That was it. You could have just sent a message and say, I appreciate the candy, but I don't like candy, or I don't like peppermint. Okay, I would have understood that and I would have been fine with that. But to give somebody a non-positive feedback because you don't like a free candy, that was an asshole move. And
the only reason it bugs us so much is because even neutral feedback comes off of your your tally for Bricklink and Brickowl. It still negatively affects your feedback.
Yeah, you wind up with not 100% because somebody gave you a neutral feedback, which I'm almost positive that's still the case. I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to Bricklink's changes.
Yes, there's been a lot of changes in the last year, and I can't keep up with it either.
Maybe they've changed that now. Maybe it doesn't count against you, but it did at the time. Yes. So that was the only negative thing in our feedback. It was a neutral feedback, and it did count against my 100% score, which I have maintained as well as possible since the beginning. I think we've dipped down to like 99.37 at one point.
Which is a good segue into store problems.
Oh, God, store problems. Customer problems?
No.
Or store problems?
Both.
Okay.
Inventory problems, parts problems.
I don't even want to hear about inventory problems. That's an ongoing issue.
Yes. One of the big decisions that we had to make early in the store is how to handle order issues.
Yes.
Whether it's a part somebody didn't find to their quality, a missing part, a part that got put in incorrectly, and how to go about resolving those issues. Mm-hmm. And again, goes back to him overanalyzing every single possible negative thing that could come up. And we had to figure it out early. His solution: if there's a problem, you fix it and you don't worry about it. Whether it's a part got put in wrong and somebody ordered it, you go on Bricklink or we go on our overflow and we go find the right part and we make the customer's order whole before it even goes out the door.
We had this happen a couple of days ago.
Yep.
Every once in a while, I mean, I think it was Brick Czar said this on one of his videos 4 or 5 years ago. If you're not making mistakes in your Bricklink store, you're not selling enough parts.
Yep.
And I wholeheartedly believe that as anal as we try to be on our inventory and
it's
meticulous
impossible.
And the system that we have, that I don't have to look for parts. I don't have to wonder what the hell drawer it's in. I know where every part is. We still screw up and it sucks. It's like, how did this happen? It's impossible, and it just does. There's gremlins in this damn place somewhere. But I'm sure most big Bricklink stores have problems every once in a while. And
we did not like the idea of refunding parts.
Well, there's a story behind that too. For a while, in the beginning, when we didn't know a lot about Bricklink and didn't know our colors all that well, as a lot of new brick stores do not know their colors very well, I chose to make a full color chart. And I don't mean like, okay, all the colors you can get today. No, I mean full. I special ordered parts from Germany, Denmark. I ordered colors that have been discontinued for 20 years so that I had them. There is one color or one part in one color from one kit from 1980 something. It's the only part that ever came in that color, and I have it. I bought that same part from 6 Bricklink stores before I got the right part.
The right color.
The right color. Got the right part every time, wrong colors. Because it was such a weird, unique color. Nobody should actually have it unless they had that whole kit. So, yeah, in the beginning with the colors, that was an issue for us. We made mistakes sending out stuff in wrong colors. And I have ordered numerous times from other stores and gotten wrong colors a lot of times. And something similar to this happened to me a couple of times. And knowing that we have similar situations and problems happen with our orders every once in a while, I kind of analyzed what I felt getting the wrong parts from other Bricklink sellers. And, you know, the first thing that comes to mind is like, oh, well, they should know their colors. They shouldn't have made this mistake. Yeah, okay, we should all be perfect, but we're not. Then I started thinking about it, I'm like, you know, and usually the solution that a lot, I don't want to say all or most, but a lot of Bricklink sellers do is, oh, so sorry, it was a mistake, I'll refund you for your parts. And yeah, okay, that's great. I appreciate getting the 36 cents back. Who cares? I don't
still have to go place another order for the right part.
I still got to go hunt for it, and I still got to try to find somebody that knows enough to get me the right part and not send me the wrong color again and again and again.
And how many sky blue tiles did we buy before we got the right one?
Yeah. Or that stupid purple plate.
Yep.
The 1x4 plates in the witch kit.
Yep.
I got that same damn part wrong from 4 different brick sellers. And
I mean, it's a very, very obvious different color.
But nobody knows. They're just... Yeah. The problem is when you're inventorying stuff, if you don't know what the weird color is, and this looks pretty close, you think it's that color, and it's not. We ran into the same... We screwed up the exact same thing last week. Yep. Customer ordered...
the fish.
Dark.
We inventoried some fish as medium azure because we thought they were medium azure, and it was just we didn't have a medium azure part next to us, so we didn't realize it was bright light blue
and put them in as
put them in wrong.
Just they went into inventory incorrectly, just going through bulk stuff, and just had the wrong color put in, and they sold, and we didn't think anything of it shipping the parts out.
A lot of stores would have just been like, refund the part. I mean, I caught it as I was picking orders, like, okay, this isn't the right color, it's in the wrong spot. But
yeah, we didn't send out the part not knowing it was a mistake. We sent out the wrong part to the customer
with a note
on purpose, with a note saying, hey, we realized there's a problem. There was a problem in our inventory, and the color we had was not correct. However,
here's the parts to fill
your order,
your mock, so that you can finish what you were building. The right ones are on order, and you'll get them in a couple of days.
Yeah, we will send you the right colored fish in a few days.
And what we wound up doing was we bought 5 of the CMF figure that the right color came with.
Because I emailed 4 different Bricklink stores saying, I need this fish. Verify the color. And every one of them, except for the last one, which did email me back a couple days ago, because he actually said that I apologize for not getting back to you. I've been real busy, and I sent him a reply last night saying that's okay, we got it taken care of. But I had 4 Bricklink stores reply to me saying, thanks for asking. Yes, it is the wrong color. We have changed it.
They made the same mistake we did.
They made this exact same mistake, and nobody on Bricklink, except for the one store in the U.S., has that fish for sale in medium azure.
With the correct quantities that we needed.
Yeah, we needed 3 of them.
So our solution, instead of
trying to get the right color fish from somebody,
instead of making our buyer go through the same hassle that we were going through to fix the order, we bought 5 of the correct CMFs that fish came with, parted them out, sent the person who placed the order with us the correct ones, and then put all the other pieces in inventory.
Yep.
It cost us $50 to buy the figures, and it was like $60 worth of parts in the end. So we made a mistake. It cost us money to make the mistake, but at the same time, it's being eaten by the investment of putting all the other parts back in the store.
Yeah, and we do something similar to like that for almost every. I can't say every because there've been a couple things we just could not fix.
Yeah.
But as a general rule, if we screw something up in our orders,
we pay for it. The customer doesn't.
We don't even tell the customer. We send them the wrong part that we screwed up and don't. It's the wrong part, wrong color, wrong mold, whatever the problem is with the part, We send them the parts so that they have them to finish their order, finish their build right now. Even though it's the wrong color, the wrong mold, whatever. They get the parts. And then we send them a second package. Usually we just drop ship those parts from one of the other Bricklink sellers that does have the right part. I'll order it, and instead of our delivery address, I put the customer's delivery address. And on average, that costs us between $5 and $8 to fix one part being wrong. And we try not to do it very often, obviously, because it could get expensive if you did that 3 times a day.
I mean, we're in about to be September, and I think we've only had like 5 mistakes
for the year.
5 or 6 bad mistakes that weren't fixable.
Yeah.
This year.
And he means not fixable as in it cost us money to buy it from somebody else. Usually
9 times out of 10, I can go pull it from the 6,000 pounds of overflow that we have.
Yeah, we've got about 6,000 pounds of parts that are being processed into inventory slowly. And we figure we're going to do about, 1,200 pounds a year is what we can go through cycle-wise. So we've got about 4 years, 3, 4, 5 years of parts already that will work themselves into our inventory. So if we're missing something, if he goes to a caddy to get the part and it's like, hey, it's not here, or hey, I need 12 and there's only 11 in the caddy, or whatever the case may be, we usually have a bulk tote, drawer, shoebox, something, a bulk quantity of that color that he can go and dig through and find the missing part. If it's a rare part or a really rare color or something that we just do not have, then option B is just go on Bricklink, buy it from another seller, drop ship it to the customer. He gets the wrong free parts. He gets the right parts that we wound up having to pay for the extra shipping from and retail price from another store, and I don't care. There's very few times that we have just emailed a customer and said, hey, there's nothing I can do to fix this.
There has been one case, but that was it was really dumb. It was broken and we didn't catch it, and it was ultra rare, and everybody else wanted an astronomical amount for the same part. Yeah,
if there's a problem, we sold something to somebody for $5 and everybody else on Bricklink wants $80 for it. At that point, I'm gonna be like, unfortunately, ours was broken or missing. There's nothing I can do about it,
And when there's an issue like that, we usually just refund the order.
Yeah.
But no matter what they bought.
Yeah, we've had people buy order a couple of months ago. It was $100 and something bucks. And there was a small mistake in it. And it was something we fixed. But if we get a big order and there's a part broken or wrong or missing or something, there's a problem with it.
One of the dishes broke in shipping.
Is that what it was?
One of the dark red dishes broke in shipping. And we had another one, so we just sent it to him.
Yeah, we just sent it to him. But if it's something weird like that, where it's one part in a large order, we're obviously not going to refund the whole order, but I'll give them $5. I'll just send them $5 as a discount or a refund. There's a couple people that have said they appreciate it, but they'd rather just have a coupon to the store, which we've done that too. But usually I'll just go on to PayPal and refund them $5 or whatever, whatever would make me feel good. If I got that screwed up order, what would it take to please me? And that's another thing that our parts quality is based on the same thing. We actually say this to each other all the time. Would I be pissed if I got this part? Because anybody dealing with used parts knows that they have to go through and somewhat check the quality of the parts, because sometimes you've got some that somebody's dog chewed on, or the kid bit the end off of the stupid little spear guns.
Yep.
Those little spear guns. For some reason, kids love chewing on those damn things. But you know, when we're going through our sorting for putting parts into inventory, we check parts.
And there's three of us checking everything usually.
Yeah, we're always going through all of it. So a lot of times, like Evelyn and I will question, what do you think about this part? What do you think about that one? This one all right? This one okay? And for the most part, you know, our terms on our Bricklink page say it's used. Deal with it. There are going to be scratches. There's going to be little bite marks. There's going to be discoloration. There's nothing you can do to get away from that. If you want pristine new parts, buy new parts.
And even then, you're taking a chance because we've bought brand new tiles and plates and bricks right from Lego Direct, and even they come in with scuffs and scrapes and scratches because they come out hot out of the mold and beat up against each other. They're going to mar too.
Yeah, we've bought bulk tiles right from the pick-up brick wall. You get them home, black ones, you're going to see the scratches every time. But are they new? Are they good parts? Technically, yes. You get that same part in a Lego kit, and you don't get a choice. You're still going to build the kit. You know, I see some Bricklink sellers are
grading
their new parts. Like they'll pick out parts that have scratches. I'll be honest, unless it's something that somebody dropped on the floor and it's got those kind of scratches, and it's got, you know, hey, I mean, hairline scratches, that's just manufacturing process. That go watch the YouTube videos on Lego's manufacturing. I mean, they're dumping 50 pounds of parts into a tote at a time. Yeah, they're going to get scratches. There's no way not to. It's impossible. So, you know, the level of quality for our used parts is based on, would I be pissed if I got this part? And
Henry the horse posted, he said he ordered black arches from Lego and they were fully scratched and poking out of the back.
Oh, jeez, that's terrible. That's too bad. Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do about it? Now, people are going to get a little butthurt by this. And, you know, it's not meant to, but I know how the Lego community is. This is a child's toy. This stuff is designed for 8-year-olds. Okay? You may not want to hear that, but it is. And don't get me wrong, I like playing with them too. However, the quality control, the production control is geared towards 8-year-old children, not a $250,000 a year executive that drives a Maserati that if he gets a scuff on his car, he's going to take it to the auto body shop to get it buffed out. You know what I mean? They're freaking little Lego toys. So
that's his mentality.
With that said, you know, now don't get me wrong. If I'm doing something that I want to look good, I buy new parts. I just did it last week. Go grab the
train car.
Yeah, grab the one train car.
Did you replace the one with the container?
It is the one with the container. If you grab it by the sides and touch the bogies, they're a little jank. They're only like one stud connections. Just pick the whole thing up with the track, maybe. But as a stupid example, I've got a project that I'm working on with another Lego designer, Terry, and he had a set of custom designed Lego train cars that he did, and I saw pictures of them and I wanted to recreate them, and he didn't have the instructions made for them, so I'm working a deal where I'll do the instructions, he does the design work. Anyway, I saw these and I wanted to build a set, but then when I got them, the original set was designed at a certain size, and I'm like, well, I'm going to go bigger, so I scaled his design up a little bit. Now, the cool thing about having your own Bricklink store is when you want to build something custom, you've got most of the parts already. You just have to figure out how to get them out of your inventory so you can steal your own parts back. So that's what we did. I gave Alex a parts list of this train car.
I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, yeah, you can see it. There's 5 of these in the set. This is just one of 5. It's like 12, 14 feet long when you put it all together. But this particular set that's right here, I did the instructions for it. Terry did the design work for it. But you can see the curved slopes and the tiles on the side. I bought all of those parts new on Bricklink because I didn't have any new ones. However, every other part in the entire train is used parts from used inventory. Didn't care at all what the condition was. There's some faded ones, there's some chewed up ones, but they're buried inside the model so you can't see them. What you can see is the outside glossy, shiny curved slopes and tiles. Those are all minty new condition. You know, even if they have some little tiny scratches, I don't care. You can't see that, but they're new parts. I bought them new on Bricklink. One store had a whole bunch of the curved slopes, so I just bought like 300 of them because there's like 80. No, I think there's
60 something.
I think there's 60 curved slopes in each car, and I got to build 5 of them, so that's 300 curved slopes. So, you know, don't get me wrong. When it comes to new parts, I want good quality. However, I would never, ever, for any reason, expect any Bricklink store to sit there and go through these parts and eyeball every single curved slope that came off the pick-a-brick wall and be like, oh, this one has a little bit of a scratch. We're not going to sell that one. That's silly. I mean, you could do it if you want to. Go ahead. Somebody like me that I actually want it to look good, so I'm going to buy good quality new parts for specific things. I would never ask anybody to pick it apart that much. It doesn't make any difference. It's a toy. It's going around a track. It's going to crash and break and run into things. It's a toy. That's just my personal opinion. But yeah. So
Henry the horse says, yeah, all I care is if there are cracks or not.
yeah, that's something that we've run into too. That's another
Bionicle parts.
Bionicle parts suck so bad. They're great profit margin because they're expensive parts. It's all discontinued.
But there's a reason they're expensive.
Oh my god, that was when Lego was going through some of their brittle brick phase, and unfortunately, the ball sockets just crack. And we've actually gotten to a point where if anybody else is a seller, we've gotten to a point where we do not throw away the cracked ones. We will just discount them and put a note in the comments of that particular lot that these 100% functional, fit tightly, does have a crack. And anybody who's really heavily into Bionicles understands this, and they know it. So having that comment on there and taking 15% off of that part, they still sell. They don't care. They have to have that part in that color, and eventually there will be none if people just throw them away because they're cracked. Now, if it's cracked and broken off,
we don't sell it.
We don't bother selling it because you can't use the ball socket anymore. So keep that in mind as a seller. Just because a part's messed up doesn't mean somebody doesn't want it. You may not think they want it. But
another good example of that is bulk filler brick.
Oh yeah, that's something we're just starting right now. We just started it last week.
They're selling. I sold some.
We've gotten to the point where we have so much damaged, discolored, chewed on.
500 pounds of messed up Lego.
Yeah, we've been saving for 5 years. When we sort in the very first color sort, not only do we sort colors, we also sort fake parts and really messed up Lego parts. And we've been saving all of them. We have about 500 to 1,000 pounds of fake parts. More than that?
More than that.
Oh, God, I don't even want to know.
It's a lot.
We've got a lot of fake parts. We have a lot of really just messed up or discolored, chewed on, just shitty Lego parts that you wouldn't really feel comfortable selling as a used part either. You know, that, would I be pissed if I got this? Yeah, we got a lot of that stuff. So what we've been doing is just putting them aside, trying to figure out what we're going to do with them. And we came up with a plan the last month or so.
Yeah, probably about a month ago.
So started implementing it last week, I think. What we're going to do is we're going to take all of our crappy parts, discolored, whatever, and we're going to create a new category. And it's just going to be scratch and dent category. And eventually, I'm assuming we'll have quite a few copies of the lots that we already have on the same parts, but we'll have new, used, and scratch and dent. And the scratch and dent, that will obviously be discounted from the price of used parts. I don't know to what percent yet. We haven't really decided. I'm thinking maybe 15, 20%, somewhere in there. And we're going to work all 500 or 1,000 pounds of crappy parts into our inventory over the next year or so. And anything that we're currently doing is going in now as we're doing it.
But it is being kept separate from everything.
Yeah, it's being kept separate. The totes that we have down around the bottom of the room that have all of our overflow will begin to have a scratch and dent category. Partition in there. And we're going to start selling all the crappy stuff as scratch and dent, specifically for filler brick. I've watched some of these, the guys on YouTube that are doing these giant builds.
That never take them apart.
Yeah. I mean, even if they do take them apart, it's still, it's just like, there's no point in throwing them away because they're not useless. They're just ugly. I mean, everybody's got that kid, right? They're not useless. They're just, So, yeah, I figured we should probably do it. And we started putting them in last week. And Alex says a few of them have already sold. So, and we're putting a pretty decent disclaimer so that you can't really miss it. It's like, hey, these are messed up. But they're functional. They'll work. If you've got filler brick or like all the plates that went on the inside of that train that you will never ever see, what do I care if they're discolored a little bit? You can't see them. If they cost me less, cool. I need 300 curve slopes, So that's another thing that we're just starting to do now. I know other people have done it, but what I've seen on Bricklink is people do the custom lots, which don't show up in a search. So we're going to do it so that it becomes part of our standard inventory. It's just going to have... I would love to see Bricklink add a scratch and dent thing to new, used
filler brick
or scratch and dent or whatever. A third. That way we wouldn't have to do something custom. You just put in, hey, this is all filler brick, and everybody knows it. That would be smart. That would be a common sense thing to do for Bricklink.
New, used, and damaged would be good. Because whether it's a cracked part, a chewed on part, or a chipped part, I mean, how many plates do we take out of inventory because an edge or a corner is chipped?
Yeah,
it's like
for filler brick stuff, you wouldn't care. Yeah. I think a filler brick category would be smart because then there could just be a standard disclaimer that it could be one of or all of these problems. And it, in the case of the Bionicles, the ball sockets, that's how this idea started. Is we didn't want to throw away the parts that we knew were ultra rare. When you got a Bionicle double-ended socket part, and they're going for $8 a piece because there are none left that aren't broken for sale anywhere.
Somebody's still going to want one for $4 that's still functional.
Yeah. I know I would. If I were trying to build something and I needed that specific color, there's only a couple available on the planet because they've all broken, and you've still got one that's still decent. Yeah, I'll buy it because I don't have a choice. There is no, your other choice is to take a different color and spray paint it. That's your other choice. There is no other option. So that's kind of where the idea came from, and we are just beginning to implement it, and it seems to be working. We haven't gotten a single negative comment from any customer that has bought anything that we put in as specifically damaged, cracked, scratch and dent. Nobody's said anything negative yet. I expect at some point in time somebody's going to order these parts and not be paying close enough attention to what they're buying and won't realize that they bought the damaged stuff. However,
that is covered under the terms of service.
That will be under the terms that we have, and I feel bad that they didn't pay attention. However, that's not my fault. I'm not trying to get over on anybody and sell somebody shitty parts that they're not expecting to get. However, if you didn't pay attention to the bold text with stars that, hey, these are screwed up, you need to realize that. That's on them, I think. If you're just clicking stuff, and I know exactly what's going to happen. Somebody's going to go through the auto thing, click, click, click.
Ours will be the cheapest, and it'll auto-fill.
Yep. It's going to happen eventually, and I will feel sorry for that person, and I don't know what I'm going to do to make that customer happy yet. Hasn't come up, haven't thought about it, haven't needed to, but it will. But whatever, I don't care. That's a problem I'll deal with when it comes up. I think the fact that we're doing it is better than if we don't do it, because those rare parts, those weird situations are going to be more beneficial to customers that need them than the ones that get them and didn't realize they were going to get them. Whatever. So hopefully it doesn't bite us in the butt later. But yeah, I think Bricklink should add that. That's something that somebody needs to send in something to Bricklink and say, hey, add a third category, new, used, filler, or whatever, and you can put notes on it at that point if you want to. As a seller, you can put your description or your comments. You can add that stuff to the description if you want. But it seems smart to me. And I someone who does buy parts, if I was
think of how much bad parts you could hide in the landscaping you have to do for your falling water model.
Oh yeah, it's insane.
Tens of thousands of bricks that could be junk.
Right. Yeah, you could put thousands of pieces in there. Why have to buy, retail price stuff just to fill voids? Right. That makes sense to me. Yeah.
Or anybody who's doing cities and you need thousands of 2x2 and 2x4 bricks underneath your mills plates.
You'll never
see them, and it doesn't matter if they're faded or chewed on. They're hidden for the rest of their life.
Yeah. Until you rip it apart and put it in another mill's plate somewhere. Like, who cares, So, yeah, that's something we're working on. Let's see what else is interesting in our little Lego world. The whole thing about doing this video really was about the inventory system and the design, the reasoning, the picking. The picking order is very, very simple for us because our entire pick list is sorted by color, by category. So it's laid out just like Bricklink, just like the store. Alex can start with his list of, what do you got? 100 lots you got to do?
There's 120 something on the order I have to pull.
Yeah, he's going to pull a big one order for one customer. We do this sometimes too. Usually we get lots of little orders. It could be 1 lot to 30 lots. There's kind of average in there. But, sometimes you get a $50 order with 150 lots. Somebody's building something specific and your store just happened to have all the parts and you got to pull one of everything.
For instance, one of our friends wants a Voltron but doesn't want to pay retail for it now that it's hiked up ridiculously by scalpers. And it just happened that our store had almost 500 of the 600 lots to build it. So we said we'll go around our store, pull the parts, and he's just going to be paying, or he's just covering the cost of what it cost us to get the bulk parts.
Yeah. I'll probably just give it to him just because he's been so good to us. It's a friend of ours. It's in Australia, and he's a ultra professional mock designer. He doesn't do a lot, but what he does is like extreme. And we've been kind of friends for a couple of years now. We trade stuff back and forth, so I'll probably just have Alex pick all the parts and we'll just send them to him for nothing just because he's been pretty good to us. But yeah, it's awesome. It's going to be 500 lots. So we'll probably do either, I don't know if you want to do a live stream or just do a video.
Yeah, I'll do a video, but I don't think I'm going to do a live stream. We'll probably do a time lapse.
Yeah, because that's a lot. That's hours and hours of picking.
Yeah, it'll take me 4 hours to do that.
Yeah, one of the questions we've gotten from a lot of people is, well, how many parts can you pick in an hour? Thinking that this is an inefficient system because you have to go to the caddies and pull them out and then open it and then pull the parts and close it and put it back. And I will agree that it is not the most ultra efficient system because you have to pull the caddies out. However, on the opposite side of that, if you're getting an order like Alex is about to pull today, where you have 120 or 150 lots, chances are, whatever that person is building, say they have light blue gray plates in their list, more than likely they have 1x plates, 1x2 plates, 1x4 plates, 1x6 plates, 2x2 plates, 2x6 plates. If they're doing a decent build, you're going to have a lot of similar parts in the list. When there's 8 different plates to be pulled, he doesn't have to go around to 8 different locations in the room. He opens up one caddy, pulls out 4 lots or 6 lots, goes to the next caddy, pulls out 3 or 6 lots.
I had a case like that last week. Somebody came in our store, bought bulk green bricks in 15 sizes, but it was all bulk. So I go down to the bulk section bin and pull out 10, 12 lots, and I throw it on the scale. It doesn't take me any time at all. There was, in the same order, he had like 10 lots of light blue gray bricks that were all low quantity. It took me 2 minutes to pull all of it instead of having to reference a lot ID or a drawer number and going to 10 different locations for one part. I picked up 2 caddies and I was done.
Yeah, so that's the side that people don't think about, is the fact that the store is color sorted, part sorted, individual part, multiple similar parts in the same caddy. Whenever you've got a large lot order with lots of similar parts, you only have to go to one drawer to pull 6 lots. You only have to go to the next one and pull 3 lots. So you're doing, yes, if you have one part in one category in 60 different categories, yes, it will probably take a little bit more time to pull the caddies out and get that one part you need in every caddy. However, more times than not, there's multiple lots in each caddy that he has to pull. So if he's pulling 1x1 plates, 1x2 plates, 1x4 plates, 1x6 plates, they're all in the same box. So he just pulls them all out, closes it, and you just did 3 or 4 categories or 3 or 4 lots all at once. Where nobody else can do that the way they've got the drawer systems, unless
that's not true.
Unless
David's
you've got
is
unless you have your drawers like David, where he has individual parts in multiple colors in one drawer.
Yep.
Which is another smart way of doing it.
I like David's system because he puts the same part in every color in the same location.
Right.
So every one of his 1x1 bricks are in the same drawer, all color sorted.
Yeah, his inventory is part sorted and then color sorted. It's backwards of what ours is. Ours
I do
is
like
colored.
his system.
I like it too. I don't think it is without the big drawers. It's not possible.
Yeah.
He's
got huge IKEA drawers.
Yeah.
Covering his entire basement.
If we had tried doing something like that in here, it'd be 6 foot tall drawers, and you can't see over the first 4
feet. And
then
Evelyn can't access the top third.
Yeah, it wouldn't have worked for us. For him, it's good. If you had like a ladder system and you could look down at your drawers, you could go 6 feet tall.
Even if I don't see Evelyn getting up and down a ladder.
We could pull it. Either could we. I mean, if there were 6 foot tall drawers, you and I could not see in them to get the part. So you're
limited. About my limit.
Right. You're limited to about 3-4 feet before even we can't see the back of the drawer. So you know, there's compromises in everything, and we think we have the system we have. We believe we compromised the least that we needed to. You know, if you had unlimited money, unlimited space, okay, you could probably come up with a much better system. Unlimited money fixes a lot of problems. Unlimited space would fix a lot of problems. But for what our goal is to not expand, to not have to go any bigger than we are now and still be able to get the most densely packed volume of parts in the area we have, we think we did a pretty damn good job. I mean,
what's the last color we did? Red? Red
yeah,
and yellow?
Red and yellow are the ones we're working on right now.
I want to grab something that I know is full
Okay.
to show how densely packed this stuff is.
Yeah.
Because that's where it's impressive, is how much stuff is in one place. I think I just did plates. Oh yeah, plates are heavy.
I hope I turned that camera on so you can show it to them up there.
Okay. So this is yellow 2x plates, and it's not all of them. We have overflow, obviously, but there's probably 10,000 parts.
Hold it up. Or, yeah.
I can't tilt it anymore. Stuff will start falling out.
Well, it's more hold it away from the camera a little. There you go. Now you can see.
But it is very densely packed. Obviously, the ones that have a higher quantity take up more room in the drawer or in the caddy. And we used to have all of the 2x plates sizes in one caddy, and I split it up because our quantities were getting so high. We were able to put more in the shelf, less in overflow, and it's easier to pull from here than it is overflow when you have low quantities. Anything under 20 or 30 usually comes out of here.
Right.
Anything over that, I'll go straight to overflow. Yeah. But, I mean, you're talking about something that's only the same size as an Acro Mills drawer, and because it's vertical and deep, it takes up a lot less space.
And if you think about, if you hold that back up again, hold it up, turn it the other, like that. If you look at the thing that way, it's about the same size as the Acro Mills drawers.
It's half of one.
Right. Now, Acro Mills drawers are only 3 or 4 inches deep.
That's why this is the same height as an Acro Mills
drawer. If you rotate it, now hold it. Yeah, now it's only 2 inches wide, but it's 17 inches. Our system, because you can pack so much more volume in your wall space. That's the problem with the Acro Mills, is you're limited to the wall space. You either have to build more walls to add more volume,
which people do. They do the 2x4 walls with them on both sides.
Right, but think about how efficient that is for a minute, because you got the Acro Mills back to back, so you got what, 6-8 inches of storage.
Yeah, I think they're only 4 inches deep. So yeah,
and then you've got your wall, which is 4 inches deep. So you got 12 inches to build a wall with 2 stacks of caddies. And then you got to have a minimum of 2 feet just to get to the drawer.
Yeah.
On both sides. So you ate up 4 feet, adding 12 inches, actually adding 8 inches of volume in parts. It's inefficient, unfortunately. And I get it. We tried it too. It just didn't work for us. But I see that being, if you calculate your room and your space on volume, cubic volume of parts, the Acro Mills are a very hard way to do it, because you don't have the wall space to create the volume. You have to create the wall space to create the volume to be able to have enough.
Which eats away at
your room.
Your room volume at the same time.
Way quicker than it should, because you're losing 2 feet of being able to walk down the aisles every time. That 2 foot walk space is lost volume for that room, because you have to have it on both sides every time. With here, we're going 17 inches deep without losing any space. we actually lose space behind it because we've got 6 more inches back there that we're not using.
Yeah. In the perfect world where we had the right racks, we really could put 2 more racks down the center of the room.
Right. And we may someday. That is the plan, that if we come to the realization that we are running out of room, there will be a double-sided 36-inch wide rack that'll run down the center of this entire room, and there will be caddies on both sides, almost like why do I keep forgetting the name of those stupid drawers? Acromills. Just like you put 2 Acromills drawers back to back on a wall, we'll have a rack with 2 of these caddies back to back, and we'll double the volume of the room by adding 1 rack in the middle, because it'll be an exact mirror of both walls down the center, so we could double our storage volume.
That'll open us up to a whole new logistical problem.
Oh, speaking,
how do we do the colors around the room that way?
Hey, you probably just go down and back and then down and back or something.
The center's going to be minifigures.
Oh God, that's another nightmare that we still haven't started. We've decided
in 5 years, we have only inventoried minifigures twice. We have 60 pounds, 70 pounds of nothing but minifigure parts and pieces.
Yeah, we got too much.
Yeah. We've put it off because the amount of lots in the minifigure categories is
stupid.
Almost half of the lot counts on Bricklink. Just the parts and pieces to make up the minifigs is almost half of Bricklink's lot count. And
it's too much.
It's too much.
It's
too easy to make mistakes piecing figures together. I give Pops extreme props for taking the undertaking of learning every single minifigure and every nuance of every print. I don't have the patience for that. I really don't.
Hence, Bricklink.
Yes.
We have to. I forgot that guy's name. I've got him in a chat. Let me see what his name is. I want to shout out.
For anybody who doesn't know about the website, Bricklink.com is one of the best tools that has come out for Legos outside of Brickstore and Brick Freedom in the last 5 years.
I'm going to spell this and try to pronounce it. If I'm saying it incorrectly, I apologize. His name is Piotr. Peter.
It's probably Peter.
If it's Peter, okay, that's a weird way of spelling it, but cool. We're just going to say Peter, and if I am pronouncing it incorrectly, I apologize. He is the designer and software engineer for Bricklink, and I want to tell him a huge thank you. He has made my life, and probably a lot of other sellers' lives, a lot easier since he has come out with that program, and I have to give him some serious props on how well that app works. I mean, it is damn good. I have probably run into less than 5 parts that Bricklink could not figure out. And I'm going to guess it was maybe 2 to 3 parts, I would say. Definitely less than 5. And I've been using the hell out of it for the last few months because we are incorporating Bricklink into our phone app. It has Bricklink built in. It's part of the app. And huge thanks to him for allowing us to do it. I know Brickstore is using it as well. I hope he does extremely well with the program. I hope he stays on it for a long time, keeping it updated, because it will be an ever changing app, just like everything else for Lego, adding new parts and pieces monthly. that software has to stay up to date. And so far, it has been dead nuts right all the time. I mean, I've been just testing our app. I've been using it quite a bit to test. I mean, I'm kind of torture testing Bricklink to check prints, stickers. I mean, every stupid minifigure parts, every stupid print, sticker that I can put into inventory, I'm specifically using Bricklink to do it because I'm kind of torture testing it before we release our app. It's going to be important to our apps that it works as well as it can. And so far, he's done a damn good job. So,
and a lot of the reason we're so impressed with it is because we were undertaking the project of an AI learning system for one of our own projects, and we know what goes into getting that system to work as well as it does. And
I couldn't have done it.
Yeah, it's so above our heads.
Yeah,
and he's a software and engineering genius when it comes to.
I don't know about all that.
You're modest. He knows he knows a lot.
I have a saying, and this came about from my last business with my old business partner because he was very artistic, and I'm very mechanically inclined. He's very artistically inclined. He would ask me for feedback when he was doing something artistic, and I would give him constructive criticism. But after a while, it kind of became a joke. And I came up with a saying, and we use it today. And I definitely would apply this to a lot of things. I can't do what you do, but I can tell you what you're doing wrong. And I always find it as an amusing joke, but it's true. I'm really good at picking things apart and analyzing, but there's no way in hell I'm going to learn how to code to do it. You know, it's just, I don't want to learn another language right now. I've got other stuff to do. But I can look at something and be like, yeah, that's not right, or this doesn't work right, or this looks wrong. You know, okay, I'll pick it apart.
And Bricklink works right.
Bricklink works damn well. So anybody that's not using it, get your ass on bricklink.com and start using it. I don't think he even has any type of registration for the site or anything set up. It's all free at the moment. That may change over time, and I would expect that it would, only because it's a never-ending maintenance project for him.
And so, it's another one of those things where if he ever asked for 1% or 2% or 5%, whatever the percentage,
it'll be worth it.
I would have zero problems paying it because it's so useful. We use it daily. We use it hundreds of times a day.
Actually, I asked him the other day because there's bandwidth. Now, I don't want to say issues or problems, but there are bandwidth statistics that he has to maintain for his server. And I asked him, I said, how many times have I hit it in the last 3 months? And he goes, oh, damn. He's like, you hit it like 1,500 times in the last day or two. I'm like, I've been using it. He goes, yeah, I can see that. So, he can see how many times everybody's using it. And at a certain time, it'll probably saturate whatever his service plan is. I'm going to assume it's going to be on something like Amazon's web servers or something. I don't know. But, something that you need to be extremely reliable and fast has to be on a serious system. So he's paying for that no matter what, I'm sure. But, yeah, anybody that's not using it, get on there and try it. Great system. Damn near flawless. And I have anytime I've noticed a mistake or a problem or a part that just cannot be found no matter what, he's been open enough to at least share a chat. Maybe he'll open up some type of Discord or a customer service link or something eventually that if you find problems, you can send it in and it'll be something that he'll take a look at. So, anything I've been missing, I've been like, hey, here's a screenshot of the part that it can't find, and here's the part number. So, more than likely he would just take that one part and force it into the system and figure it out. But there have been very, very few parts that thing has not gotten right yet. And very impressed with it. Just like Brick Store. Brick Store is damn good for what it is. You know, it has its specific uses. And like I said, I think Brick Store is really geared toward the store owner or the store managers, but you wouldn't want to hand that off to your color sorters because they could screw your system up in a hurry because it just does everything and you don't want them to be able to do everything. So, but yeah, back to something that we skipped over a couple of times when we came up was the backstory of us and our initial inventory. That was kind of a fluke funny thing that happened. We had decided that we were going to open a Bricklink store. Alex had said that we had taken our vacation money. We decided we weren't going to go on vacation because Evelyn wasn't feeling very good. So we opted to take all the funds we were going to use for vacation and put it right into the store. And we bought a whole bunch of used discounted Lego at the time. There was a lot of stuff going on sale right before holiday season. It was the perfect time to jump in it. Storage.
Yeah, right about now.
Yeah, right about now. Right. You're going to go out and buy all the discounted stuff before the holidays start. Storage. We needed storage units for all the parts and pieces. Bags. You know, we were gearing up to start a store. We didn't open the store, or we didn't buy some parts and open the store. I actually opened the store 100% by accident one day. I did not do it on purpose. I didn't want to open the store. It just happened. We had started our process of starting the Bricklink store. I want to say October.
No, we put in our application in August. We were approved before October because we had to have so many feedbacks.
Yeah, back in when we started, I didn't even have a Bricklink account, so I had to get a Bricklink account, buy stuff from other people, get some positive feedbacks, just to be able to apply to open a store. I don't know if they're still doing that or not, but I would assume so.
And there were requirements. We had to supply photos of our
photo IDs and everything. Yeah.
No, our inventory.
Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
There was actually proof of inventory when we started.
Right. So luckily, we had actually been building our inventory by buying discounted kits, parting them out, finding places for all the parts, and we were building up our inventory slowly. You know, like I said, we had a decent amount of money, but keep in mind at the same time we were still working a real job during the day of our fabrication business that we had at the time. That was the only income we had.
We'd get off work and go shopping for Lego before we went home, Legos. And then whatever we brought home that day just got added to the pile. I mean, we had a couple of pictures of our TV room, which is not a small room. You couldn't walk through it. There was so many brand new sets.
Yeah, we probably bought.
I think we invested $5,000 into the initial store. It was a lot. It was all in a month.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But that was the first 2 racks. That was all of the Sterilite drawers, the bags, the bubblers, everything.
Yeah,
we
spent a decent amount just to start the store, but we knew we knew this was not going to be let's try this and see if it works. We had done enough research, and we figured we can make this work. We know we can. We're good enough. We're smart enough, and damn it, people like us.
And there was 4 of us, so there's plenty of people to do the work.
Yeah, there was 4 of us. We had enough labor to be able to force our store to be able to, quickly.
But again, in the very beginning, this was also just something for Evelyn to do.
Yeah.
And Jessica, my sister, and I were going to help her on the days that she couldn't work. Yeah. Just to make sure that the store never fell behind.
Right. So the whole idea was to build it up big enough that Evelyn could maintain herself. If there were days or times that she was unable, we would take over when we needed to, but hopefully that wouldn't be too often. Should be okay for the most part. And we didn't expect the store to be anything like, oh, we got to make like $5,000 a month out of the store. We didn't care if the store made $200 a month. It didn't make any difference. It was something that she could do to feel good about, to bring in a little bit of money for the family. That was all it was, and that's all it started out as. We figured invest $5,000, take a few years to get that back in sales, whatever. We don't care. It was just vacation money. We were going to waste it anyway. So we didn't care if we made money at the beginning. We really didn't. It made no difference. The whole idea was just to get it up and running and functional. And we did. We did it in a hurry. And it was funny. The way the store got opened, we had what, 35,000 parts in inventory? And the
just
store,
new. And it was all brand new.
Yeah, it was on
at the beginning.
Yeah, we did buy just new parts. And we filled up, got the inventory up to a certain level, and we're like, okay, we're getting to the point now where maybe in the next couple of months we'll open the store up and see how it goes. And I don't know what I did.
You were messing with the shipping. We had to set up all the shipping stuff.
Yeah, you're right. I was in Bricklink, going through in the settings, trying to figure. Their shipping page is terrible. I hate that thing. I mean, I've learned it, and I still don't like it. So it could be laid out a lot better. But anyway, the whole shipping section of Bricklink, of your store's shipping settings, I was in there trying to figure it all out, trying to get the pricing to make sense, and trying to get the levels and the weights and the shipping amount. It was a real pain when you don't know what you're doing from day one. I think in Bricklink's shipping section, there's a spot where you can steal other people's strategies or use other stores' strategies. And I'll be honest, I think I just used somebody else's in the very beginning. It might have been Brickzars. It could have been Pops. I don't know. I stole somebody else's shipping settings from the beginning just because it was overly complicated. I didn't get it, and I didn't want to spend a lot of time on it, so I just used somebody else's. And then over the years, changed it, modified it, and have got it to the point where it is now, where it's really good. But in the beginning, I was in there farting around with a stupid with the shipping settings, and somehow I must have hit the button to open the store, because there's a little stupid little yes no, open closed, whatever in the back end settings, and I did it by accident and didn't know it. Just opened the store, closed the app, went to bed that day.
We're looking at mid-December at that point.
Yeah, it was December 19th, I want to say is the day that I did it.
Mid-December.
Yeah, mid-December. And all of a sudden, the next morning we get up, and Alex, he goes, hey, did you open the store? I'm like, no. He's like, we're getting orders. What do you mean we're getting orders? We're not supposed to be getting orders. And all of a sudden we had to scramble, oh shit, what do we do? We didn't expect to get orders. How are we going to do this? We hadn't picked an order. We hadn't done anything yet. We hadn't even tried figuring out the system. And
it was 100% by accident. Yep. About 3 weeks before we were actually planning on being ready.
We planned on opening the store on January 1st. We were going to wait till after the holidays and go through Christmas and get all the family stuff out of the way. And then January 1st, we're going to open the store. Needless to say, January 19th or 20th, we're sitting there trying to figure out how to ship out orders that we are not prepared for. We did not.
We had to go buy bubblers.
Yeah, we had to buy bubble mailers. We had to go get some more bags. We needed to figure out the shipping labels. What were we going to do for labels? I don't know.
Because our printer was on order.
Yeah, we ordered a printer and it wasn't here yet because we weren't expecting. So yeah, that was kind of interesting, but it was 100% by accident. We did not intend to open the store at all for another 2 or 3 weeks. So that was kind of funny.
And then for the first, 6-9 months, we just maintained. We learned and maintained.
Yeah, I don't think for the first 6 months we even tried to put more inventory into the store. We just figured, okay, we'll see if Evelyn can handle this, and it went pretty well from day one. We did more sales than we thought we would from day one, and we didn't have a large inventory. Like I said, it was only
there was a reason though.
Yeah, I wasn't really gonna say that, but You might as well. I mean, there's
It was a good strategy and it worked.
yeah, like I said, I don't mind.
If you're a new store, you're starting a new store, or you're thinking about starting a new store, it is a great strategy.
It was a great. It was a great idea. We did. I don't know which one of us came up
You
with
won't
it.
make a lot of money.
Yeah.
I promise you that. But it was a good strategy for the reasons we did it.
Yeah. Being a brand new store, having zero feedback, not knowing a lot about the whole situation, we decided, and I'm sure there's probably plenty of brick sellers out there that hate me for it. I know a couple of them voiced it in the forum before I got kicked out of the forum. We put all our entire store, everything, at 50% 6-month average. I didn't care about making money.
Because in the beginning, it wasn't about that.
Right. In the beginning, we did it for a specific reason. We didn't need the money. We did not care if we made any money. This was a hobby. This was not a business. This was something for Evelyn to do. It wasn't to make money. I mean, obviously we wanted to make money, but it wasn't like, oh, we need income. That wasn't what it was for. It was really for something for Evelyn to do. You know, she wanted a small home business that she could handle. However, in the beginning, when we opened the store, we started thinking about it. And we're like, okay, we're going to get orders, but we don't have any feedback. We don't have a lot of parts. We don't have a lot of lots. What do we do to get this rolling? And we sat down and talked about it. We had a discussion a couple of times, and we decided, we're like, we want the sales. We want to get good feedback. We want this to work. We don't need the money. We can invest more money from the other business if we need to buy more parts. We didn't care about that. It was a real push to get the store rolling. And we took the entire store and left it at 50% sale of 6-month average prices.
Until we hit 1,000 orders.
Yep. Once we hit 1,000 orders, we turned the sale off. And I know there's a lot of people on the Bricklink forum were pissed. I mean, they were saying it, that we were undercutting everybody. And we were. And yes, it was probably kind of a shitty thing to do. However, that is
part of business.
Yeah.
Every sector of business does something similar to that at some point in their lifespan.
Yeah. And it wasn't to hurt anybody, but it was to help us grow quickly. That was the idea and reasoning behind it, is to get our store moving, get our name out there, get the orders coming in, get the positive feedbacks, find out what problems we're going to run into quickly. Not, okay, we got 2 orders today.
We brute forced it from the beginning.
Yeah, we did. I mean, we really just said the hell with it. Who cares if we make money? It's vacation. This is our vacation right here. We spent our vacation on this. We didn't care. It wasn't.
And he's not joking.
No.
We've gone on vacation once since we've opened the store. Every year we invest every dime back into making this better.
Yeah. And, it wasn't to hurt anybody. And if anybody thinks that, I don't want you to. It had nothing to do with undercutting everyone. It was not to get sales away from anyone. That was not yes, that was the outcome, but it was not the reasoning behind it. The reason behind it was just to brute force our store to grow as quickly as possible, to get some feedback and get a feel for what was going to happen and what we had to be prepared for.
I'll tell you what, it was a lot of work really fast.
It was a hell of a learning curve. Oh my God. I mean, we got stupid orders all day, every day, all night, because the prices were so low. Everybody was buying everything. And
another good strategy to put in there while talking about this, do not limit how little people can buy from your stores.
Yes, get rid of all your stupid minimums. Get rid of that. There's no reason for that. Our flat rate starting price for shipping is $6.50. That covers your $4 label. That covers your bubblers. That covers your stickers, your labels, your business cards, your piece of candy, all that crap. So that's something that Bricklink stores, a lot of them, do not consider. And I'm gonna
fees.
I'm gonna throw this in here. It's one of those things that's like, yeah, you probably shouldn't be telling everybody this, but whatever. Like I said, I don't care. I mean, I don't see most stores as competition. It's just there's plenty of buyers out there for everybody. Something you guys should do. And you can disagree all you want, that's fine. Sit down and do the math. You'll see I'm right. In the beginning, I was doing my shipping very, very wrong. And I didn't realize it until Nathan pointed it out to me.
And we were following somebody else's.
Yeah, I was following other people's pricing and how they were doing it. And okay, this is working, da-da-da. And Nathan's like, dude, you need to go do the math. What we did was, what most stores do, is have like the lowest shipping possible that you can have, or free shipping on anything over, $20, whatever. That's cool and everything. But, and this really hurts the people that have new parts. Not so much the people that have used parts. The new parts is the people it's going to hurt more than anything. You guys are already, anybody that sells new parts, you guys are already competing with every other parts store that has new parts. And you guys all have the same parts because you buy from the same kits or the same pick-a-brick walls. You're competing against each other, and I think the new sales make up like 75% of Bricklink.
Yeah.
You guys are competing against 3/4 of Bricklink all the time, which is a tough pitch already. The second downfall to that is your markup. You buy parts at whatever best discount you can, and we do it too, don't get me wrong, I do have new parts, but it's not my focus.
No.
I do it just as
lot count.
Well, if I can get a good enough deal on a big bulk lot, like, if I can buy 5,000 2x2 tiles, I know they're going to sell. I don't care.
Or when a creator set goes down to 30% on clearance.
Yeah, you get a creator set for
50 of them from Costco.
Yep, yeah. You get a creator set at $20 of 1,500 parts. I'll go buy a full pallet full and not feel bad about it. But those parts aren't my focus for the business. Anyway, your retail pricing, your Bricklink price. Granted, usually the new parts are worth more than the used parts. That's true. But it's usually by a couple of pennies or a nickel, at best per part. The problem is you paid 11 cents for that part. And you're competing against everybody else that paid 11 cents for that part. Because that's just what it cost, either a sale or a pick-a-brick wall. You can't get it any cheaper new. Which, it's understandable. However, I have parts that are, maybe 10, 15% less quality, but I got them for half a penny a piece. I got it 20 times cheaper than you did. You're going to be doing good if your store is new parts only at 3 or 4 times what you paid. If you can mark your parts up 3 times, that's, kind of average. 4 times, you're doing good if you're still getting your sales. You get them up 5 times, you're doing
great.
Yeah, you're doing really good. Your profit margin's going up. However, I can sell my parts at 3 times cost and be making money and sell them all in one day.
Yeah. I could liquidate in a week.
Yeah, I could liquidate my entire store in a week if I put it at 25% or at 75% off. If I put a whole store at 75% off, I would empty this store in a week. And I'd still be making 10 times what I paid for it. That's the difference between the new and the used. Now back to the shipping side of that. That's where this all came. That's where it started. Most Bricklink stores that I have seen try to put their shipping pricing as low as possible. And that's cool. However, that shipping pricing comes out of your I got a blank.
Profit margin?
No, I'm not thinking of a word. Just the whole thought just disappeared. Yeah, getting old sucks. No, but the whole side of the shipping pricing is if you put your shipping, most of your shipping, into your parts price, and if you want to put your store on, say you want to put your store at 25% off for a little while to pick up your sales, you also just discounted your shipping, which
doesn't change.
It won't change. That's a fixed price that you're going to pay regardless of what people pay for the parts. So what we did was we opted to shift everything that does not pertain to the actual cost of the part into the shipping pricing. So ours starts at $6.50. I've seen plenty of other stores that start at $4. I don't mind buying parts from that person that their shipping fee is only $4. That's cool. I just saved $2, $3. Makes sense. However, that seller is going to lose money because he didn't take into account the cost of his bubble mailer, or the fees that PayPal is going to take, or the fees that Bricklink is going to take. All that money comes directly out of the profits that he would have gotten on the parts because there's no extra padding or room in the shipping fee to compensate. Whereas what we've done is taken all of the fees that pertain to any part of the order. PayPal fees, Bricklink fees, bags, stickers, business cards.
Cost of shipping.
Yeah, the cost of shipping, obviously, which most retailers don't do and probably should. You guys do realize that you're getting a wholesale pricing on shipping, being a business and shipping high volume orders, right? You realize you're getting a wholesale price. Every Bricklink seller should be marking that shipping up. You should be profiting on the postage, whether you agree with that or not.
You can't take the same package and go to the post office and get the same price.
Right.
It's easily $1 or $2 more.
Right.
Easily.
If you take the same bubbler that you're getting a sticker from ShipStation or whoever you're using, ShipStation is PayPal's go-to, so figure you're going to send out a 1 ounce bubble mailer through ShipStation that costs you $4. That's what ShipStation is going to bill you. If you take that same exact bubbler to the post office and ship it
the exact same.
Yep, ship it to the exact same address
with tracking.
Yep, with the tracking. Don't change anything. That thing's going to be over $6 because it's a retail price, just like over the counter. You being a business are getting a discount on your shipping. You are supposed to be marking that up. Granted, a lot of people don't. A lot of people see it as a business strategy to get more orders because my shipping's lower. Fine, you can do that if you like. However, you need to understand that you're screwing yourself by doing it because all those fees, all that profit that you're giving to the customer, instead of putting in your pocket for that $2 per package that goes out, figure they bought one part from you, $1 part, just a simple. They bought a part.
No, do it even easier. It's a 50-cent part. They bought one 2x4 brick for 50 cents.
Whatever.
After your PayPal fees, your Bricklink fees, and the Ziploc bag, business card, and bubbler, you lost $1 on that 50-cent part.
Yep, you paid that customer $1 for you to give them the part. You have to do the math, and this is where I screwed up in the very beginning. I didn't realize
we were hemorrhaging $40 a month.
No, it was more than that.
On small orders. I'm sorry. On small orders, we were hemorrhaging about $40 a month.
Yeah, something like that. We were losing money on anything under a certain value. And I didn't realize it. I actually went in, I built a spreadsheet of all the orders I had done for the previous month. And then I actually, it took a little while. It sucked to do, but I calculated the PayPal fees. Now, something some brick stores don't really, or some people don't really think about too much is PayPal is going to take their 3-4%. They're also going to take 50 cents or 75 cents or whatever the hell number it's up to now. I don't know. They keep changing it. So
there's a transactional fee too.
Yeah, there's a transaction fee. Now I know this other, what's the other platform?
Stripe?
Yeah, Stripe. I think Stripe is different. I don't use Stripe. I don't want to deal with it. It's just more crap. I don't need more crap in my life. I need to simplify my life. Don't stick with one. Just leave it there. But PayPal is going to, say your order's $1. PayPal is going to take 3 cents. Bricklink's going to take a penny. PayPal's also going to take 50 cents on top of their 3 cents. So they're going to get 53 cents. So now it's cost 54 cents in just fees to Bricklink and PayPal to sell a $1 item. Okay? So you've already lost 50% of your money. Now, figure in your bubble mailer, figure in your label, the cost of the sticker for the label. That's not part of the label fee. Figure in your business card, all this stuff. You figure all this junk in, and it costs...
I think anything under $5, we were losing money.
I don't know if it was that high. I'd have to go pull up the spreadsheet. It's been years since I've looked at it. I don't care. I just go by what the current shipping prices are and keep changing it. But what you need to do is get all of your business expense, your shipping, bubble, mostly your shipping. Get all of your shipping expenses, business cards, stickers, labels, candy, whatever it is, and move that into your shipping prices. And the reason for that is no matter what happens with what the customer ordered, I don't mind selling one person a 1 cent part. I'm fine with that. You know why? Because I make $2 on the shipping. I will profit $2 from one person buying a 1 penny part. Now, that's not being greedy at all. I just came up with a flat number that I'm content with regardless of what they buy.
And that $2 covers our fees, the bubblers, the stickers, everything.
Yep.
So it's not like we're just sticking $2 in our pocket. It's covering the costs of that order.
Right. I mean, what's it going to take if a lot of brick stores now have employees. I mean, I watched Chris from
Great Brick
Lab. I watched his videos. He's got, I don't know if he has partners, but I know he has employees for sure.
I think there's 3 or 4 of them that are working together.
Yeah, I think Chris has a couple of business partners in there as well, but I know he also has employees that do the order picking. Those people have to get paid by the hour. Are you going to deduct the hourly wage that person is getting to pick that order from the profits that you're supposed to be getting from the parts? You think about that. You think you're making 3 times your money on parts. No, you're not. The employees, the overhead, all that stuff is going to get figured in. That's where we decided that we were going to shift all of our expenses and costs of all the stuff into the flat, fixed pricing that we've set up in our shipping prices. Yes, my shipping is $2.50 more than somebody else's. I've also seen other people, I'm not going to mention names, but I did send you a message and you did say, yeah, let me adjust that a little bit, to a well-known brick store. I'm not going to mention names because it's kind of ragging on them a little bit, but I ordered some parts from a very well-known, very popular Bricklink store. And I ordered. I actually clicked on them to buy it from them just because I recognized the name, and I'm like, they're cool. I don't mind buying from them. But then I ordered, it was like 2 ounces of parts, maybe $10-15 of parts, and the shipping came back at like $12. And I'm like, dude, come on. That even I would not go quite that high. And I sent them a message and I was like, hey, I got somebody in my cart. There's flat rate pricing is double what my parts cost is. What's up? Anyway, if you don't move your expenses into your shipping or add some extra fee things, which people don't like doing, people don't like seeing it, just hide it in the shipping. Don't gouge people on the shipping, but add some profit margin into your shipping, which you should be doing anyway. It's like going to a restaurant. You know that restaurant did not buy the food to make your dinner for the same price that you walk into Publix or Walmart and buy that food. You buy a chicken breast at Walmart for $5. I can 100% guarantee you the restaurant did not pay $5 a breast for chicken. They get it for $2.50 or $2, whatever it is, because they have to mark it up to maintain their business. There has to be profit. You can't maintain a business without profit. I mean, you can, but you better have a lot of money laying around to keep throwing into it. You can't do it and have it be self-sustaining. But I know a lot of people don't do it, don't want to do it, whatever. That's fine. Don't do it. I don't care. But you're losing money. I can promise you, if you have not marked up your shipping fees above and beyond what you're paying ShipStation or UPS or FedEx, whatever, if you don't mark that up at all, your business is losing money. And that is a bad business practice in the long run. And it's not a matter of being greedy. I mean, you can give away parts all day long. Fine, send me some free stuff. I'm cool with that. I don't care. Send me free stuff. That's fine. I send out free stuff every once in a while. I feel good about it when I do it sometimes too, because help somebody out or give them some extra parts that we didn't know were there. It's like, here, take them. I don't care. It's fine. Whatever. So I'm not being greedy.
I do that all the time with the orders. There's another good tip for our store. Sorry to get off topic.
I'm good.
Another good strategy that we use in our store is we have a cushion on high quantity parts.
Yeah, we have a buffer kind of.
When we're inventorying our parts, just on the off chance that something got missed or we don't trust one of the scales for some reason, I always take 10 to 20 parts out of inventory when we're doing large quantity. And I'm talking 200, 400, 600, 1,000 parts at a time. So when somebody places an order with us that's got 100 plus parts, I'll throw an extra one in. Every lot.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what it is.
Right.
A pen, a brick, a plate. If it's high quantity, I throw an extra one in there just to cover our butts in case there's a chewed up one or a cracked one or just something that we missed.
Right.
And it's built into the system.
And he also does something similar when it looks like a lot is being bought out, but there are still parts in the caddy.
Yep.
Sometimes people come in and our inventory shows that we have 6. They buy 6. He goes into it and there's 7 or 8. Like, screw it. Just give them the extra 2. I don't care. We don't have them anyway. They're not in inventory. It's more of a headache to go add 2 parts to inventory than it is just to give them away. What?
I don't do it on low quantity stuff, but I do it on high quantity bricks and plates and stuff.
Oh,
if somebody's coming into our store and buying 480 2x2 bricks of one color,
and you got 490,
and I've got 482. They're all just going in the bag.
Yeah,
I don't care.
A lot of people probably do that, but yeah, you definitely need to sit down and do the math. If you do the math, you'll realize how much money you're losing really quickly. And I did. I didn't see it at first. It just didn't occur to me. And when Nathan pointed it out, that you better check your pricing, and I did. I did it in a spreadsheet for an entire month's worth of orders, and I think we lost well over $100 in fees and costs that just had not been calculated incorrectly. And it was my fault. I totally take the blame on that one. I just didn't think it was as important as it was.
At first, we didn't even know about the transactional fee. That was 50 cents an order every time.
Well, I knew it. I just didn't really consider it. I knew it happens. I just wasn't thinking about it really. I didn't calculate it into things. I was doing the same thing everybody else was. Oh, shipping's only $3.50. You know, the label's costing me $3.50. We'll just put $3.50 on our orders. Yeah, well, that just screwed you like $1.50 every single order because.
And in the beginning, with us having everything
cheap already,
50% of 6 month average.
Oh, dude, we were blowing through Ziplocs and bubble mailers, and for the first couple of months, oh my god, we went through thousands in a couple of months. We had so many. How long did it take us to get the first 1,000 orders? Do you remember?
4 months, 5 months. It was fast. But at the same time, we had just started, halfway through, we started putting new parts in. I think within 3 months, we started putting the used parts in that you and I weren't going to keep out of the bulk that we were buying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then that snowballed, and that was twice the logistics, and then twice as much stuff to keep track of. And
I'll tell you, I mean, I know some people are going to be reluctant and like, nope, this is the way I do it. That's fine. I'm okay. I don't care. You can do your store the way you want. However, if you're open to it, really sit down and do the math. And because that shipping fee, I mean, I'm a buyer too. I buy parts. I could not care less. If I'm buying $30 worth of parts, it means nothing to me if that package costs me $4 or $6.
Still need the parts.
I need the parts. I'm going to pay for them, and I'm going to get them. I don't care. You don't have a choice. So why deliberately cut your own throat? Because you are. Whether you see it that way or not, that's up to you personally. But that is what you're doing to your business. If you were an employee at a corporation and they saw you losing $2 on everything that went out the door that you touched, you'd be gone in an instant.
I had the same mindset when I was piecing together the Tower Bridge. I needed $8 worth of parts and the shipping was $12. Didn't matter what it cost. Yeah. I needed the parts.
Yeah, I need them. I want them. Whatever. I don't care. I don't care if the parts cost me $1 and the shipping's $8. I still got to buy it. You know, it's not a. Sometimes it just doesn't. The money doesn't matter to some people, and I know a lot of smaller brick stores don't think that way. And I have an odd mentality when it comes to money, so I have to kind of put that out there that yes, I am not the norm. I am one of those people that I don't buy steak very often. But when I do, I go get filet mignon. Only. I don't want cheap, shitty steak. I don't eat steak a lot because I don't really want it a lot. But when I do, I'm going to go get what I want. And same thing with chocolates. I don't eat a lot of chocolate, but when I do, I go buy Godiva because I know it tastes the best. So, you know, if I'm going to splurge, I'm going to splurge. This is a hobby. These are toys to adults. This is fun. This is them splurging. So, you know, don't get me wrong. You can't gouge everybody and sustain a business. However, you don't need to cut your own throat to sustain one either. And that's just the point I'm trying to make. Is don't think that dollar is going to matter to the customer. Because I can tell you for a fact, me being a customer, it doesn't matter. I don't care. Some of you guys that are, you know, sellers may not buy Legos, may not build anything. I don't know. Maybe you're just a retail store. Maybe you're, you know, and you're worried about, especially the smaller ones that are starting out, you know, they worry that, oh, if I charge 50 cents more, I'm not going to get that order. Yeah, you will. You'll get it. They don't care. Trust me, they don't care. It doesn't matter. 50 cents is nothing when you're worrying about a shipping label. with the way prices are going now. I mean, I know there's probably not a lot of people watching our stream.
There's 8.
And that's cool.
9.
Hopefully, over the next 6 months, quite a few people will see this or look at it maybe. But one of the things that I can tell you is the way the economy is now, the media and the government are backwards. They tell everybody that inflation is causing prices to go up. Everything's more expensive now. Everything's, and it's not. People don't understand that certain words are manipulating the way you think. The cost of things have not gone up at all. The value of your money is going down every day. So it's not so much that you're going to pay more. You just need to use more to pay the same. And, unfortunately, inflation has been going on since the beginning of money. It doesn't stop. It won't stop. It's never going to go backwards. Ever. You just got to get used to it. Or get in the mindset of, okay, here we go again. You look at the postage labels. When we started out, I could get a label for $3.11 were the first labels I was printing through Bricklink. Now, I don't think I have seen one below $4 recently. I think every single one's been like $4.11 and higher. So in 5 years, it's gone up
30%.
30%. And that's right about where inflation over the last few years is. Mm-hmm. Everything's gone up 30%. But it hasn't gone up. They flooded the freaking market with extra money, so now the money's not worth as much. So now you have to use more money to get the same crap because the money is not as valuable as it used to be. And it keeps going down as they print more. So you really got to think a little bit backwards on some of this stuff. It's not so much the price of everything's going up. No, it's not. Your house isn't worth more money. Your house is worth the same as it was 5 years ago. The money's worth less, so you need more of it to buy that same house. And that's the way it is across the entire country for every single item. Gas is going up. No, it's not. Money's worth less. I mean, gas does fluctuate a lot regardless of the inflation. But in general, food's going up. No. Cost the same. You just need more money.
The value of the dollar is lower than it was 5 years ago.
Right. The value. Go back and look at. There are calculators online. Go look at the value of dollar over time, and it'll show you that a dollar back in like 1900 is worth a penny today because they have printed so much and messed it all up. It keeps getting worse and worse and worse. I mean, eventually it's going to get really bad. But
off of politics, back to the store.
Yeah, back to politics. Fuck politics. But yeah, you got to keep an eye on your shipping fees and your store fees because it's not going to kill any store, but it doesn't make sense to cut your own throat from the beginning. And you are if you're not marking up your shipping fees. Because if you don't mark up your shipping fees at all and you don't add in some extra, what do they call them in Bricklink? There's like just regular extra fees that you can add into every order. If you're not doing that, I personally don't like seeing the extra fees added in. Me personally. I would rather just the shipping price be a little bit more than seeing the extra line item personally. Other people might like seeing the line. I don't like seeing the line. I don't care. Just figure it in and let me know what it's going to cost. I don't care. So unless you're doing that, every order you ship out, you're having to deduct money from what your profits should be. And if you're okay with giving away stuff, fine, give it away. I'm okay with that. But you don't need to. If you and I have the same parts for the same price and my shipping is $1 more than your shipping, maybe you'll get the order, maybe you won't. Maybe the customer doesn't care. I know I wouldn't care. I mean, I have deliberately gone through Bricklink numerous times ordering parts like the curved slopes for the train car. I needed 300 and something curved slopes. There weren't very many stores in the United States that have that many yellow curved slopes right now. So I only had like 5 stores to choose from. The first thing that's important is, do they have enough of them? Second thing is, okay, how much are they charging for them? And if one store is charging me 15 cents and another store is charging me 45 cents, well, guess which one I'm going with. Now, if 2 stores have the same part for the same price and the same quantity, the third thing I would look at is the shipping fees. If one is $1 more than the other, at that point, I would flip a coin and not care which one I'm buying from. Now,
whichever one's got better feedback is my next thing.
The next thing would be like, okay, who's got more sales, because they're probably a little bit more competent of a store than one that's brand new. They've got more experience. I would look at the feedbacks. Okay, this guy's been around for they got 10,000 orders. This guy's only got 20. I'm going to go with the 10,000, even if it costs $1 more, because I'm going to know.
Obviously, they've got a time under their belt.
Right, they've got more experience in the orders, and they're going to be on the ball more than likely if they've got that kind of feedback, and their feedback's good. They got the volume of feedback. The shipping fees become a 5th or 6th thing down the list of things I care about, And the next thing is somebody charges $1 more, but they're in my state, versus somebody else that charges $2 less across the country. I'm going to buy the more expensive, closer one because it'll get to me faster.
Within a day, usually.
I'll have it in a day or two versus a week. I don't care about that $1. It's irrelevant. So, I'm sure it's not irrelevant to everyone. There are people out there that pinch pennies, and $1 is like, the end of the world. But I would think most people that are out there spending the kind of money they're spending on Legos. I mean, keep in mind, 8-year-old toy, toys for 8-year-olds. These people are spending hundreds and thousands of dollars on their toys. The shipping fee's irrelevant. They don't care. So, do the math, calculate your orders, get a really good solid number of how much money you're throwing into every order. That's the first thing, is being able to calculate all those numbers, because you do need your percentage of the order, you do need the PayPal flat fees, you do need your bubble mailer costs. Take all that crap. It's probably going to equal $1.50. And add that on top of your stupid shipping charge. Just put it on there, because this is the one thing I've been meaning to say and have skipped over my mind like 5 times. And I've had people on Bricklink criticize my shipping fees. Well, why is it so expensive? And I have to explain, because all these costs these are all fixed costs that cannot change. They will not change. If anything, they will only go up over time because of inflation, or deflation of the dollar, as I like to say. If you don't put all those expenses into the shipping side, the day you decide to discount your store because you need more sales, or you have some stuff that you want to move faster, for whatever reason, it doesn't make any difference. You put a sale on your store of 15%, 20% for a weekend that you want to generate a bunch of money. You just cut your throat twice if those fees are not calculated into the shipping side, because not only did you discount the profits you should be making on your parts, you also just discounted all the money it cost you to ship that order out by 25%, or 15, 20%, whatever it is. So now you've just taken your sale and doubled it for the customer, almost. Not really doubled it for the customer, but you've cut your own throat twice now. You cut your prices so you can move parts faster, and you just discounted all your fixed costs to the customer, which means you're paying
to pack that order.
You just took 20 more percent of that order and giving it away. Whereas ours, those fixed prices always stay in the shipping side. No matter how, I could discount my store by 75% and still not lose any money. Because all the fixed stuff, they're going to pay for that no matter what. They're going to pay for that package. They're going to pay for the bubbler. They're paying for that. They have to, because that costs money. But it's not costing me money. It should be costing them money. I don't get it in the end. I don't care about it. It goes to them. It's theirs. So that's stuff that a lot of stores and a lot of people just don't like to think that way, or they think they're going to get a whole lot more orders by dropping the price of their shipping by $1 or whatever. But you're just losing $1 every time you ship something.
You really are just better off moving a fixed cost to your shipping and then discounting your parts. If you want to make yourself feel good, that's the better way to do it, because they think they're getting a deal on the parts, but they're still covering all of your cost of operations.
Right. The sale's not going to hurt you as bad.
You want the water?
Yeah. Okay. The sale is not going to hurt you financially at all. If
you're doing new.
Well, I mean, obviously you can't discount new parts too much, because then you start cutting into what it cost you to buy them, because they're so much more expensive. But yeah, you gotta definitely pay a little bit more attention to that. I didn't in the beginning, and I was losing money because of it. And it was one of the few big mistakes we made setting up our stores. I didn't think about it enough, and it didn't hurt us in the long run or anything, obviously, and it won't hurt any other store in the long run either. You can keep giving away 50 cents or $1 on every order if you want to. Go ahead. I don't care. But from a business standpoint, if you had a boss, if you were working for Amazon and you put $2 of if you put $2 of Amazon's money inside every box and sent it to every order you shipped out, your ass would be in court or jail. They would not play, because if you ship out 100 orders in a week, you just gave away $200 of money. I mean, it is simple math. It's just stuff I didn't even think about. Well, any other dumb things we can talk about that we have screwed up? What other dumb mistakes did we make? We haven't made a lot of mistakes. We've been pretty good at figuring them out before they happened, or fixing them really quickly when we realized that they were going to happen.
Yeah, the most mistakes we make, and again, I mean, you're talking a handful of them across the year, is something doesn't get caught before it goes in inventory.
Yeah. If you're inventorying too fast and don't pay attention to the parts close enough, you'll get a bunch of shitty parts into inventory that are scratched up or discolored or broken, or that does happen. And that's one of the reasons that when he's put in bulk, he always puts in an overage, because we probably do pay more attention to the parts as they're being packed than we do the individual part as it's being sorted. Because we're trying to do such a large volume that we're not looking at the text or the stud on every single part that goes past our face.
It's impossible to do that when you're doing 5,000 parts at a time of one SKU.
Yeah. If you're doing 5,000 2x2 bricks, how long is it going to take you to sit there and look at the top and the bottom?
Now, don't get me wrong. We do our best up front.
Yeah.
To try to catch as much as possible, but it's impossible to catch everything.
Well, it's not impossible. It's just not practical. You could do it. You just wouldn't. You'd be wasting so much time. It'd be insane. You couldn't afford to pay people to do it. That's for sure. You're paying somebody $15 an hour to look at one brick at a time. Yeah. And you got to go through 5,000 of that one brick. Yeah. That's not so much. But yeah, having a few extra parts. I'm sure most Bricklink stores do that. If you've you've got bulk stuff, you've got a few extra in inventory all the time. Then you've always got the stuff you haven't processed yet to fall back on if you're missing parts. We always do that. Yeah. But a big one for pleasing your customers is stop letting them figure out your mistake by refunding them 10 cents for a couple of parts or even $1 for a couple of parts. Fix your screw up. It's going to cost you money. It's going to cost you time. But you're going to...
But it didn't cost you a feedback, which would hurt you more.
Yeah, it's not going to cost you a negative feedback or a neutral feedback or somebody that's going to be like, well, I ordered from this guy before and they didn't give me all my parts. Yeah, I got a refund, but they're just not, they're not on the ball. I'm going to go find somebody else. And that's how I would personally think, and I have had that happen to me with other stores before. I can appreciate just getting a refund for the missing parts or an extra $1 or $2 for the missing parts. I would never expect a store to refund me my entire order. And I don't think it's fair for a customer to expect a store to refund the entire shipping fee plus the parts if they make a mistake. From an owner's perspective. From a buyer's perspective,
I gotta go buy that same order again somewhere.
Yeah, what a pain in the ass. You just screwed me. I gotta go place another order. It's gonna cost me another $5 to get this one part that you screwed up. Either way, it's not a good situation. From either side. You're either gonna, as a seller, screw yourself because you made a mistake. You own it. That you're gonna have to refund somebody $5 or $6 on a 30-cent part. That sucks. Nobody wants to do that as a seller. Or piss off your customer from their perspective that why the hell do I have to spend $5 or $6 to get that one part because you screwed up. I can see it from both sides. Both sides, it sucks. Our solution is to fix the freaking problem and eat it.
Yep.
Because I would rather fix it, have it cost me a couple of dollars, and have the customer overly happy that I went above and beyond to solve my mistake. It wasn't theirs, it was mine. I screwed up somewhere in our store, in our business. That part shouldn't have gone out. It shouldn't have been the wrong color. Whatever, we shouldn't have counted them wrong. It doesn't matter what the mistake is, and it doesn't matter who made the mistake.
At best, it'll cost you 60 cents for a stamp. Or at worst case scenario, it's going to cost you $5 or $6 ordering it from a store if you can't find it in your overflow.
Yeah, if our inventory is messed up and we got to go find it, or we screwed, more often than not, if we make a mistake, it's usually just on the count or something similar. Hey, I ordered 50 of this part and I only got 49. Can you send me another one? Yeah,
as long as it's small enough, it goes in an envelope and goes in the mail.
Yep. If it fits if it's a plate or a tile or something thin enough, stick in the envelope, put a stamp on it, send it.
Cost you every time 60 cents to fix your mess up.
Do not refund that customer for 4 cents or $1, because refunding it doesn't solve the customer's problem. He still needs that damn part. You give him $1 doesn't solve it at all. If anything, it still irritates them. Because, okay, great, you sent me $1, I still got to spend $5 to get another one. See what I'm saying? That doesn't solve it. Refunds are a last resort if you cannot fix the problem. And I don't care if it costs me money, just like Alex said earlier with the wrong color fish. We screwed up. We inventoried them in the wrong color. It was definitely our mistake. And it was a hard part to find. Every store on Bricklink had it wrong. And anybody that had 3 or more that I emailed had it wrong. And they all came back to me saying, hey, sorry, you're right. We don't have that color. Okay, cool. Well, that's kind of what I'm expecting at this point because we did it too. So the solution was, okay, do we just refund this customer, piss him off because he's still got to find the fish, the right color, or...
And he would have run into the same thing on 4 other sellers.
He would have run into the same thing. He would have bought it from the next guy, and they would have sent him the wrong color too. If we hadn't been the one to let the stores know they had the inventory wrong, he would have bought somebody else's wrong color too. And been like, what the hell, you know? I ordered it twice and I'm getting the wrong colors. Nobody, you know, the solution to, hey, you know what? Screw it. Let's just buy the collectible figure that it comes with. The parts are valued more than what we're paying for the figures. Send the guy his fish. Make $10 on this entire... Actually, we only make $5 because we had to send the guy the fish. That cost another couple dollars for the bubbler and everything, and mail out another order to him. But it fixed the problem. We'll make a couple dollars by fixing it this way.
And it put lots that we don't have in inventory.
And the customer's happy. He got the wrong parts, and he got the right parts. And he doesn't have to shop around to try to get the right parts. Don't do refunds. That's as a buyer and a seller, as a buyer, that's the shittiest solution. It really is. I had people do it to me, and I understand it, and I'm okay with it, but that is not the solution to have as a seller. It just isn't, because it doesn't solve the customer's problem. It makes it worse. Now they got to go find somebody else to buy it from, which means not coming back to your store. Fix their problem. Let them know that you tried to make them happy.
And in our case, he says we don't have business cards anymore, but we do. On the back of our business cards, there's a section that says if there's an issue with their order, we'll put the part number and the quantity that's off, and at the bottom it says the parts will show up in a couple of days, or another package is on its way out.
We do still have business cards. We only use them in the orders that have mistakes. We stopped putting them in every order, and that was a decision I made because I was getting Bricklink orders and business cards and stuff from everybody else, and I was like, what am I going to do with it? I started throwing stuff away. And I'm not a hoarder. I don't collect business cards. I don't need a pile of them laying around. I'm just going to go on Bricklink next time and find out who's got the parts I need. I'm not going to look through business cards to see who I bought from and then just go try to track down a specific store. So
we did have them in the beginning.
We did.
They went out with the first 4,500 orders.
And we ran out. I'm not buying more cards.
We were getting low. I think I've got 2 boxes left.
Yeah, but now we only use them in the orders that we specifically make mistakes, and that's what they're for, is to let the customer know that, hey, there's a mistake in your order. We are fixing it. You will get your parts. And, you know, we did include the wrong ones of the problem. You know, if we have them, we put them in there so that they've got those in the meantime while they're waiting for the correct ones to come. And yeah, that seems to work the best. And as a buyer, that would please me, that I don't have to go do the legwork to get the parts you screwed up on. Yeah, as a buyer. On the seller side, I'm glad that I'm fixing my problem and not putting it on the customer so that they hate me. You know, they're going to dislike a store that makes them go do more work at their expense. Even if you give them $5 back, they still have to go do it, and they still got to wait for it. You know, it's still not fixing the problem. Doesn't matter if you give them $10 back. I mean, yeah, they'll be happy they got $10, but they still have to go fix the problem. You're better off just fixing it for them and making it right.
Costs less headaches, and it'll keep... The thing that it does the most is keep your feedback from being tarnished. Because once your feedback gets down 90, 80...
Oh, well, you shouldn't even be a seller at that point.
People will avoid you if you're less than 95.
Yeah, I'm not so worried about the feedback because ours is pretty damn good. I'm looking at it more of a buyer perspective when it comes to fixing the problems, because it did piss me off when I had a couple of orders come in a week or two, and there were multiple problems and nobody fixed them. Oh, here's $1 back for your 10-cent part. Well, that's great, but I still need the part, dude. Okay, you made a mistake, I get it, but whatever. I don't care about the $1. It's still going to cost me $6 to fix it. You know.
Yep.
And even if I get the $6, I still got to go fix it. it's not something you should do.
It's not the money.
No, sometimes it's not the money. You know, it really isn't. If you're looking forward to building something this weekend and now you just don't have the parts, you screwed up my weekend. That was, you know, I've got 5 of these that I'm building, you know, and it literally is like a weekend project. And if I place 3 Bricklink orders the week prior, so that weekend I can focus on putting all this together, and all of a sudden,
yeah, God forbid your brackets didn't show up on time.
Yeah, right.
Couldn't build the whole thing.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, I didn't have those in inventory. It's like you're screwing up somebody's whole weekend by messing up a couple of parts. I mean, that could possibly be true. It would be with me, because I'm scheduling something for a certain day. Okay, I've got this whole day to myself. I'm going to work on this and get it knocked out. And all of a sudden, your order comes in Thursday and you're missing whatever. It's like, oh, shit, screw up the whole day. So, yeah, I definitely try to fix it. Don't. The refund's irrelevant to somebody that needs the parts. It really is. Just like the shipping fees are irrelevant if they need the parts. Don't care. I'll pay twice as much. Get it to me tomorrow. I don't care. I've had that, dude. I have had.
We have had orders like that.
We have had that order. Hey, I've got $10 worth of parts in my cart. I want to order them from you. I'm in Florida. I need them by tomorrow because I've got a.
What was the one we did for the convention?
Yeah, the guy had a Lego convention he was going to that weekend. It's Wednesday. He wants the parts by Friday morning at the latest. And I'm like, dude, you realize this is going to cost like $35 to mail these overnight, or $50. And it didn't matter. He did not care. He had to have the parts. We were the closest seller that had the volume of parts he needed in the state. And he did not care what it cost. And that, you know, that's an extreme example. But on a less extreme example, somebody plans on working on their stuff next weekend. They place an order today, and all of a sudden,
that teacher in California did the same thing. It wasn't as drastic as a timeline, but it was, can you get this out as fast as humanly possible? And she wanted it second day.
Yeah.
Because she needed it for class.
Yeah, she still had a few days. It didn't have to be overnighted, which would have been insane because it was a box of parts.
Yeah, it's
like 5 pounds of parts.
It was
8 pounds.
5,000 plus bricks.
Yeah.
She was doing division math.
Yeah, and she really needed them quickly, but you know, she had enough time that we could send it second day, and she would still have it in time. But you know, those orders come in. I'm sure they come in for everybody from time to time, but it's that mentality that you have to realize that your customers don't care about certain things all the time. So it's not that important. It's not the priority of your store. Shouldn't be. But how long have we been yakking?
3 hours.
4.
Almost.
3 hours and 50 minutes. Is there anybody on there actually listening to us?
Yeah, it fluctuates between 6 and 10 people.
Who the hell wants to listen to us for 4 hours? That's crazy. We're not that smart. We just learned all the mistakes, what not to do. Nah.
That would be a wise person.
Yeah.
A wise person is the one who makes the mistakes and learns from them.
No, a wise person is the one that learns from others' mistakes.
There you go.
You got it wrong.
You're right.
The fool makes the mistakes. The wise person learns from other people's mistakes.
We've made a lot of them over the years.
Yeah. Luckily, none of them really ever hurt us. We've been doing pretty good.
And the question that hasn't been asked yet, is this possible to do full time?
Profit wise, yes.
Is it worth focusing on Bricklink full time?
Oh, this is going to be a tough one.
This is a yes with a grain of salt. In my opinion, it is a yes with a grain of salt.
Well, first, before we get into that subject, I have mentioned this numerous times if you go back and look at any of the Brick Slingers videos that we did when we were talking about this. Having had a store for 5 years now, starting from absolute zero scratch, not having any parts in the beginning, not knowing what we were doing, making plenty of mistakes throughout our learning curve. The one thing that I could say that 5 years in, still have not changed my mind about is our inventory focusing specifically on used parts and not new parts. I would recommend, if you have the time, because it does take more time.
A whole lot more time. New is easy, but you're cutting yourself off at the knees, really.
Yep, I find I would have to get other large stores' input on this to be 100% sure. I would want to talk to, I don't know, somebody like Brick Vibe. You'd have to see what kind of money they're really generating for, because if I'm not mistaken, they are only new bricks. I don't know if they're used. If they are, they
check.
Yeah, see if they have used inventory. They might. I don't know. But from what I understand, they were mostly new parts. The profit margin on the new parts is so low compared to the profit margin on used parts. And don't get me wrong, there's money to be made with new parts. It's just, I see it as,
holy crap, they're up to 16.5 million.
Whoa, that's wicked. That is a crazy number. 16.5 million parts for Brick Vibe. Good for them. Damn. Somebody out in Brick Vibe invite me. I want to come check your place out. I'm impressed. That's insane numbers. I actually talked to one of the guys.
I would love to do a walkthrough of whatever system they have.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, they're not gonna. I know they got proprietary software going. I actually talked to one of the people that worked inside of Brick Vibe once.
They do have used.
They do.
They have 75 lots of used parts.
75 lots. Yeah. Okay.
They're all base plates, road plates, and common bulk parts.
Okay, so yeah, Brick Vibe is 99.9%
rare
new parts, which makes sense. For that kind of volume, you have to, because that's a lot of labor. But anyway, the question that we've gotten a few times is, or I've seen, I don't know how many people have asked directly, but I have seen in the groups, especially the Bricklink buyers and sellers group on Facebook, often question comes up, hey, can you make a living at this? Can you do this full time? Is it practical? I'm going to say yes.
With a grain of salt.
In any way or form, yes, it's doable. It's going to be easier in some ways and more difficult in other ways, but either way, it can be done. If you have a lot of money to start, it's easy to start a new Bricklink store of new parts. If you don't have a lot of money and you want to have a full-time job doing Bricklink, having a Bricklink store, but you don't have a lot of funds to invest in it, then buying used parts
is also viable.
And building your store on used parts is a much more economical way of building up inventory. Because our math, and this is, we've been doing it for 5 years and we've calculated out a lot of stuff. Your average Lego part in buying decent sized kits is about 11 cents.
I think it's still
10 or 11 cents per part, on average. And if you can get those sets at 50% discount, which is a damn good price, and it only happens like twice a year, if at all now. I don't know, with the economy, they may not be dropping the prices that much.
They're producing less, so there's less sitting on shelves.
Right, that's something I heard too, that Lego is producing less kits in volume every year to keep the prices from dropping so low. There is no extra inventory to blow out at the end of the season. They're keeping 25-30% is the max discount you're getting on kits now, I think. Yeah.
It's usually flying off the shelf when it gets to 30.
Yeah, 25%. It's usually already gone.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So the actual deals that you can get on Lego kits now is drying up, and they're doing it systematically on purpose because they don't want to overproduce to drop their profit margin either.
And they're also tracking on Bricklink, now that they own it, who's going and buying stuff from Pick-a-Brick walls and just dumping thousands of parts in inventory.
Not just that, but I heard, and I don't know if it's happened because I just steered clear of it, but I did hear that at one point in time, a couple of years ago, Lego was trying to get the Bricklink sellers to cross-platform their account usernames and passwords, so that they were going to migrate the two accounts together so that they could see what you were selling.
Anybody buying direct from the website would be able to be tracked right through their login.
And I heard that they were going to block Bricklink sellers from buying on Pick-a-Brick website. I don't buy anything from Lego's website ever, unless it's something for my personal build. I did buy a few parts a few years ago and then put them into inventory, but it was just parts I didn't use when I bought them from Pick-a-Brick. I didn't specifically buy stuff from Lego to put on Bricklink. But then again, I don't focus on new parts, so there's no reason for me to do that. Now,
the only thing that I did consider was when they released the new goats, but they were like $5 a piece.
Yeah, it's like you're not going to make much money on them. But now,
why would anybody go on Bricklink and pay more than that?
Right, you can go on. Well, the thing is, Lego's website sells out in an hour, and then it all wind up on Bricklink in 6 weeks.
Yep.
But back to the profit margin side of the Pick-a-Brick or the Bricklink store. Your average part through buying new parts, whether it's kits, Pick-a-Brick wall is a little bit different story. But buying the parts through kits, you're going to pay 11 cents a part. Our average price per part, buying used parts, what we've calculated, is roughly half a penny per part.
Regardless of the part.
That could be a Lego motor. That could be
a base plate.
Or it could be an ultra rare figure that valued at $300-400, which I do have one of that we got for half a penny.
Yep, we found a Cloud City Boba Fett missing his helmet at a half a penny apart.
Yep, I actually bought the helmet on Bricklink from someone just to finish the figure. Anyway, you have to weigh your time versus your profit between new and used parts is what it comes down to.
And what you can spend.
Well, yeah.
Not just your profit.
Right. Well, your
time versus your financial value.
Yeah, you're right. Your time versus your finances, and you have to calculate your profit margins into that as well. If you buy a set on sale and it costs you $100, that set on Bricklink is going to part out to $400, roughly.
Just spitballing numbers.
Right, you just spitball numbers. If I buy the same volume of parts in a bulk lot that you just put that set in for. You paid $100, it's worth $400. If I buy the same exact volume of parts used, I'm going to pay $5, $10,
maybe
$5 or $10 for that same volume of parts, and my parts are also worth $400. So my profit margin is insane compared to yours. However, the downfall is I do have to sort the parts, which you have to sort the parts, but yours are a little bit
not
more.
to inventory it though. They can do it with a push of a button.
True. The upload is fast. You still have to sort your parts out and put them away. I have to sort my parts out and put them away, but I have to sort them 2 or 3 times and wash them.
You'll have maybe 100, 150 lots. I could have up to 1,000 different SKUs in that same volume.
Which is good and bad. The fact that you have 1,000 lots versus your 100 lots does help your store because, people looking for more parts. The more you have, the better. However, it does take more time. So at that point, you really have to decide which is more valuable to you, your time or your finances. Which one can you afford to spend? Can you spend more time or can you spend more money? And our solution, being we're kind of playing the long game. We're not worried about profit today or tomorrow or next week. This is 5 years from now for us. We don't care. We got all the time in the world. We can spend as much time on this or as little time on this as we want. And as a home business, I would highly recommend you invest your time into your business, because if you're doing it part-time or full-time, your profits are still going to be higher. It may take you more physical time to do it.
You can do it used.
Used, right. Did I say new?
No, you didn't say either.
Oh, okay. No, I would definitely invest your smaller amount of finances, meaning how much money you have to spend to get a massive volume of inventory
across a longer period of
time. If you're playing the long game and you want to grow your store to be a decent sized store,
you'll make way more money that way.
You will definitely make more profit. You will spend more time, but you're already expecting to have to spend time. If you're trying to get rich quick, this Bricklink is just not the business to get rich quick at all. I firmly do not believe in the buy a whole bunch of sets and sit on them for 5 years.
I mean, the three of us working together on this for the last 6 months, our projections, we're barely going to be making minimum wage across all three of us, but our only cost of living is the house.
Right. Our overhead is minimal.
Yeah, that's it. We don't need a lot of money anymore.
Yeah.
Because we're not supporting another business, and none of us have expensive vices. None of us have bills really other than our normal household stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. It depends on your situation. I mean, if you've got a lot of money, sure, go buy new parts and do it quick and easy and make 2-3 times your money. That's fine. However, our goal is long term, and our goal is profit margin. We want to make the most amount of money we can with the least amount of investment. I don't mind spending the time. I have all the time in the world.
Or the money.
Yeah, I'm basically, after closing down our fabrication shop, I'm basically retired or unemployed or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, me too, at 31.
Yeah, I'm 50 and I don't have a job. I play with Legos all day. Yep. It's not that hard of a job, to tell you the truth. Let me tell you, I'd much rather be doing this than dealing with customers at a restaurant or customers at Walmart or,
Even in our field of business, people who don't have correct artwork.
Oh yeah, there's always daily. Bricklink is a great home business. It really is, because now don't get me wrong. It's not like I don't want to deal with customers, but you don't deal with customers on a normal basis in Bricklink. You get the order, you fulfill it, and it's over. There's no, well, hey, can I get a better price on this? Well, I mean, you will get those emails from time to time, But there's nobody haggling. There's nobody complaining. There's nobody crying you didn't put enough creamer in the soda or in their coffee. You know, it's a very
low stress business.
Yeah, it's low stress. It's kind of cut and dry. If you don't make a mistake, the customer's going to be happy. You know, if you make a mistake, you're going to hear about it. Yes, okay, that's going to happen. That's going to happen in every business. But the mistakes in this one are pretty easy to handle most of the time.
Yeah, the worst case scenario, you can't find it in your overflow. You got to order it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it does take probably a larger space to focus on used parts versus new parts, because with new parts you are very limited on the new parts that you can even get. You know, if there's 84,000 different Lego parts and only 2,500 of them are being produced today, then
80% of Bricklink you'll never come across.
Yeah, you'll never even see them. You know, if you're focused only on new pieces, you know, you have a very limited palette, and it might be only 3,500 or 4,000 different lots of new parts that are being produced today. That wouldn't include figures, but parts.
Yep.
And there is, you know, I think the big upside to new is when you buy kits, the figures will sell quickly, and you make back your investment. Then your parts become your profit margin over time, from what I have seen. And that, you know, that may or may not be accurate, but I think that the figures are going to sell quicker than a lot of the parts do most of the time. So that is a beneficial side to selling new parts. But being in it for strictly profit margin and long term, I find it very, very difficult. I've had some pretty good deals come my way. I've had people say, hey, I know this one person, and he messaged me one day. He's like, hey, I have an entire pallet of this kit. Do you want it?
All brand new.
All brand new. Brand new kit, pallet, not only an hour and a half away. And I looked up.
You're talking a decent chunk of money too. It's not like
I know. I looked up the value of the kit to see what they cost new, to find out what they were going to be as parted out kits, or what they would be worth if I were to sell them as whole kits.
And it was worth our while. It was about 4 times in the end.
No, the problem was he wanted to sell them at 30% or 40% discount of what the retail price was. They're still new kits. They're still worth quite a bit. And it was going to be like $15,000 investment. And I looked at it and I said, okay, if we invest 15 grand in this and we get, I don't know, it was like 200 kits. I don't remember what it was. It was you know, I figured 200 kits.
It was a lot of kits and it was a lot of parts. Yeah. I remember that.
But the profit margin on those kits was only going to be 30%, 40% if I sold it as a kit. And maybe
I think it was 3 times through.
I would probably at least double or triple my money if I parted all of it out and was able to sell all of it. And I looked at that profit margin, and at 3 times $15,000, you're looking at $45,000. That's a lot of money. But now, got a calculator? Yeah. Figure 15,000 times 17. If I invested $15,000 into used parts, which I could do,
we have done before.
We have done. I have spent that kind of money on used parts, and if we do that again, I will take a $15,000 investment, and it will take time. Don't get me wrong. This will take a couple of years, but $15,000 rotates into what?
$255,000.
I can take $15,000 and turn it into $250,000. That
is why we focused on used.
That is why I don't buy new parts, because it doesn't make financial sense for me. It may for others.
And that number may sound made up, and I promise you it's not.
Nope.
At the prices that we pay for Lego and the
6-month average numbers.
6-month average number, it is spot on.
Yep. We figure it's roughly 13 to 17 times profit margin on buying used parts versus 3 or 4 times profit margin at best buying new parts. I can't justify that. I just cannot justify buying new parts most of the time.
I don't have a lot of extra money to spend, but I've got all the fucking time in the world. That's the simplest way to look at that.
And even if you had a lot of extra money, it's still not wise to invest it in new parts. It's still, if you have $1 million, why would you buy new parts? You could still turn it into $17 million instead of 4. It's just it's a numbers game for me. And don't get me wrong, I do buy new parts, but I only buy new parts in massive bulk, really good prices of parts that I know I will sell every week for the next 2 years. We have drawers full of tiles. I will buy tiles all day long when I've got extra money that I don't care about.
What's a kilo to a pound? 2.4?
Something. 2.4, I think.
4 pounds in freedom units.
Freedom units, yes.
On average, we pay somewhere between $3.75 and $4 a pound right now. And that does work out to 15 times.
Yeah, roughly.
Most of the time, we're getting less. We're paying less.
Yeah, I can, if I really try, I can get more parts than I can afford for less than $3 a pound.
Yep.
If I don't try to haggle or don't try to shop around, I can spend $4 a pound and buy more stuff than I can possibly afford to spend. I could turn around and spend $100,000 and $4 a pound if I had.
And still turn around the next month and do it again.
Yeah. But there's no point. You can't process that volume of stuff unless you just turn into a warehouse, and I don't want to. Right now we literally have thousands of pounds of parts.
Yeah, we've got
sitting
about
here.
6.
6,000.
We're up at about 6. You bought 600 pounds last month.
Walk the camera in there. Just for fun.
Okay.
Just for fun.
Yeah.
Just so you don't think we're bullshitting you.
And this is just the stuff that we've paid to color sort.
Yeah.
Half of it.
Yeah, this is half of our color sorted, not in inventory yet parts.
This is one of our storage
so you don't think
areas.
we're full of shit. We literally have 5,000 or 6,000 pounds of parts.
So this is one of our storage areas. This is where all of our bubblers go. Some of the stuff left over from our business. But this entire wall is color sorted used. Every tote weighs about 55 pounds. And you're looking at what? 16, 17, 18. I think there's 19 in this room. So that works out to what? 600 pounds roughly?
How many totes?
19?
That's 1,000 pounds.
Yeah, close enough.
20 totes, 50 pounds. It's 1,000 pounds, give or take.
And then we've got that in 3 different locations in the house. And then our back porch is covered in bulk.
And our color sorter still has 1,000 pounds sitting in his place.
Yep.
So yeah, we've got more stuff than we can. We figure what we have on hand right now is about 6,000 pounds. It'll take us 3 or 4 years to process it.
Element Bain asked, any ideas for supply sources for used?
Supplies such as what? What supplies are you looking for?
A supply source.
Oh, to buy used parts. Oh man, that's the one touchy subject that is very difficult to try to keep from people. And I don't mean this to be a jerk. It's one of the very few things that most sellers do not want to give up are their sources for parts. And it's not that I don't want other stores to be able to get to this point. However, I don't want to be competing to buy the same parts at some point with other stores. I have seen, not myself personally, but I know of a couple of stores that
says I understand completely.
I understand, but I have seen this happen firsthand, and I don't.
It happened with those pallets.
I'm not saying much about it.
I know.
Keep it
proprietary information.
It's not proprietary. It is. I will be honest. It's for selfish reasons. It really is. It's a business. It's a
decision. It's a business decision to keep it quiet.
Yeah. It's just. I have seen this happen before, and I'm not kidding. I've seen a couple other Bricklink sellers that were friends and buddies and helping each other, and all of a sudden, the two of them were competing against each other to buy the same products because they were using the same supplier, and it went really bad. And I don't want to put anybody else in that situation, including myself. I don't want to be in that situation with anybody. I would much rather be as open and honest about everything as I can. Like, I will tell you my profit margins. I will show you my sales. I will screenshot Bricklink. I don't care. That stuff's irrelevant. The one thing that will really throw a wrench in anybody's Bricklink store is losing sources and suppliers. Getting them is not that difficult. If you network, you meet the right people, you'll find suppliers. I had 3 local that nobody knows about, that I never ever had to go looking for parts. Once I found these people, they just called me when they had 400 or 500 pounds. Hey, I got 500 pounds. You want to come get them? Yep, I'll be there tomorrow.
He says, I'm EU based. You can charge me for those. You can charge me for those tips later in private.
There you go.
Not get the competition.
Right.
And then he also...
I don't understand how you guys out there, like Germany, damn, they've got some wicked Bricklink stores.
He also says, is the $3.75 to £4 per part only bulk, or does it include minifigures as well? He says he doesn't see how we hit our 17 times. And you're right, it does include minifigures. It's what we consider bulk is bulk random.
Like 100% unsorted. It's got fake parts, it's got figures, it's got motors,
base plates, everything.
When we buy stuff, we obviously prefer to get stuff that hasn't been picked through yet. You can't always do that. Sometimes it's been picked through, sometimes it hasn't. But as an average throughout 5 years, I can say that our average price right now is about $3 a pound over 5 years for used parts. And that does include some figures, some electronics, some rare parts, all kinds of crazy stuff. But no, you will not always get $3, $4 a pound for stuff that has not been picked through. Sometimes we've got one source that we deal with. He's been a great source for years now. However, he will pick through everything that we get first. He will take every minifigure, every animal, every base plate, any motor, anything that has value, anything that's a higher dollar value part, he will take. And he does do his own sales with them. However, he could not care less about bricks, plates, tiles, printed stuff. Doesn't care, not interested, get it out of my warehouse. So, when we go to buy from that particular person, we know what to expect. We know it's been sifted through pretty thoroughly. You know, so we will find a little figure here or there, or something he missed or didn't care about, whatever. You will still get some random junk in there, but
the price we pay also shows that.
Right. With him, we've gotten stuff down to $2.75 a pound, and that's for stuff that he knows he's picked through pretty thoroughly, and this is just parts. You are not going to get anything worth more than quarter apart. I've already taken them out.
And he knows the value of themes too.
Yes,
because he will not sell us any Bionicle for less than $4 a pound.
Yeah, or I don't think it was that cheap, was it? No.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, he knows his categories. He's not a huge Bricklink store or anything, I don't think, but he does do his own sales through
the internet.
Yeah, the internet. I'm be vague because I don't know exactly where he sells. I've never gone and looked.
And to one of your other statements, Element says, I do the same. We specialize in sets. I share all my info with my local competitors, except for my sources.
Okay. See, and I'm like I said, if I didn't have to worry long term about keeping our supply stocked up, then I would tell you that too. I honestly would. If I didn't really have to worry about if I had 50,000 pounds of parts, I would tell you who to go to. I really would, because at that point it doesn't concern me anymore. I'm not worried about it. I wouldn't have to get more. But being the size we are, specifically trying to do this long term as efficiently and being able to make as much profit as we can, unfortunately, that's the one thing I probably won't give out.
He says, on a fundamental level, it's labor and source material that makes up the margins. I'm not able to source that cheap, but I live in the lowest labor market on the continent, so I hope I can make up for it. He said, I hope and make up for the higher supply costs.
He's the one in UK?
Yeah.
Where specifically are you in UK? What's a large city close to you? Just out of curiosity. Because I would think
being that close to Denmark.
Yeah, being that close to Denmark, there has got to be some places that you can hunt down some bulk.
The EU got stuff before we ever could.
Yeah. I would think there should be some pretty good suppliers.
The one thing I will say is a good source, no matter how much or how little you buy from it, stick to local social media. You can find all kinds of good deals if you look hard enough.
Yeah, that's true. We've bought some stuff that we didn't.
Bulgaria.
Bulgaria. I don't know much about Bulgaria, and I would think maybe that might be a little bit more difficult place to get. Are they close to Romania?
I'm looking it up because I don't know either. Geography was
We're kind of stupid. We're American, We don't know where the hell anything is in this world. I'm just kidding. I think Bulgaria. I think they're close to Romania. I know where Romania is, only because I knew somebody.
It's
there.
right below it.
Okay, so they're close. Yeah.
See, you're better than I am.
That is a little bit of a difficult spot. I have to admit that I do know that Romania is difficult, so Bulgaria is going to be a little more difficult too. Yeah. EU is a very vague thing for Americans. We don't understand what the hell EU is. We know kind of where England is. We kind of know where Germany is, but when all those other countries that have just kept changing over the last 50 years, that's a vague area for us.
Americans aren't very good with geography.
Yeah.
It says $3 an hour minimum wage there.
Wow. What's a Bulgarian dollar versus a US dollar though? Or is it $3 $3 US dollars?
I think he put it in freedom units.
Freedom units, okay.
That's what he called it.
Okay. So $3 minimum, that's good. I'll be honest with you. You might cringe at this or you might not believe me. But the one person that I have become very trustworthy of locally, how did we meet him?
Which one? I don't know where you're going with this.
Trying to remember where we met him. Sorting guy. How the hell did we meet him?
You have to be more specific. I don't know who you're talking about.
I can't think of his name. Old age.
Brian?
No, I'm doing the sorting. Who does our sorting? There's only one person.
Earl.
Okay. How do we meet him?
Facebook post.
It was
Facebook or Craigslist post. We put an ad out for sorters.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember.
I didn't know where you were going.
Yeah, I just had a brain fart. I that happens from time to time. Yeah, the one guy that we really, really trust that's local, I've always had a concern that handing over a lot of parts to somebody someone's going to kind of disappear. And it took a little while to find this guy that we really trust. And he's been excellent for a few years. And we will literally drop off 500 or 1,000 pounds to him. And just let us know when it's color sorted. And he does it. It was, I guess, him and his mom. He was
him, his mom, and his very old grandmother.
Yeah, because he's in his 30s or 40s. He wasn't young or anything, but he does it part-time whenever he feels like it. We never pressure him to get it done quickly. We don't care. We've got 2 years of stuff backed up already. But we pay him $1.25 a pound to color sort. And he also pulls out fakes. If it's something... I don't think he really pulls out the damaged stuff so much, does he?
Only really bad stuff.
Yeah, stuff that he knows is like, this is broken, I'm going to throw this aside. He'll pull out fakes. We usually go through what he's going to get first and pull out electronics and figures. We'll kind of shuffle through the totes that are going to him first. Just pick out stuff that we see. It's like, okay, he's not going to need to go through. We don't give him boats because there's no point in lugging over...
Yeah, we do size sift first.
Yeah, we do an initial sort ourselves quickly. Like we'll go through an entire 55-gallon tote in 5 or 10 minutes.
We pull out anything bigger than a 16 by 16.
Yeah, we pull out the big plates. We pull out minifigures or animals or electronics, stuff that we know has a higher value. That there's no point in sending it to him because it's easy stuff to bulk inventory in bigger parts or more valuable parts. But yeah, we'll drop off of 500 to 1,000 pounds at a time, and we've been paying him $1.25 an hour. Or I'm sorry, $1.25 a pound.
On his own timetable.
Yeah, whenever he gets to it. I don't care if it takes you a week. I don't care if it takes you a year. Just let me know when it's done. And at that time, we take 1,000 pounds back and drop off another 1,000 pounds, and he'll call us when it's done. So it's been working out great for us. The labor price is pretty low, but it's just, it's play money for him. He's watching TV in the evening after work, and he's sorting parts while he's watching TV.
He told me once that every dollar that he ever makes sorting the Legos, he spends on his kid, who only gets to see once a month, or for 1 week a month. I'm sorry. So he takes his kid to Disney or Legoland or to the movies. That's what he spends that money on.
Right.
He's got a couple more posts. He says, we do source from Germany a lot, though, but delivery costs are $2 to $2.20, or $2 for a kilo to get to Bulgaria. And he says he currently has 11 freelancers checking sets, so they should be all right with sorting parts. He asks, how much time does a pound of parts take for us to process from bulk to through the 2 or 3 sorts clean to pick? He says his current estimation for parts is about 7 hours for a kilo, and he says he has the same approach with his freelancers. Whenever it's done, doesn't matter, if I just want to get the work ticked off.
Yeah.
So for us, that's hard to calculate because we don't know how long it takes our sorters to sort that. But I do know the 3 of us process 100 pounds in about 3 weeks.
2.5, I think it was.
And that's 2.5.
And that's not working full time.
No, that's like, I don't know, 5 to 8 hours a day.
I would say the 3 of us work a total of
maybe 50.
Probably, yeah. The 3 of us working together probably work a total of 50 hours a week. So you have to do the math backwards.
That's 2 hours a pound for just our time.
Which 100 hours, 200.
Yeah,
that's $1. That's an hour a pound.
It's half an hour a pound.
2.5.
2 pounds, 1 hour, roughly.
We'll do 50 times 2.5.
50 times 2.5.
Divide that by 3 people.
Divide that by 3. 42. That's about right.
Okay.
So yeah, you're looking at, we can roughly process 2 pounds an hour across all of it.
Yeah, see, the thing is, we do such a bulk volume of everything at one time that it's kind of hard to break it up. Like if you were just to give me a pound of miscellaneous parts and try to do that, I would see that as a waste of time, because this little pile of parts is going to be 400 lots, and so is this 100 pounds is going to be the same 400 lots.
Yeah, our easiest way is to just generalize it. It takes us...
Yeah, we generalize everything in 100-pound lots because that's roughly what we're doing at one time.
Yeah.
So you can kind of divide it down
that
way.
Takes us 2.5 to 3 weeks, depending on the large color. Now you start getting into smaller colors where if you take 1,000 pounds of just random stuff and have it color sorted, you're lucky to get 5 pounds of dark red or 5 pounds of tan and dark tan combined.
Yeah. It really depends on the number of parts in that particular color. Because the less parts in that color, the faster it goes. The more parts in that color, the slower. If you do black modified plates, that's going to take you more time than it's going to do bricks in any color.
Yes. Do you mean 2 pounds an hour is the sort without the cataloging? No, that's with the three of us working. That's categories broken down, subcategories broken down, individual parts broken down, and cataloged and put away.
Yeah.
It's start of a color to the end of a color.
Yeah.
At 100 pounds.
After we get it back from Earl Color Sorter, it takes us that much time to go through 100 pounds. It's about 2.5 weeks for 3 people. Yep. But we're not working full time either. You got to realize that we probably work part time doing it.
Yeah, we could probably do it in half of that if we really.
Yeah, if all three of us decided to work a solid 8-hour day, 5 days a week, we'd probably do 200 pounds every 2.5 weeks.
And as far as the picking side, it depends on the person. For picking orders, Evelyn isn't as capable as I am, and I am not as capable as a very fit person. But Evelyn pulls about 80 lots per hour, and I can pull about 125 lots per hour.
That's if you're really busting your ass.
Yeah.
If average is probably 100.
If I had my caffeine for the day, first thing in the morning, I had music blaring in my headphones and just tunnel vision, I could probably get up to 150 lots an hour and not think twice about it for about a 4-hour period. My back gives out long before my steam does.
I would say average picking is probably more like 100 an hour just on an average day. You think?
I'm sorry, I was reading.
Average day, 100 lots an hour?
Yeah, on average, probably about 100 lots an hour.
That's okay.
My average is 125. I can knock out that order any time of the day in an hour.
Okay.
It takes 20 minutes to pack it. He says, wow, you take the color approach. I'll get back to you when I have solid data. My approach is very different.
Like we said, if you start from the beginning of the stream, our store is very, very different than probably 99% of Bricklink stores. And that's, one of the interesting parts that I kind of feel, I really do feel proud of what we've done because it's so different. I have not seen another store inventory the way we do. I have not seen another store sort the way we do.
And we haven't been able to find anybody tell us that it's wrong.
Everybody says it's wrong. Color sorting sucks.
for sorting, it's a different story. I'm talking about the store. I haven't been able to find one person, and we did the whole internet stuff for a couple of years.
Oh,
nobody's been like, yeah, that's not a good idea.
No,
it's like, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
A lot of them be like, yeah, but I couldn't do it that way. I've noticed a lot of people when it comes to the sorting, they really prefer to sort parts and categories first. My brain, I kid you not, I sat down and really, really tried to part sort once, and my brain just locked up. Like, what the hell? This is the dumbest thing ever. My brain would not focus On parts, all I saw was colors. I couldn't, it was hard.
He says he does 15 to 20 seconds per lot, 3 to 4 per minute, 180 to 240 per hour picking.
Yeah, but
that's his times.
A lot of that's gonna depend on your volume of parts too. You're not counting 100. You're not counting 83 parts going that fast either. So
he says wrong is not always applicable. For me, efficiency is the key, as I want to take long-term approach.
Yeah, we do too. But our time. I don't want to say our time's not important to us, but it's not the primary importance. Yeah. I don't think.
We don't want to waste our time, but at the same time, we don't care if it takes longer.
Right. It's not. That's the time itself isn't so much the determining factor for our store. I would much rather focus on the profit margin side of it.
Keeping the customers happy.
Yeah, keeping the customers happy, keeping the profit margin as good as we possibly can. Not trying to gouge anybody. We're not jacking our prices up 5x of, retail or.
The only time we do that is when we want the orders to stop.
Yes, yes, that's true.
That's the only time we ever jack our prices up.
Yeah.
So when we want the orders to stop.
We specifically did that starting in May. We stopped. We didn't close our store.
January. We stopped in May.
Was it January?
We raised all the prices in January while we were closing out the business.
You're right. Yeah, we deliberately did that this year, knowing that we were going to close down the business and had to spend a lot of. We had 25 years of crap to go through and get rid of in a fabrication shop. I mean, we've been there for a long time, had a lot of stuff.
Storage, machinery.
Equipment, tools, just everything. I mean, there's a lot of shit. But yeah, it took us months to go through and get rid of the shop, close everything down, clean it up.
And then we left the store high on purpose.
Yeah, because
after we closed the business.
Yeah, when we decided to close the business, we kind of made a plan, and that included the Bricklink side of it. Closing the business down, we knew it was going to take a lot of time. We did not want to have to stop and start and go back and forth between Bricklink and trying to fulfill orders and spend time at the shop closing it and cleaning. We didn't want to do that. So what we did was we deliberately raised the prices really high on the whole store.
It was 4 times 6-month average or something.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah, we raised it real high. We figured if anybody's crazy enough to place an order with us, okay, well, we'll go ahead and spend the time to ship out your stuff at 4 times 6-month retail or 6-month average. We're cool with that. But we did it deliberately just to slow down the store. We didn't want to close the store because that doesn't make sense.
Because reopening it, he asked what software we use. Please ignore if you already went over this. Define what software you're asking for.
Yeah, what do you mean? What software do we use? Probably he's talking about Brickstore, I'm guessing. However, should we show him? We could show him. Nobody's seen it before.
I don't know. He says he's leaving.
Oh, he's leaving?
He says going to bed, baby is crying, 1 a.m. here.
Okay.
We'll watch the full episode tomorrow. Thanks for this.
Tell him, all right, well, what I'll do is after you get off, I will do a quick overview of the app that we are creating. We're in the process of making our own app, but it will be shortly. So we're using our own proprietary software. But we're considering making it available, so we don't know. Probably, maybe. But we do use Brickstore too.
Yes, we love Brickstore.
I love Brickstore. However, I find it to be more than I need at times. It's a very, very good program, but it's a full-blown package, and I don't always need that. I need something a little bit more streamlined for what I do.
Yeah, for inventory.
Yeah, my inventory doesn't need to be that full-blown. It's great. I don't see any problem with it. It's just I don't want to have to be on a computer the whole time. I'm designing what we're doing specifically for our phone. And it'll be great because you can put this same app on everybody's phone, and everybody can be doing it simultaneously. You don't have to have a computer for every person. They can just put it on their phone. But yeah.
Back to is this worth doing full time. That's where we were still at.
I think so. If you're, I would say that a lot of that's going to depend on your lifestyle, because our lives, I've always had the mentality, if I can't afford it, I just don't buy it. If I want something, I need to figure out how to make the money to buy it, or where to get the money. Like if I got some stuff I don't care about anymore and get rid of that stuff to buy some new cool stuff, okay. I'm not putting inventory on a credit card and hoping to make enough money back to pay the credit card bill every month. I'm taking cash and I'm buying $15,000 worth of Legos, and I'm sitting on it until I can get it into my inventory. I see it as a pile of profit just waiting for me to get to it.
Because and the crazy thing is there's nothing else on the planet that is legal that has the same kind of profit margins consistently.
I know some people out west that have legitimate marijuana businesses, and I can tell you for a fact, 100% fact, that the profit margin between growing and selling marijuana is absolutely nothing compared to the profit margin of buying used Legos and selling used Legos. You can make more money, maybe not quite as fast.
I don't know. Starting from growing?
Yeah, if you're growing it too, then yes, you can probably go as fast as them. But the profit margin between growing weed and selling Legos, I will sell Legos all day versus drugs. Drugs are unless you live in some country that's mass producing it and shipping in truckloads, the hell with it.
You got bigger problems. Anyway.
Yeah, you got way bigger problems I got to worry about. The profit in buying and selling the used side of Legos. It's
more profitable than anything we've ever touched.
You cannot invest money in anything. I don't care what it is. Buy a $5 million piece of property. I don't care what you do. You think of two businesses or two things that you can buy, that the minute you buy it, it's worth 15 times what you paid for it. Anything.
For most people, it would be like a one-off thing that they stumbled upon that somebody sold cheap.
And if you can come up with something, prove to me that you can do it again next month. You run across some great deal on something that you flipped. Cool. Okay, do it again tomorrow.
Because I've done that too.
Because I can turn around and buy 100 pounds of Legos today that are worth 15 times what I paid for them the minute I get them home. Granted, it's going to take me a little bit of time to wash them and get them into inventory, but it's still worth that much the minute I buy it. So yes, I would say if you have the space, the time, and you can focus, you have to be focused in a business like this, because it's very easy to screw stuff up real quick if you're not focused and careful. However, I don't think there are very many businesses that you can come up with that can be this profitable legally. You could do some illegal shit and probably make some money. But I don't think you could do anything this consistent on this kind of profit margin easily. This is by far the smartest thing we've ever done. If I had known about Bricklink 10 years ago, I would have shut down my fabrication business.
We'd be the size of Brick Vibe.
Yeah, I'd be the size of Brick Vibe by now. But I'd still be focusing on used parts. I might have 5 or 10 sorters doing it for me.
But you'd have your machines.
Yes, that's true.
You would have had your machines.
Yes, you're right. By now I would have finished the machines. That's another thing, is brick sorting machine, that I'm going to do it. Other people talk about it. I'm going to do it. It's going to take me a little while because I have other things I have to focus on now that I didn't before. I'm going to do it. Just to prove it can be done.
Oh, we already know it can be done.
No, I mean, it can be done in production.
No, I know. I'm saying we already know it can be done. It's just implementing it. building it.
There are other people that have done brick sorting machines. There's a crazy one over in Europe somewhere. Somebody built one on a mass production scale brick sorting machine. And I think it could be done a lot smaller than that and still be as productive, as efficient and productive, yeah. But that's a whole other project. Right now, shutting down the Bricklink store, we're not shutting it down, but slowing it down so that we could focus on getting rid of the shop was important. But then after the shop was closed and gone, we chose to keep our prices really high so that we could tunnel vision focus on inventory.
We did. We still are.
Yeah. We're expecting by the end of this year to be we're hoping we can be up to 1 million parts by the end of the year. I don't think there's any reason we can't do that unless we just stop working. But if we can manage to keep our prices high, keep our sales a little bit slower than they normally would or should be, just to focus on the inventory, that's going to really help, because having more variety of parts, more volume of parts gets you those orders. That's the most important thing, having the parts and having the right quantity of the parts. The price is almost a secondary issue. Having the parts is number one. The less lots you have, the less volume or quantity of parts.
And to not confuse that with having multiple lots for the same part.
No, don't get into that. Don't do it.
I'm not going to get into it.
Okay.
That is not to confuse that you need to have multiple lots of the same part. It's the more unique lots.
Yes. Unique lots and parts quantities. Those are the two things that you should focus on. Because those will get you the more lots, the more unique lots, not more lots, but the more unique lots, and the volume of the parts you have is what's going to help your orders. Because when somebody like me needs 320 2x2 curved slopes in yellow, I only have a handful of people that I can buy from.
Because not a lot of people know this, or it may not be obvious to a lot of people. Somebody like him who's going through and going to buy 300, they're just going to use the little calculator thing on the parts page and put a minimum quantity of 300. If you've got 5 lots of 60 parts, which is 300, they don't show up.
I'm not going to see your store.
Yeah, nobody will see that.
Right.
And it can go down as low as 50 parts, or in our case, the fish.
We needed 3.
Yeah, we needed 3 of the fish, and there was only 5 stores in the entirety of Bricklink that had more than 3 at the time.
Yeah, and we went with the guy that had 5 just so we had extra.
Yep.
We just figured, okay, well...
Well, no, we bought sets instead.
Yeah. But yeah. I mean, I could have bought 3, but we bought 5 just because it's okay, what the hell.
That's another thing to keep in mind is it's not just about your lot count, it's the unique lots.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you're... It really depends on how the buyer is searching for parts. Like when I buy something, I do it usually 2 different ways. I'll go through the auto thing through Bricklink. Like if I've got a big list of parts, say I've got 100 lots and I got 300 parts.
Building something at a studio.
Right, yeah. I built something in a studio and now I want to buy the parts for it. Then I'll let the auto thing go through and do its thing, find the stores that have the most parts, and I'll check the prices. I don't care about the shipping price. Or I just care. It's like, okay, and I've noticed this recently, and it's, I find it annoying, but okay, it's a business marketing plan or business strategy, whatever you want to call it. I've seen where there's a couple of stores I bought from recently that had very fair prices. They weren't cheap, but they were fair. I don't mind paying a little extra because you have what I want.
In the quantities that I want.
Yeah, in the quantities that I need. So that's okay. I'm cool with you making profit. That's good. You're supposed to. That's what businesses do. That's how they stay in business. That's the point of a business, is to make money. But then I see other stores that the same parts are going to cost me $30 in this store, cost me $170 in this store. And it's like, really? Whatever, and obviously I'll just ignore that store because why would I, that's just silly. If this guy's charging 30 or $50 and this one's 5 times the price, okay, I'll go down and, I just search the first 5 or 6 stores that came up with all the parts I need and just find the one that's got the most reasonable price, decent feedback. Boom, that's who I buy it from. Don't care what the shipping cost, don't care what the individual parts cost was, just okay, this one seems fair to me, buy those. Or if I need, like this particular instance where I needed a lot of one part, then I do the filter. Like, okay, who has 300 of this part in stock in the US that I can buy from right now? And it shows 3 options. So I go through those 3, see who's got them, see if there are any problems in ordering them to my location. Because sometimes you can't, they don't ship to your area type thing. And then I don't really pay much attention to the shipping fees on something like that because there's only 3 to choose from. I mean, if one comes up and I'm buying a $50 worth of parts and the shipping is $48, yes, I will catch that and I will check one of the other 2. But if they're both like $10 or $12, I don't care. I'll just click on whatever. Whoever's closest to me because I'll get them faster. Hopefully. But yeah. There's a lot depends on how the buyers are searching for parts too. If it's an auto thing, boy, you could get screwed in a hurry by some of these places that are just put crazy high prices on it, waiting for somebody to hit the auto thing and just not pay any attention to your bill. Okay. There are buyers that have that money. They don't care.
Yeah.
Somebody that's
David had somebody like that.
Yeah, he was a repeat customer.
He did the same thing we did. He had his store up high, so he slowed down his orders. And he had this one guy that kept coming back, didn't care what it cost, wanted to stick with David as a buyer.
Yeah.
Which, good for him.
No, that's
very good for him.
Yeah, great customers to have.
I'm not saying David was trying to screw anybody.
No, he wasn't.
David did the same exact thing we did. Raised his prices so that his orders stopped.
Well, he's got a specific business strategy.
Yeah.
And his strategy works for him. And good for him. I'm jealous to some extent. I would love to be making the profit margin. See, but he focuses on new parts. We can't do that because we're not using, that's specifically for new parts.
His was based around bulk new.
No, not so much bulk. I think his was based on more lots. He has a lot of individual lots. So he has the majority of all common parts, and he tries to keep them all in stock at all times.
Yeah. Doesn't matter what it costs.
Right. If something sells out, he buys it. He doesn't care if he has to buy it from another Bricklink store. He needs it in his store because he knows somebody's going to come looking for that part. If he doesn't have it, they'll have to go to somebody else to get it.
Always make sure he has a lot.
Right.
A lot of each lot.
Yes.
It's not like he's going and replacing one part at a time.
Oh no.
He buys hundreds.
Yeah, he'll buy 100 or 200 or something at a time and throw it in there. And it was a good strategy for him.
Very good strategy.
He was making decent money at it, and his profit margin was way the hell up. But that's a very unique business strategy for Bricklink from what I've seen. I haven't run across anybody else doing
not the way he did.
No. Our store would come to a screeching halt on sales if we tried that. I'd love to do it. I'd love to make that money, but I don't want to. I'm very comfortable where we are. The margins we're making are great. I can't complain. I feel good about it. I know I'm not gouging anybody. I've got fair prices. If I need to make more money faster, I will put my store on sale to do it.
If I don't lose money doing it, it's just losing profit.
Yeah, we're not losing any money. We're just losing the percentage of profit. Yeah, the margins are what are going to come down a little bit. And if I'm mentally prepared for that, or I'm okay with it, or I need to do it for a specific reason, so be it. Whatever. It's just business. That's fine. But yeah, anybody that wants to do this as a business, yes, it can be done. It can be done relatively inexpensive. You are going to invest money one way or the other, and you are going to invest time one way or the other. You have to fight. It's going to depend on your finances, your free time. If you have family members that can help you or that will help you, especially getting started for free is great.
The footprint that you can work in.
Yep, your volume of space that you have to build your store in. I've seen a few people recently, especially on Bricklink or YouTube, where they have chosen to relocate their home business to a retail storefront. We considered it, and I have had a retail business for 25 years, so don't think I don't know what I'm talking about. I have chosen deliberately to go the other way and get rid of my storefront. Granted, we weren't focusing on Legos in our storefront. I could have. We had considered moving our Lego business to our warehouse that we had. We thought about it.
We also looked into getting another space completely.
Yes, we actually looked at right around the corner from our home.
Main road.
Yep, main road.
High traffic.
There was a small strip mall that had a space available that was less than $1,000 a month. It was going to be like $900 a month plus taxes and whatever.
But we would have had to put a lot of TLC in our place.
Well, yeah, the whole interior would have had been done real nice, and we would have probably put about $3 or $4 grand into making it pretty, and a month or two of overhead to do it, and then move everything. And I don't want to say I made the right decision because I don't know that. Having a retail storefront sounds like a cool idea. It sounds like, okay, we'll get some foot traffic. Maybe you will. However, having had a business and $2,500 a month in overhead expenses, whether I made a dime or not, for 25 years, he and I discussed it in length numerous times. Do we want to do this? Do we want to have overhead? Do we want to deal with this? What if the economy turns? What if we go through another 2008? What if the market crashes? What if the housing market goes bad? You know, all the stuff that's going on with politics. There's so many unknowns. Yeah, unknown variables right now that the safest thing to do was to eliminate all the overhead we could.
Because we could always start over.
Yeah, we can always go rent something anytime we want. It doesn't make any... There's no reason you can't just go get a real retail spot at any point in time. That's easy to do.
It's harder to get out of it than it is to get in it.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, you lock yourself into 2, 3, 4, 5 year lease on a building that's costing you $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 a month, and
Bricklink shuts down for 2 weeks.
Yeah, Bricklink shuts down for 2 weeks. Your sales go to zero. All of a sudden, if that's your only income, what do you do? I mean, yeah, Brick Owl sales picked up a little bit when it happened, but it still was nothing compared to what Bricklink was bringing in. You know, so you're gonna feel it.
That month being on Brick Owl alone was still only a third,
right,
of what our normal sales would have been.
But Bricklink going down is not a
common thing.
Yeah, that's probably not
a fluke.
That's probably not going to happen very often, if ever again. However,
it's got to be planned for.
What happens when the housing market bursts in a year and everybody stops spending money again? It happened
2008.
Yeah, what is that? How many years ago is that now? 14, 15, 16 years ago? These are 20-year cycles. Keep that in mind. We're getting close. 20-year cycles is how it kind of happens. So, you know, it was something that we just didn't, I personally did not feel comfortable putting ourselves into a debt situation that we didn't have to. If we were unable to have enough room to do this,
We were just going to take over another room.
Yeah, we'll just kick somebody else out of a bedroom. Yeah, no. But no, we thought about it. We really did. We were thinking about getting this place right up here in the strip mall.
We were getting really excited.
Yeah, we were really thinking about it. And then I was like, you know what? Why are we putting another $1,000 of overhead on top of what we're already paying? Let's get rid of the other thing first, and then decide if we want to do this. And with the economy the way it was back when COVID came through, everything stopped. My rent payments for $2,500 a month sure as hell didn't stop. That shit had to be paid. It didn't matter. They could not have cared less about COVID. Pay your rent or get the hell out. And I, at the time, couldn't afford to spend the time to get out. So we wound up using the money that we were making on Bricklink to pay the rent at the shop, which was lucky. It was lucky it happened, but it sucked. And I just don't. We decided we don't want to have that overhead. It's not necessary, I don't think, for the comfort level that we're content with.
I think we really tried, and we built out the center of the room.
Oh yeah, we'd never outgrow this.
I think we could hit 3 million parts in this room, easy.
3?
Yeah, you're talking about if we did 3 racks like we were talking about before.
Yeah,
you're doubling the space of this room just by going over the desks.
Okay.
You're doubling it.
Maybe. I don't know if the rack's going to include the 1.5 million. I don't know if we're going to have to build this to get up that high.
Because it's double-sided, and we were talking about doing 2 layers. That's 4 shelves per desk, which is 1 whole rack.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying we might have to put the rack up to get to 1.5 million already. You don't think so?
No way. Not since we put that one up.
Okay.
I've got enough space in here for another 200 caddies, roughly 300 maybe. I think it's closer to 2. And of that, the only issue we're going to run into is bulk overflow.
That's what that room can become if we need to.
And most of the drawers or most of the bins around the room are only half full or less. The only ones that are full are the ones that we've done this last 3 months.
Okay. Well, cool. Then maybe we'll get.
I think we can easily fit 3 million parts in this room if we build out the center.
So you have two full rows, and we could do 3 million in here.
Yep.
New goal.
Yep. Well, no,
I'm just kidding.
The next goal would be 2 racks over the desk and 1 rack at the end, and that would double the capacity of the room.
Well, we'll see.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
I think we'll get there.
Okay. Maybe we'll get there.
You have this horrible habit of
moving the goalpost.
Just moving that goalpost.
Oh, by the way, we're going. Yeah, when we started out with like 30,000.
Our first goal was
60.
Our first goal was 500,000.
No.
Yeah.
Our first goal was 80,000, and then it was like, hey, we're gonna break 100,000. Then I was like, okay, let's get to 150. Then it was 500.
Our first year and a half, we didn't really have a goal. It was just put stuff in inventory.
Yeah, just keep going. See if this works.
Our first solid goal was when we hit 250,000. We're like, okay, we're gonna double it.
Yeah, we're gonna
spend the next year doubling it.
Right.
And then that happened, and over the last
year,
9 months, our goal has been to double it again.
And we've already beat that.
Well, no, we're not there yet. We're at 800.
Oh, no, you're right.
Our,
we will beat it by the end of the year.
This year, our goal is to get to that 1 million mark, and then I expect you to do it again. I expect, the next year we're gonna hit 1.5 or
1.5,
2.
1.5 right now is my somewhat temporary end goal. If we can get to 1.5 million,
but as soon as we hit it, I know you're going to put another flag out
let's put that rack up. We still got more parts to put in.
I can see that next flag coming.
Yeah, it might.
I'm excited for it. This
I don't see any reason to not fill up the room if you can.
Oh, I think we can.
Yeah, I mean, if you could,
we've got 3.6.
As long as we have a work desk and a packing station, I don't care how much more stuff's in this room.
we have 3.6 million parts on the porch. And that's if we don't sell any of it and buy more.
Yeah, that's what we don't buy anymore. We've already
There's
got
3.6 million parts on the porch.
How many in just that tote in that room, roughly? Is it 20 totes times
12? I think it was 16. 16 totes times 16 times 55. There's 880 pounds in that room, roughly.
times 600.
Yeah, times 600 parts per pound. That's our going average, is 600 parts per pound.
That's the math we've scaled it and counted it a couple times,
Yeah.
and that's kind of like a rough number.
You're looking at 500,000 parts just in that room. There's 500,000 parts or more
up front.
In my room.
Then there's that much behind.
No, I'm sorry. Mine got moved up front.
So there's how much is in there? Half or more?
There's 6 rows, 4 talls, 24,
so that's,
plus the wall that we sorted.
So that's probably 1 million over there at least.
Yeah, there's easily 1 million there, and I know that there's
millions on the porch.
We haven't touched the porch except to add more for the last 6 months.
So we probably got enough for 4 or 5 million parts minimum, or more.
Yeah, like I said, I know there's at least 3.6 million parts on the porch. Easy. It's all a numbers game, folks.
Yeah. And luckily, we, deciding that this is going to be our full-time business and we don't have a ton of overhead. But we do have to make money to pay the bills. I like my Netflix and Hulu. And
I clearly love my food.
I love my Italian food. Speaking of which, dinner.
Yes. Gonna finish last night's.
Leftovers, yep. Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with will definitely have to do with your lifestyle. If you're kind of a minimalist person, I don't want to say like have nothing, but if you've got, I don't know, the latest Corvette in your driveway, this is going to be a little difficult to transition into full time because you're going to need a huge store to afford your lifestyle. If you've got a couple $1,000s a month,
if you're smart and you don't have a car payment and minimal insurance and house is paid off, this is easy.
Oh yeah, if you don't, yeah, I think it depends on your income level, what you really need to make a month to be comfortable. Our
cost of living
comfort,
right now.
our comfort zone is probably minimal compared to a lot of people, but we did a lot of things smart. I don't have a new car. I don't want a new car. I got a fancy ass old car and I'm happy with it. I don't go out and buy $300 pairs of shoes. That's kind of silly. I find this pair of shoes that I like and I go on eBay and buy 3 or 4 pairs at $30 or $40 instead of the $100 they are at the store. I'm thrifty, but I'm good at it.
We don't have debt on credit cards.
I don't have a $5,000 scale. I have a $500 scale. I work smart, not hard. And if you do that, yes, this can easily be a business that can support a household. If you're smart about it, get your kids involved. I don't care if they're 8 years old. Color sort this stuff. You want the Xbox games? Sort it. Deal with it. That kind of. My kids grew up.
Earn it if you want it.
Yeah, you want it. You're going to work for it. I'm not just going to hand over everything to you. And even today, and once in a while, he's like, you know what? Yeah, we did the right thing. I see.
I look at all the spoiled kids that are handed everything and how unfit to deal with society most of them are.
Well, you see those videos on YouTube all the time.
Yeah, and I'm glad I wasn't raised that way. I'm glad I was raised with the mentality that if you want something, you have to work to get it.
No,
because
and it's not hard to do.
No.
If you're even semi-competent, it's easy to do things nowadays.
Very
easy to get what you want. Just be smart. You don't even have to work hard. You just have to be able to work smart.
And this isn't hard work, I promise.
No, I have found this to be a work smart business. If you work smart, you invest a little bit.
I mean, what other job do you know of you can get paid well, we don't take paychecks, but you can get paid to sit in a comfy chair all day,
listening to music
or listening to podcasts or audiobooks, and just finger Legos all day.
Yeah.
I enjoy it because I grew up with Legos. It's my favorite toy as a kid. The only thing that's come close is video games, and even that, I like Legos better. It's a good, for me, it's a dream job. It's simple, and I enjoy it.
Keep in mind, he spent the last 10 years working in a fabrication shop during the middle running the shop in the middle of summer in Florida, sweating his ass off at 100-degree temperatures, 100% humidity, 4 or 5 months a year. So yeah, this is a cushy job. I mean, this isn't answering phones for, some other company. You got to be a little bit more skilled than answering phones all day to do this full time, but not much. I mean, it's not hard once you learn the system and understand it and come up with a good system that works for you.
And there's tons of good, easy to follow tutorials out there to learn anything and everything you could possibly need.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how we learned this. It wasn't trial by fire. We did the research.
Yeah.
We spent months watching what other people did before we started.
Yeah. And it is, I'm not trying to, toot our own horn or anything, because we did go off in a completely different direction than anybody else we had seen.
Don't be afraid to try something different.
Yeah, and don't, I'm not saying people don't know what they're talking about, but don't listen to everybody, because they may be wrong or they may not have. I had somebody just the other day, it irked me a little bit, and I kind of jumped back on them on Facebook. I posted pictures, or somebody said, what's the easiest way to wash Legos? And I wrote, put them in a pillowcase with a zip tie. Put your washing machine on gentle and put a little bit of Dawn in there. You can wash 50 to 100 pounds of Legos in your washing machine with no problem.
Top loading, not front loading.
Yeah, you can't use front loaders. Suck. Don't use them. You gotta use the top loader.
You can't use it because the only way that thing does is spin.
Yeah, it'll tumble it too much. Right. We put it on gentle cycle, top loader, commercial grade, because we've got a nice big washing machine. So you do it on a smaller scale if you have a regular washing machine. And you're going to wash Legos all day. We will wash trans Legos. And they don't get any more scratched up than they were when we got them. But keep in mind, our stuff's used. You wouldn't even bother washing new Legos. That would just be silly. But used Legos, it doesn't do anything to them. The only thing you can't put in there are big plates. Put in big plates, you'll get chipped corners. We have found that. We tried that once.
That's why we pull out everything over 16 studs.
Yep. Anything under like 8x8s, 8x16, or the 8x16s we pull out. 8x8s and smaller, everything goes in the washing machine. And put it on gentle.
Yeah, the big plates just destroy each other.
Yeah, they have too much weight. But
that's how I got a whole stack.
Yeah, right. That's my personal inventory now. But yeah, somebody on Facebook somebody asked a question. And I commented, and I said,
and then they criticized.
They came back and said, "Oh, that's real smart. That's how you That's how you destroy your Legos." And I commented back. I said, "What did I write? I wrote something a little sarcastic. I am quite sarcastic, by the way." I said, "Stop assuming. Obviously, you've never tried it. We've been doing it for 5 years, and it works great." And then posted pictures of an entire porch. I mean, we're talking hundreds of square feet of Legos laid out drying, and that's what we washed in one day. And everybody's sitting there with their little strainer in the sink trying to wash stuff. Yeah, you could do that. Don't bother. Throw it in the washing machine on gentle with warm water, not hot.
Delicate.
Yeah, delicate, warm water, and Dawn in a pillowcase with a zip tie.
Yep. And it doesn't matter if the parts are stickered, printed, or any of that. The water doesn't affect the sticker quality. It doesn't affect the parts. And it works great.
It does. So yeah, that's a good trick. And if people say no, it doesn't mess the parts up, check our feedback. Everybody says we got excellent parts, clean.
And if you want to be amazed, do it after you category sort. and watch how many plates get stuck back together.
Oh man, I chewed him out one time because his job was we were sorting plates, and after the plates had been washed and he brought them back and we had to sort them, I'm like, why is all this crap still stuck together? You were supposed to take it all apart because it was being part sorted and pulled apart as we part sort. And he's like, dude, I took them apart. This is the washing machine did it. And I'm like, no, it didn't. We're talking 3-4 layers of plates stacked back
so
together.
I made him do it.
Yep. Put a batch of parts in the washing machine. 100% nothing connected. Came out 3-4 levels of parts stacked back together in the washing machine. Couldn't believe it.
Yep, that was funny.
So yeah, if you use the washing machine, you might have to take some stuff back apart afterwards. That's kind of annoying, but I got used to it.
That's the only downfall to running it in a washing machine, is it does agitate them enough to put them back together.
Yep. And then the spin cycle forces them together.
Yep.
But it doesn't hurt them. They don't get scratched. They don't get chipped. They don't get messed up. Like I said,
it's no worse than digging through them in a tote.
Yeah, if you cycle through a bucket of parts with your hands, it's no more
abrasive.
Abrasive than the washing machine is. It's actually better because there's water in there separating them all. So,
I think the only thing really left is we didn't cover the sorting room, which can be another day, because that place is a disaster right now.
Well, it's always a disaster just because it's the sorting room. We have another portion. We have basically divided this house up into a Lego
factory almost.
Inventory production line. The back of the house is our inventory. The front of the house is our sorting area. And the porch is our storage area.
Our bulk color sorted storage.
Well, that's here and there. It's in multiple places right now because we got so much of it.
What we're going to process is up there.
Right. The stuff that we're not going to get to till next cycle is in there. The stuff that we're working on this current cycle is up front in the sorting area in more totes. The totes that we're working our way through. We just finished light blue gray. We finished blue. We finished red. We're working on yellow right now. Oh, we still have to do the inventory. Yeah, we did the grayscale. We still have to finish red and yellow. Right? I think yellow's almost done.
Yes, yellow is like
almost done.
5 categories.
Yeah, you've only got to put it away, I think.
No, you still got like 3 or 4 categories up front, and then it's done.
I know one of them's all the printed stuff. I got to start going through and putting that in.
I think we've got bricks, tiles, and whatever little miscellaneous cups are on your shelf.
Yeah.
Those are the only ones that I can think of because we did miscellaneous first.
Glad that's over with.
And then we jump back into what's left of red, which we've already done half of.
Right.
And I think after that, we're going to green. And
all the little greens and all the purples.
Are we going to do a full color cycle, or are we going to build them up?
I don't know. I'll have to decide when we get to that point. I don't know. We'll see what the inventory back here is of the big stuff.
Because I know green, like solid green, regular green is next. And that's still full.
Really?
Yeah. I think what wound up happening is we did green and blue last in this previous cycle. And we started with white again. So we went white, grayscale.
Skipped over all the little stuff.
Skipped all the little stuff. But there's still not a lot of it. It's less than 10 pounds of... I'll say less than 20 pounds of the larger small colors.
Okay. Oh, we'll figure it out when we get to it. We got a long ways to go to worry about it.
We've got that, and the front room and orders are the only things that we haven't really touched on. And I think at this point, pushing 5 hours streaming, we should just
over 5.5,
start
20.
Yeah, starting another one a little bit later on in the evening for orders.
I don't think we'll do it tonight.
I'll probably knock the order out tonight then.
Oh, well.
I mean, we've got another list after this. It's the same size. It's just multiple orders.
What we should do is just put you on when you're doing Troy's Voltron. That's going to be hours of picking.
That's going to be 4 hours of pulling.
Yeah, it's like 500-600 lots. It's going to take them a while.
It's less than 5.
You probably have to do that and take breaks because that's going to be a torture.
Looking forward to it though, because it's a good deed for a friend.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm not dreading it. But yeah, I've got the one order I know I have to pull tonight is 125 lots. And then I don't really need to do any of the other orders until Monday because Monday's a holiday.
Nothing's going
Post
anywhere.
office is closed anyway. But I'm afraid if I let them build up, it's going to be a 300 lot list on Monday because I'm already up to 140 just in what we've gotten yesterday and today.
Okay.
So,
all right. So yeah, I guess we'll call it quits. Is anybody still watching?
yeah, there's 7 people still watching.
What's wrong with you people?
People have been going in and out. There's been it drops and comes up now somebody else is on.
Okay.
But yeah, I think we've touched on the majority of the things back here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If there's anybody watching the feed that has any questions, ask us now because we'll probably quit here in the next few minutes if nobody has any other questions.
One more little nugget of advice: old, discontinued sets. Unless they're overpriced, always buy those that are rare. Like, for instance, the trains. We've got a couple of Santa Fe's left from when my grandfather.
Pictures of that guy.
Yeah, I know, that's why I thought about it. My grandfather used to collect Lego trains, and he bought 5 Santa Fe's engines and 1 full train set back in the day. And the reason I thought about it is because we've got to pull it down and take a picture of it for somebody who wants to buy it. And those went up astronomically over the last 10 years. Anything you can find that's vintage, that
in the box
that you can get for a good deal, I don't care what you pay for it, buy it. It'll be worth it in the long term.
Yeah.
It may not sell right away, which we've been sitting on ours in inventory for over a year. But it will sell, and it's a good investment.
Yeah, I have a little bit of a issue with I see that. I mean, I haven't tried it, so I'm not going to criticize. I'm just telling you my.
I wish we had a whole pile of modulars.
Oh yeah, well of course old sets, sure. I see a lot of people now doing this whole Lego set investments thing where they're buying new kits that are being produced today to sit on them to flip them eventually, and it might be a couple of years from now. Oh yeah, that's the one. And I don't know. I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to buy kits today and sit on them for. I mean, if you got stupid money and you want to sit on them for 10 years, 20 years.
You know that they're being discontinued, like the modulars are every year.
Yeah.
That might be worth picking up 2 or 3 copies closer to.
But it depends on
the discontinuing date.
What I look at, and this is just me, my opinions don't mean much, but I see people that are gonna, say you're gonna spend. It doesn't just pick a number. Say you're gonna spend $10,000 and buy kits, Star Wars kits, stuff that is gonna go up in value when it gets discontinued. Number one. How much are you going to spend, and how long do you have to wait for it to go up? How much? That's my question.
Yeah, most stores are happy to make 3 times what they paid on it on new parts, but when you're talking sets, it'd take a decade to get to that point.
Right. So could you have invested the same amount of money and flipped it in a fraction of the time doing something else with it? That's my issue.
Yeah.
I don't disagree that if you have stupid money that you don't care about, you have so much money that you can spend $100,000 and just forget that you did it. You give away $100,000. If you got that kind of money, sure, buy a ton of sets, put them in a closet, and forget about them for 20 years. That's probably a good investment. However, when you do sell them, what's your profit margin? You sat on it for 10 years, 20 years. Did the price of that set double? Did it triple? Is it 10 times? I don't know what the average vintage Lego set is selling for today versus what it will cost new. So I can't.
It'll depend on the theme.
Right, it'll depend on the theme and the parts and the figures. Right. So, even at a really high value, not something that's a limited edition like the stuff that comes out of Billund. Some of those kits are crazy money the day they're issued because there's only 100 of them or 200. Yeah. But say a Star Wars, an original Millennium Falcon.
The UCS.
UCS, right. The original UCS
I think people
Millennium
are getting
Falcon.
4 times what they paid for it.
Okay. How long have they had to wait? 40 years. 30 years.
20.
Came out in the 80s, 90s, 2000s?
2000s or mid-2000s.
Okay, so they waited 20 years to make 4 times their money. I mean, that's a decent profit margin. Don't get me wrong. You're making money. But you had to wait 20 years to do it. How many Legos can I sell in the next 20 years at 15 times profit margin?
Yeah.
That makes no sense at that point. Once you do that kind of math, I can take what's a Millennium. Look it up. What's a Millennium Falcon cost today? Tell me what a new one in box. Yeah. If I want to buy one right now, what's the best price for a UCS Millennium Falcon today? It was probably $300 or $200, $250, $300, $400 when it was new. I don't know what they cost new, but I'm just guessing. This will be an interesting experiment because we haven't done this, but this is how my brain works. I look at time versus turnover, and it doesn't make sense to me. Even if you make 4 times your money.
Episode 456 UCS 2007. Lowest price.
New. I want a new one.
New. Okay. So I'm going to change this price guide. New. There's only 3 for sale. 6-month average. $1,822 new.
Okay. $1,822. So I'm going to spend.
Oh, that's sold. I'm sorry.
That's sold.
Current lowest new is $1,850. Current for sale.
For sale. Is that average or the lowest? Current.
That's the lowest.
Okay, so I'm gonna spend $1,900.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Google. Well, you probably can't find out. How much do you think that set cost new? $400, $300?
I can find that out.
Original, probably $350. I'm gonna guess. The original UCS Millennium Falcon $350.
Lego. Paste. Original MSRP.
My guess is $350.
$500.
Really?
Mm-hmm. The original was $500.
Well, that's too bad because my lower value would have made it a better deal. This is a worse deal. So they're not quite going to make 4 times their money if they bought it original 20 years ago.
Yep.
Okay. So
and left it in the box the whole time.
And left it in the box. Didn't get it dirty. Didn't get it wet. No humidity. No mold. You stored it. So you had a nice warehouse area to keep this that you've been paying for too for 20 years. All right. So 20 years, 4 times your money. Over 20 years. Now, unless you have a tractor trailer full of them that you invested a fortune to buy in the first place.
And that's a downfall all on its own, too. Because now if you try to put them all up for sale at that price, you're flooding the market.
And the value drops. Yep. So you can only sell one at a time for the next 5 years to make that kind of money, to make your profit margin. Because if 20 people do it, now they're only worth $800 or $1,200. Right. That math just doesn't work in my head. I cannot justify spending that much money up front because if you say you had the ability to buy 100 sets, okay, you just spent
$10,000,
500 a set times 100, $50,000.
Sorry,
you just spent $50,000 out of pocket, and you're going to sit on that investment for 20 years to be able to make 4 times your money.
So $200,000.
The interest alone that you would be losing on $50,000 over 20 years is more than the investment. Now, if you took that same $50,000 today, or 20 years ago, invested it in used parts, you would make 17 times your money
The first year.
as they sell. You'll be making 17 times your money all the time. You're not going to sell all your parts out in a day or a week or a month or a year.
You wouldn't even sort them the first year.
Yeah, right. but the math just doesn't work for me. I mean, granted, there's zero work involved. Okay, that means you just have to have $50,000 that you don't need for any reason whatsoever, that you can completely forget about for 20 years. If you have that kind of money,
more power to you.
Sure, yeah, that's smart. I mean, hell, buy Lamborghinis at $500,000 and flip them for $2.5 million 10 years from now. Yeah, that's great. You have that kind of money. But most people building this kind of business don't have that kind of money.
It's far more profitable and a safer business model to invest in used bulk random parts.
Yeah. And the new parts are not a bad business model either. They're just not going to be as profitable, and you're going to have more competition with other stores because you're all focusing on selling the same exact parts, only what's available to buy today.
We've walked full circle over the last 3 hours.
Talking about the same thing 8 times, you idiots. But yeah, it's doable, and it's not difficult to do. You just have to be disciplined and focus, because if you lose focus or you're not disciplined enough to put the time and effort in, the money doesn't matter. You've really got to stay on top of the business. Yeah, I know. They're going to do.
What? No, we're sitting here. You and I keep doing the same things. We're mirroring each other as far as I was touching my face, then you touched your face.
Touch my face.
And then I put my arm down, you put your arm down. We've done it the whole video. I've noticed it a couple of times.
Because you're a poser and keep copying me. Yeah. All right. I guess we're good. We're at what? 5.5 hours of us yakking about silly stuff? So much for the order picking. That didn't happen today.
It'll still happen tonight.
Okay.
I'm going to get some food and probably watch an episode or two of something, and then I'm going to come back here and take care of it, because I had Vibrant before we started this.
Well, if that's true, then what we'll do is we'll just stop the stream, and then we can create a new one later.
Demutz asks if we can show the train on the desk. Which one? There's two. The one in the box is the Santa Fe.
Yeah, it's the Santa Fe limited edition that we had 2 of, and we sold one last year.
And then the other one is James's custom mock.
Yeah, the mock that I'm working on. But yeah, this one. One of our somebody through Bricklink sent us
He said that one.
Which one?
I don't know. He just said that one. There's 2 of them.
Probably the Santa Fe is probably what he means. But yeah, somebody messaged me because they saw it in the store and they wanted to know what it was going to cost to ship this one internationally, and he wanted to see what the condition of the set was, which is
that's the less of the 2.
Yeah, it is. I would say 98% pristine-ish. It has a couple little marks of divots in the box, a couple little, stuff poked at it,
Yeah,
but
Gramps wasn't
no holes.
Gramps wasn't known just for the best of storage.
Yeah, so I gotta take some pictures of this and send it to the guys so we can see that it's like legit sealed and good condition.
The cool thing about these, they were all serial numbered.
Yeah, I know.
There's custom serial number stickers inside the box.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we'll definitely take care of that when we get off the stream here. But if anybody's interested, probably later on this evening when he goes to pull the order that he's got to work on, we could just
I'll just do like a live stream for that, or a time lapse.
Just do a separate live stream. So if you follow us on YouTube, then you'll get a notification when we start the other stream too. I mean, you don't have to. I don't like that whole begging for follows and likes and all that junk. But if you're interested in seeing how the order picking happens, he'll be doing it later today, and I guess we'll just start another stream for it.
And I will have my phone set up on the side so that I can see comments if people want to ask questions. I do want to figure out how to get a second camera on the cart so that they can see not just me, but see the cups as I go, because that's not the single order, but the multi-order pick.
That's fun.
Yeah. That one's at least interesting.
Right. You're going to need a second pole.
I know. And I don't know where the other one went. I know we had to.
Sure. We'll figure it out. I'm not going to do that today anyway, so it doesn't matter.
That'll probably be tomorrow.
All right. Well, I appreciate everybody that's been listening to us yak for hours and hours, even if you just came on for a few minutes. Thanks for checking it out. And
it will be up on the channel. We're not pulling it down. So if somebody who like Demuts came in at the last minute, if you want to watch it over, it'll be there.
Yeah. It might take a little while for YouTube to process it because it's so long at 5.5 hours. I don't know how long it's going to take YouTube to process the whole video, but it will be saved as a regular video once the live stream stops. So give it a half hour to an hour or two. I don't know what it's going to take, but it will be available that other people can come on and watch it. And that was kind of the goal. I didn't expect a lot of people from Facebook to jump on and watch hours and hours of us yakking. But, the whole idea was for us to be able to show how our system works and how we did it and why we specifically did it this way. This was not just by chance and, I got a stupid idea. Let's just do it this way. We really thought this out for months before we started. And
I think we should do in the future shorter, more in-depth
we could do
explanations too.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
We glossed over a lot of things.
Yeah, but that's all right. That's just to give people a vague idea of what we're doing and how. And if people come back and have questions, we can start doing more in-depth little explanations of things too. Mm-hmm. They don't need to be live streamed.
Definitely going to have to do a couple of videos on our new app.
Yeah, people are going to. Should we show them? Should we show them before we close it out?
Let's leave it up. Let's leave it for another day.
Really?
Yeah, let's leave it for.
You're going to tease them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's mean.
I'm a cliffhanger it.
That's mean.
It's not mean. It's not done. If it was done, I'd say yes. It's not done. You're going to show them anyway.
I'm not going to show them. But just so that they know that we're telling, bring me the camera. I'm not.
You should be able to do screen share.
I'm not going to try. It'll probably crash something. I don't trust YouTube. I'm not going to show you everything, but I'll show you a little bit. I can't see the screen anymore. This is our app, and this is just the first default page that you get to, and this is how we catalog inventory now, because we started building this app. It's taken us almost 2 years to get this app built. It's been a buddy of mine's been working on it, and he does it part-time, and it is almost flawless. There are very few issues, but let me show you. What we do have is Bricklink. Bricklink is 100% built into our app. And I'm just going to, just give me something off of there. And this is just random. I can't touch there we go. I can't touch the button and hold. Oh, it won't do the camera.
Oh, because you're using it?
Because I'm using the phone for the live stream. It won't use the camera. Alex will pull it up on his. So mine won't do it because my phone is the one that's actually managing the live stream right now. So it's not allowing the phone to use the camera. But here you go. This is our app. This is Bricklink running natively inside our app. Your camera's filthy. You don't have to do anything. You just push the button and wait. And there's your part. And once you click this, it takes you directly to inventory. There's no farting around with it. Oh, fine.
That part's done.
Yeah, I know.
The rest of it's not.
So you click on that. Now it wants to know, okay, what color are you putting in? We'll just go with yellow. How many do you want to put in? Say 200. Done. Move on to the next part. That's our app that we've been working on. And in my personal opinion, it's totally wicked. I love it. It is it's becoming exactly, and push that back, what I had designed and wanted it to do, and now it does even more than I had originally hoped it would do. We've added a bunch of new features to it that we hadn't even considered in the beginning, and it's going to be pretty good. So I'm excited about it, and we have been using it as our own internal inventory software for about 6 months to a year, on and off. Mm-hmm. A lot of testing, a lot of revisions, a lot of things that we saw that didn't work quite the way we wanted them to, things that we saw that were not that didn't flow as well as they should for doing lots of production inventory. And we've been working those bugs out for, like I said, almost a year of working out the bugs. Took about a year to get it up and running stably, and then a year now of R&D going through and finishing everything.
The one thing I love the most about it is it's always up to date with Bricklink. It syncs itself to the server twice a week. Yep. And even new parts can be put in within a couple of days.
Yep.
Brand new sets, brand new parts.
Stuff, yeah. And it's awesome. So far everything's running extremely well. So eventually we'll definitely have to do a video on how awesome our app is going to be. But we're going to give it a little bit. We got probably Monday I'm supposed to sit down with the developer and go over the last few. There's like a list of 5 or 6 or 7 little things that we wanted. I mean, we're talking stupid changes. Like, I want the corners rounded on images. Dumb stuff. It's not, the functionality's there. It works. But now I'm making it pretty, and I'm making it run smoothly. He's doing the work. I'm just telling him, I can't do what you do, but I can tell you what you're doing wrong. I can't code, but I know what I want it to do, and I know what it can do. So I just have to find somebody smarter than me in the coding world to help it out. So, but yeah, that'll be fun. I'm excited about it. I don't think anybody. Troy, I sent Troy. I think Troy has the ability to install it. I don't think he has. Nobody else has seen it that I know of. Only us. From show day. Nobody I know Brickstore wise cared or wanted to or could.
They will after they see it.
Maybe.
It makes used inventory go 3 times faster than it was before.
And this app is specifically designed for employees to be able to help you inventory. It's not designed to replace Brickstore by any means.
No, it's meant to work in tandem.
Right. It works in perfect tandem with Brickstore. And if you are the person who maintains your inventory and you want people to help you inventory faster, you're going to like my app, our app.
I love it.
I love it. So
made my life a lot easier. And I'm the inventory monkey.
He's the guy that, well, actually, I've been an inventory monkey lately too. Because of the app, I have had to take on what he was doing.
So I could focus on other things.
He could focus on stuff, and I could focus on getting as much inventory in and putting the app and Bricklink through its paces to find out problems that would come up between, because integrating Bricklink into the app, I'm going to say it was easy. I didn't do it. I paid somebody else to do it. I'm sure he's going to say, that wasn't easy. I agree. It probably wasn't. But when you see it in the app, it's going to look easy. You're just going to be like, oh, damn, that's cool. So, there's lots of little things that we're going to work on for our app over the next 6 months or year. Things that we already have planned to add to it, to grow it, to make it more robust than it is. But right now, we want to get it in the hands of other people that can start.
And I can't push this enough. It's for part upload right now. It's
like I said, it is not going to replace Brickstore. No. It was never, ever, for any reason, meant to replace Brickstore at all. I still use Brickstore. I will continue to use Brickstore. So don't think that this was not something like, oh, I'm going to compete with Brick. Not even a little bit. This goes hand in hand with Brickstore. This is your employee's version. A stripped down employee version of Brickstore that they cannot screw up your inventory while they're using it. Yep. That's what it was. It was designed so that if I'm the person running my Brickstore inventory, he's the person putting stuff in that I will proof and check. So if he made a mistake, hopefully I will catch it before it goes into inventory. That's what the software was designed to do. It's not going to replace Brickstore at all. And I would definitely unless for some reason 10 years down the road this app gets like 10 times more amazing than it is, which I don't plan on for any reason, I would definitely say that Brickstore will always be Brickstore or a like program. I don't even know if there's anything else
I think there's one other that's similar, but it doesn't. I've never used it.
I don't see any reason to change over to anything but Brickstore at this point. But this will help a larger store inventory more faster. That's what it's designed for.
I wouldn't even go as far as saying that. It'll help any brick store inventory more faster.
Well, anybody that has employees or people helping them do the inventory. If you're not
even if it's the store owner doing it, I mean,
that's true.
That made my productivity at least 2 times faster, and I'm fast.
Yeah,
I'm doing stuff with the app that Jessica and I were doing together before.
I can see that. Me and Evelyn are going fast as hell using it.
I know.
That was nice.
It's extremely streamlined efficiency when it comes to putting stuff in the computer.
Yeah. So anyway, now enough about the app. I didn't mean to go.
Yeah, it wasn't the purpose of
this.
No,
not trying to do a sales pitch here. That was not the plan at all. But I did want people to see that we weren't just talking out our ass. We really have been working on this app, and it's this close to being done.
We've been working on the app as long as we've known Nathan. That started right after the live streams.
There's a story behind the app, but I don't think.
Yeah, that's another day.
Yeah, that's another live stream or another feed someday. But yeah, I mean, I think that's it. I don't know if there's anything else to really discuss right now. I mean, they're pretty much covered a lot of stuff in almost 6 hours. Damn. Never done a live stream that long.
No. Nathan usually capped them at 2.
We did run into 3 a couple of times. We ran into 3 hours. It was the longest.
I don't know that one time we had 1,000 orders or 1,000 lots to pull. That one took a long time.
That's true.
We did the live stream of pulling 1,000 lots. It was 1,020 or something. It's on the channel. If anybody wants to sit through that torture, go ahead.
Yeah, we don't.
I wouldn't.
You could put it on like 2 or 3x and just skim through it.
You're gonna see me and Evelyn just walking in circles.
All right, guys. Well, hopefully somebody will find something we, babbled on about for hours useful at some point in time. If you have questions, go ahead and throw them in the comments. We will look at them and respond, I guess. And if it's something interesting, maybe we'll just do a whole video on whatever topic it might be. But other than that, I kind of want to get with Nathan and see if he wants to get back into the Brick Slingers thing. I kind of enjoyed that from time to time. I don't know about scheduling it every week or something, but it was kind of fun to do once in a while. He's still doing little videos.
We can't do stuff on our own.
Yeah, we can. It's just nice being able to have other people to talk to so that you're not just talking to yourself or each other.
I did enjoy that in the beginning when we were pulling in different sellers in different stores.
That might be something
every week. That was nice.
We might be able to put something like that together through the Facebook buyer-seller group.
Cool.
Is figure out if we use one of the live stream softwares, then you can bring other people in and talk to them and they can answer questions.
And they can do it right on their phones nowadays. There's dozens of softwares for that.
That'd be kind of interesting. I don't know if anybody cares or wants to do it, but I found some of the discussions very interesting. Especially, the thing I liked about the Brick Slingers streams was talking to other store owners and hearing their system, their pricing, how they were working the system to work best for them. That helped us a lot in designing and building this the way we did, is getting as much input as we could. And, we might have spoken to 20 different store owners and we might have picked 1 or 2 things from each one and then pieced it all together to do it the way we did it. And I don't expect anybody to do this. I really don't. I wouldn't not suggest it, but I wouldn't try to push it on anybody either, because it's different and you have to be disciplined as hell to do it this way. But
once it's built,
yeah, some things are really like putting stuff away. When we put away bulk parts, there's no little drawers you got to worry about all over the place and make sure all your letters are in the computer right. We don't care about any of that.
I take half a shelf of caddies up front and I fill them and then bring them back and put them back.
Yeah.
It's so simple.
He'll grab 10, 20 of these things at a time, take them up on the cart, put all the parts where they go, close them all up, put them right back on the shelf. There's no computer involved. There's no looking for drawers. There's no stacks of drawers all over the place. It was great. It was streamlined from the beginning,
and there's no
by design.
And there's no remark numbers to deal with.
Yeah, you don't have to track anything.
I don't know why, but that's been a mental block against me from the beginning, is dealing with constantly revolving numbers
and moving stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't like change. We like consistency. And oh
no, I like change. It's just got to make sense.
Just not this. I don't want this to change.
It's just got to make sense.
Right.
It can't just be random all the time.
Yeah.
Which
a lot
that
of
system is. It
yeah.
changes every day.
Yeah. Sell out a lot. Now it's an empty drawer. You're going to put something else in. So when you say, hey, I need a brick, you don't know where it is.
Yeah.
Let
me go check my store online and see what remark it's in.
Got to go look it up and find it. Filter. Yeah. And that's okay. If you're into that, fine. Do it that way. I'm fine with that. I don't care.
For us, best for you.
I want to know where everything is. Like if I missing part, Alex, go get me a hose tee in light blue gray. I don't pick parts, but I know where the damn thing is just because I know light blue gray's over there and Panamix is right there. Exactly. I don't have to think about it. I just walk over that direction till I read, oh, it's in there. And that made sense to me. And
closest thing I can think of is a library book system.
Yeah, it's like a Dewey Decimal Lego or Bricklink system. It's kind of what we did. We followed Bricklink's categories, colors, parts. We followed what they did.
And other order. Color category.
Right. Exactly. But all right, cool. I guess let's get off of here. It is.
Let's get some dinner.
Yeah, I'm getting hungry too. We got leftover Italian from yesterday, and we will get me some. All right, guys. I hope somebody finds something in this babbling stream of garbage useful. I really do. If you have questions, ask. We're very open to discussing 99% of what we do.
If you found us through the Facebook Bricklink seller buyer page, you can leave comments on that post. We'll monitor that for this foreseeable future.
Yeah, get notifications from everything. So
if you have specific questions, feel free to reach out. We've got Facebook, we've got YouTube, we've got X, but nothing business-wise yet. We'll have to set that up maybe. But we're everywhere.
Yeah, been around for a while. We're quiet though. We don't go out and publicize ourselves very often.
This is the most open we've been in a couple of years.
Yeah, this is a big stretch for us because
we're antisocial by nature.
We keep to ourselves and focus, but I'm completely open to sharing almost everything. The sources of our parts is the only thing that just I can't do, and it's not so much that I don't want to. I just can't afford to lose any of my own sources over time. And that's what I would be doing, is competing with myself at that point. And that doesn't make sense to me. So, unfortunately, you're on your own finding sources for now. You can find, there's a lot of networking, and sometimes you get lucky. I got lucky once or twice, and I helped a couple other people out once or twice as well. It's just logistics and availability. So we gotta keep our own sources. Cool. All right. Well, thanks for stopping by if you did, and if you're watching this like after the fact and you made it this far, you got something wrong with you. This is way too much junk to watch all at one time.
But thank you anyway.
Yeah, thanks anyway. We do appreciate it, and I really do hope somebody gets something out of this at least, or has questions that will help them, down the road if they're working on this or thinking about it. But yeah, but we've actually thought about doing little videos of specific things, like the whole washing Legos thing. We should do a video on that because nobody's done it the way we do it.
We've been talking about doing that for 4 years.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, maybe we'll do it now that we got. We do. I do want to mention, we bought cameras that were supposed to be set up to do this all the time. We were going to live feed everything we do all the time.
Yeah, we've got 5 or 10 cameras.
We wound up running into all kinds of technical problems with our internet connection. And today is the first time. We tried this a couple days ago, and we actually
This
had
is the 3rd day in a row we've attempted to live stream this.
Yep, and today's the first day we've actually been able to do it, and we had the network connection guy come out here and test from the telephone pole all the way to the router, because we're having massive swing fluctuations in our bit rate transfer for the internet.
And even during this whole stream, you've been getting notifications.
We get a little right there's one right there. It says your internet connection is slow, blah blah blah. There's something wrong. We're supposed to be getting 500 down and 50 up, and we're getting like half of that at best. So in the next couple of days, I also have a fiber network coming in to fix this. And I think after that, we should never have another problem streaming.
I think I could get used to
doing something like this.
Something, yeah, like just live streaming, order picking, or yeah.
Because the sorting side of things that we do is completely different than everybody. That could be a whole other video. The picking, and I know some buyers like watching parts get picked. People watch that stuff. I don't.
ASMR videos all day long with.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So maybe people are interested. If there's anything you want to see, let us know.
Reach out.
Yeah, we might be open to it. We meant to do this a long time ago, and just kind of always got put by the wayside. And
life always gets in the way.
Yeah, the internet problem really stifled a lot of it, where we just couldn't half the time.
We've been struggling with that for over a year.
That's going to end Tuesday.
Yep.
Getting fiber put in Tuesday. Gig up, gig down. We should be good. Okay.
Have a great weekend, guys.
Have a good weekend, guys. Have a good 3-day weekend.
Happy Labor Day.
Yeah, everybody gets Monday off. Or most people do.
Let's go get some food.
I'm hungry. Okay, guys.